Hello, good morning, Buggy fans. We are back for another year of Raceday, another year of sweepstakes, and a sight we haven't seen in a long time. The sun is actually out this morning. I'm Will Weiner. I'm going to be your host today. Got an awesome expert panel with me. If y'all want to go ahead and introduce yourselves, and we're getting things kicked off.
Yeah, I'm Deanne Uxall, Fringe Class of 2019, Sweepstakes in 2020.
I'm Elena, Apex Class of 2023, Sweepstakes this previous year.
Let's see, do we have our shoot man?
Hopefully you do. This is Ben Matsky, Class of 2011. Come down from the shoot.
Awesome. Like I mentioned, a really exciting year, a really, I think, unique year, not kind of only coming off of the chaos of last year, but there have been a lot of changes which we'll be talking about throughout these next couple days. But if y'all just want to kind of run over those high level, and for those of you tuning in, we have exhibitions starting in a couple minutes, so we'll be talking about those, but also just setting the table. 8 a.m. shortly after, we'll have the first women's heats going. But yeah, let's talk about some of the changes this year, because it is going to be a unique one.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of big rules changes that were passed since last year. Some more impactful on the race day experience than others. I think Elena's kind of the expert in this, given that she wrote a lot of the changes as last year's sweepstakes chair. But big picture, I think the biggest one that we'll see having an impact this year is a switch on a lot of previous non-safety related DQs are moving to a time penalty model. So Elena, do you want to talk more about that in detail?
Yeah, so last year we had some students get together and try to draft up a way to make more minor infractions that don't affect the safety of the races or the not be a full disqualification of the entire entry. So for things like a minor transition violation, minor lane violation, instances of pacing, just barely missing the 5-second be away from your buggies at the start line rule, all of those are, instead of a full DQ, now a 6-second time penalty. So for each of those that an entry receives, they'll aggregate an additional 6 seconds on their time, and that will be the time used for placements. If they get more than 3 of those, that's just an automatic DQ. But if they have like one minor thing, it'll just delete, slow their time down. We've got an exhibition coming up now, so we'll be switching to
Yep, and let's see, I have Spirit Drivers and SDCC 75. Yeah, clear the course. First exhibition almost underway here. And let's see, who do we got there? That's
it's SDC C.75.
Oh,
I
okay.
Is that Lust at the start line?
That looks like Lust.
Yeah,
I
hard to
was
tell
like,
from
is
the
this
angle.
the 75th anniversary of SDC having C teams?
They have SDC 50 tomorrow,
Yeah.
which will be their anniversary run. I think this is some additional pushers
Gotcha.
who
And
couldn't fit into their
And then
initial set of buggies.
it says Spirit Drivers on my sheet, but it looks a little bigger than a driver there. This is not Fringe Women's B, I don't think.
I'm thinking that maybe it's Fringe Spirit Drivers in the sense that there's a driver driving
in the
that
buggy. Yeah. Yeah.
Driver,
Spirit drivers.
potentially. Anyways, yes, we do need to get the road entirely clear before it's safe to clear the buggies to roll. So anyone that can hear this, please get off the road.
And
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set, go.
here we are. Exhibitions are starting, and it's a beautiful thing. It's before 8 a.m. None of us are shivering, no chattering. It's looking to be hopefully a beautiful day of racing. Again, these exhibitions important just to make sure the timing is tuned, get the trucks already, kind of running everything like that. As,
Spirit just doing a full hill 1, hill 2 right there into the shove off. Incredibly fast. That was almost a little less than 30 seconds over the hill.
That is exhausting, just walking up that hill. And here we are into the free roll. For those of you here in person, I know we kind of caught us in the middle of the broadcast kicking off. But I'm Will Weiner. We got Elena Harley, Dia Nuxall, Ben Matsky in the chute. Going to be commenting these early races for you. And this looked like it might actually be a little bit of a race. Not a ton of separation between the two buggies, coming to the stop sign right around a minute. The stop sign time, one of the main benchmarks in terms of speed
Both
that
buggies
you'd like
hitting
to
that first
compare.
transition flag. Making
Yeah,
it
less-
across, coming on down. Looks like Spirit's coming into the chute, making that turn. Nice and clean. Ooh, a little wobble there. Coming through. There we go. Nice. And through the chute cleanly. Lust right behind. Coming in clean into hill 3. Both of them pretty close together for an exhibition.
Well,
Yeah.
part of it is that Lust is actually a pretty fast buggy, and so even though they didn't have, they weren't that close at the top of the hill, Lust rolls well.
Yeah, I mean, really well right there. It looks like, SDC's actually taking the lead here on Hill 3, and that looks like more like a pusher there for Spirit. So this may...
More like a driver.
Yeah, hope you all had your coffee. It looks like we're getting
Getting a good race on the back hills.
Here we are. So let's
That's
see
the second
SDC.
drivers. That's now it's drivers.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
drivers,
yeah.
there's two of
There's
them.
plural.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a good shot earlier in the free roll of Seraph's paint job. Probably for some of the newer buggy folks on the course. Spirit repaints all their buggies every year, so we find out paint jobs on every buggy other than Invisid, which has kept the same paint job since 2014 at Design Comp, and they
And
do
it
some
looks
really
like,
cool stuff.
these Hill 5s are taking it serious. A little bit of wobble on that 4 to 5 transition, probably.
There's also some potential
fortunate-
interference
Yeah,
there.
for SDC, but Spirit is not taking anything off right there. And competitive times being put up here. SDC separating a little bit, but Spirit not going quietly into that good night. And it looks like we're going to have SDC coming in at 2:40. Spirit don't quite have their time, but probably 4 seconds behind or whatever. And nice, clean, fast exhibition kicking things off. Hopefully a sign for more to come.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. A good way to start the day. And this is always known as the timing heat, and it's the time that we test all the timing systems for the actual races. All the camera operators get to practice doing their camera following. So it's kind of like the guinea pig heat. And so anytime guinea pig heats has good times up, cameras following, that's always a good sign that there aren't going to be further delays getting the actual races underway.
And 240 is pretty fast for a timing heat, so we're starting the day off well. I think the sunshine and the warmth are kind of perking people up today.
Yep, and both buggies are coming down over to drops. So for those who are new, after each race, every buggy has to go through a brake test for safety reasons. And so all the teams will go down, and the safety chairs will check the buggies to make sure that they brake, and then they'll check that the drivers have all their safety gear on properly. We do that after the races so that if any buggy has wheel treatment, wheel heating, anything like that, they can do that without being interfered with a drops test.
And another thing maybe to talk a little bit about, I know you're sort of joking about the interference on the 4-5 transition. Obviously, these are not people who've been training at the highest level to push or whatever, but what was that kind of cued that for you and something to look out for maybe in other races coming from there?
Yeah, so if you're a pusher, you're going to be on one side or the other of kind of the back hills. In the front hills, you've got literal lanes, but in the back hills, you've kind of got a side that you're probably on. And when you stop pushing, running across your opposing side is a great way to get hit by a buggy if the other buggy's really close to you. And we saw that SDC pusher run basically in front of that Spirit buggy. And so it looks like they didn't get hit and everything's fine, and that's fine in an exhibition. But in an actual race, it's up to the discretion of the head judge, but that might get called interference if it looks like the other team had to react to that.
Can't imagine chairmen are going to report this
No.
today for exhibition, but you never know with buggy people. Cool, Ben. Anything you noticed there in that first line in the chute, or just how's the chute looking this year?
The chute's looking pretty empty right now. Not a lot of people down here at the moment. I'm sure that will fill up as the day goes on. I'm starting to get some sun in my eyes, so I'm going to put my shades on. I'm glad I've got some sunscreen from somebody down on the but otherwise, the buggy-wise, Spirit had a little bit of sliding here, something that we expect from them, but managed to hold it through the chute. Let's come in right behind clean. We'll see what happens as they start to speed up throughout the day.
Yeah, the weather's really nice. It's a great call from last year where the weekend of race day we just had rain, and more rain, and then had to move to a different weekend. But they haven't been rainless this year. Truck weekend, which is kind of their race day rehearsal weekend, got entirely rained out. So we're going to see a lot of teams doing things that they haven't done in a while. They're working out of trucks for the first time this year. A lot of teams might be bringing out different wheels for the first time. And so we might see some interesting logistical stuff or some interesting driving speeds because of it.
I would definitely expect that we'll see some teams pick up speed between Friday and Saturday. Today is very possibly the first time a lot of teams are rolling at their full race day prep level, given the truck weekend cancellation.
So,
Right, and the big thing with truck weekend, because I think that's going to be a major storyline, right, is I guess for people who don't know, what happens differently having a truck versus just like going out for rules and practices and all that? Like, how crucial is it to a team to get that practice?
So truck weekend, the truck locations will be representative of your race day locations that you're staging out of. So you will get the full logistical practice of getting a buggy out to the start line from your staging location on race day. So it's mostly a logistical impact, but in addition, just because it's the last weekend of rolls before race day, a lot of teams will be going all out and trying out their wheel prep for the first time.
Yeah, and we'll keep talking about that, but I do want to highlight Apex actually has their new buggy out here floating. This is Kerosene. Apex always does fire-themed names, so their whole fleet is like Solaris, Molotov, Scorch, Phoenix, Firefly, etc., etc. So Kerosene is their latest build. If you get a chance to see it in the sunlight, I highly recommend. It's got this very iridescent, shiny coat. I think they did an excellent job on their paint job there. So keep an eye out for it during this exhibition and then later in the day.
And in lane 2, it looks like CMU with Jaeger, which is, I believe, the newest fraternity build on the course, the 2022 build, right?
Yes, and a fun fact is that the driver in Jaeger is, I think, one of the 2 oldest drivers on the course. He took a couple years off from driving to run the entire team of CMU and is now back this spring to drive for them for race day. So, yeah, really experienced driver there. Really exciting to see.
yeah, folks, make sure do keep the course clear. These buggies will be dropping in a minute and rolling here. Again, we are in the second of 3 exhibitions. Then we're going to have the women's preliminaries, a little bit of break, and then men's preliminaries. Men starting around 10:30, women starting at about 8 a.m. And we are about ready to get underway here with the second exhibition.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set, go.
Here we are, second exhibition. Potential for some excitement on Hill 2, it looks like. We have Mark Estes and Connor going to be going head-to-head here. Last time Estes pushed a exhibition, we got one of the most memorable gifts in buggy history. And here is that 1-2 transition. Connor picking it up from behind him, trying to catch up to Estes.
Ooh, pass on Hill 2?
And let's see,
It's
it's
gonna be
net to
tight.
net.
This is a
Connor
tight,
going
tight shove off.
deep with the
Estes
push-off.
pushed off early there.
Yeah, I think Estes heard the footsteps and
What's interesting to remember is that these drivers probably can't see each other right now either
right.
because they're kind of neck and neck, and so they're all going to try to follow their lines, but hopefully
This has
they're going
the
to handle
potential
it
to
pretty
be
well.
an interesting heat.
Yeah.
Well, we know Jaeger rolls fast, but we know basically nothing about how fast Kerosene rolls because it's been getting its qualifying rolls.
Yeah, I mean, look there.
Before.
Jaeger looks like
Jaeger
it's
looks
closing some distance there, maybe slowed down a little bit, trying to figure out a pass line. But they're, one buggy length between each other coming into the chute.
All right, they're very close together coming at the transition flag. Coming down into the chute, hopefully Dylan will do a little bit of slowing down there. Kerosene taking it away. Yeah, it looks like Dylan did slow down. The CMU buggy there in Jaeger. Kerosene jumping a little bit through the chute. Jaeger coming in real smoothly. Kerosene probably lost a little bit of speed through some of the bumps there, but both coming into Hill 3 nice and cleanly. think Dylan and Jaeger made a good decision there, but beaten up on the hill 3.
Yeah, I mean, and look at the really nice tight turn right there by Jaeger, and CMU pulling up into the lead, and this is going to be another
Is that a-
potential photo finish.
Is that a pacer?
That's exactly what I was. 6-second time penalty.
So, just for those who are actually like with an orb, don't do that later today. But I think it goes back to Dylan being such an experienced driver that he knows that it's an exhibition, time doesn't matter, and that the safer thing to do is to slow down or stop so that they're not putting himself and then the other driver in danger
Yeah.
by trying to pass during the shoot turn.
And even with that slowdown, we're getting a really good back hills race
Yeah.
out of it. It looks like CMU's up ahead, coming up on the, is that the hill 5 transition?
Yeah, 4 to 5 right there. Looks like Apex has a driver on 5, so maybe at a bit of a disadvantage, but not the youngest pusher here for CMU either. Maybe getting a little bit burnt by that buggy again. You do got to come across the finish line with your hands on that push bar. And Apex actually closing some distance here. Maybe
Ooh,
I
we have a
spoke
race.
too soon. This is going to be a race coming into the finish line here. Both teams at the finish line screaming. We got the overhead cam right there, and CMU gonna manage to come in just ahead, right around 3 minutes. So already getting plenty of excitement with these exhibitions here. And you know, talking about Dylan's driving there and safety and great call, all that good stuff. In a regular race, though, is that something where there would be an attempted pass probably in the chute, or like how would that driver negotiate that?
So this is really interesting for like an exhibition's difference from the way that normal heats are structured is generally with normal heats, sweepstakes will try to make sure that we have timing data on the buggies to make sure that they maintain some level of separation for the free roll and make passes less likely. Exhibitions we go in with really no timing data at all generally. So it's interesting that we've seen 2 passes in the free roll. I think that's pretty uncommon that we would see during the actual heats. I think in a situation like that, we likely would have seen a pass if that was a competitive women's heat, although frequently sweepstakes will encourage drivers, if they think it is not safe to pass, to brake, and in that case they would be granted a reroll.
Reroll. And part of that's also just a risk assessment on the driver's end, because if they are not confident that their line and the other driver's lines won't intersect in the chute, they should brake, because interference or running into another buggy, if you're the buggy in behind and could see the other buggy, that's grounds for a DQ on your end. So usually it's worth braking and getting a reroll unless you feel like you're really confident there. So it's a decision all the drivers have to make if they're in that situation.
And in the morning before races start, drivers for each heat will course walk their lines together, basically so they understand where the other buggy is going to be and they can make informed decisions when it comes to that. As I think Elena mentioned, frequently buggies are not able to see each other if they're neck and neck, and it really, really helps to know the other driver's line to make decisions when you're going through that.
Yeah, that's part of the safety piece of buggy. One of the tests that they do before a driver is allowed to roll on the course is checking their vision and their field of vision. But their field of vision is essentially a 90-degree window forwards, and so if another buggy is at all behind them or too far adjacent to them, they're not going to be able to see that. In addition, drivers are so low to the ground, the ground makes it
And that's also the rationale for why, in case of a collision, the trailing buggy is the one that will be responsible, because they, in theory, are able to see the other buggy. So that's something to look out for when we get into the races. Hopefully not too much action in the free roll when we get to the actual heats.
Yeah. It's important to remember that buggy is similar to, like, I don't know, bobsled perhaps would be a good example, given that we just had the Winter Olympics recently. But buggy is a timed trial. It's not a head-to-head race. We're not looking at which of these 2 buggies is faster than the other. We're looking at how fast is their time, and then we move people to finals if they're in the top 10 times, and then top 6 on finals day get a trophy. But in order to kind of allow teams to roll at their best and not have to change up everything that they've practiced to do, getting separation between buggies helps with that. It helps them roll the time that team has planned to roll. And as exciting as it is as onlookers to see something interesting or see some buggies close together, oftentimes that can mess with a team's ability to roll if the driver has to take a different line. They might get a slower time as a result.
And that would be the rationale for example, in an interference case, a potential interference case like we saw in the first exhibition heat, that buggy would likely get a reroll if they were able to show that the interference somehow affected their line or caused them to break. Similarly, why a driver would choose to brake if they're trailing in the free roll and don't feel that they can safely pass, because their time would be affected.
All that said, I do think one of the things we're really keeping an eye on this year is because there was no truck weekend, a lot of these heats for today, I mean, literally, it was said on the Raceday preview broadcast, were kind of made on vibes. And so will that separation that you want to have really be there when they don't necessarily have accurate time and separation between teams?
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. And we're going to have to see what happens. I mean, honestly, even when we do have good times, there's always a chance that something happens with a buggy mechanically, or the new wheels really change their rolling speed, or a pusher gets swapped out for an alternate, and then suddenly their hill 1 is like 5 seconds slower. And so there's always stuff that can happen, and that's why the drivers have to undergo so many, like, safety stuff. They have to roll a certain number of times. They have to pass capes. They have to pass drops. They have to do a pass test where they practice passing around another buggy during the year. And that's so when weird things happen on race day, they can make safe and informed decisions.
I do think with the lack of a truck weekend this year, the really interesting piece is going to be free roll times, because teams will generally have a better idea of pusher times. They're able to do that in evening push practices that don't rely necessarily on getting rolls in the morning. They may not be super representative, but they'll have timing data. But truck weekend is really the first time that a lot of teams will get semi-representative free roll times. So I'm really interested to see how that's going to maybe shake up some heats today.
Especially with the new builds. Like old builds on wheels that teams know, they can use times from previous years to get an estimate. But the few new builds on the course have... Oh, it is starting. I'm so sorry, I have to step out. I'm pushing this one.
And this looks like we have DG's new build, Banta, in lane 1.
Really, DG, definitely one of those teams really excited to see this year. This is their first 100% house-built buggy, a beautiful buggy at that. There in lane 1, we have DG and Friends, an Apex Alumni 2, which is where Elena ran out, as Elena is a Apex alumni. And Brian Arsham joining us here in spot duty.
Yes, drafted into the booth here for this heat.
And you'll be in the shoot later today.
Yes, I will be down there for the men's heats, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing Banta here roll for the first time ever on the course on race day.
And this is an exciting build because it's based on the Buggy Alumni Association's build book that was published, I believe, in 2022. This build has been in the works for 2 years. It's a long time coming for DG, and it's cool to see the build book build in action.
Also pointing out, these are 2 new buggies, both rolling here. This is Banta and Kerosene going back again. So, I don't know. You don't see exhibitions with 2 new buggies very often.
Yeah, let's see.
DG
Where
coming
is
down into
Kerosene?
the chute.
Okay, cool.
Passing.
Kerosene is there.
Kerosene's a little bit further behind back there, and we're getting another roll right away. DG coming into the chute, looking very clean. A little bouncing, hitting some bumps in the road, taking a wide line through the chute, coming out clean into hill 3. Kerosene coming down now, hitting the transition flag and then the chute flag here, turning in, seeing if they're going to keep a little smoother line. They did. Emma's doing great, driving through the chute.
And even though we have a new build, DG's driver here is a veteran. Ines has been driving for them for a while, and it shows.
The DG really putting the DG and Friends in this one, the joint hill 3.
Oh, that does explain the exhibition name. Is it? That's not. No. Okay. I can't tell who that is. And we got Apex Alumni coming up on hill 3 in the back there, moving along, decently well, but far behind DG and Friends, pulling way ahead here on hill 4. The buggy Banta, I believe, is named for
Katie Zapanta and Sofia Battaglia.
as well as one of the
that's
founders of DG. I think there's someone named Banta or something like that as
Yes,
well. So it's a
yes.
combination, and it's really an homage to all of DG's history, both buggy history and sorority history.
Was that Andy Bordick on
I-
hill 4?
It sure was.
He was yelling at me. He was doing some hill. That was honestly very graceful and athletic. I have nothing bad to say about that.
I honestly thought it was, but then I wasn't sure.
I
and
didn't know he had friends, so I didn't know he'd qualify for the End Friends team.
Yeah, I know that DG actually consulted him a decent amount during their build process, so it's cool to see him pushing Banta.
And here we have Elena stepping out of the broadcast booth onto Hill 5 for this pickup. But I do want to just quickly shout out DG. With Banta crossing the finish line there, this is the first time a sorority-built buggy has ever crossed a finish line on a race day.
Wow.
So congratulations to DG. Looking forward to seeing an official time in a little bit here from them.
We've made buggy history, and it's not even 9 a.m.
And we got Elena here. We'll see if she's out of breath when she comes back to the booth. But putting in a solid Hill 5 effort. I don't know if she was a pusher back in her day, or if she did Hill 5, which is a very long hill.
Is that the longest hill just by distance?
Distance-wise, absolutely.
It's flat, but if you're a sprinter, it's fine. If you're not, it's a workout.
Yeah, Hill 5 is the flattest hill on the course and the longest one. So, and it looked like we had hands on the push bar.
Yes, we did.
Sweet. So that is the final of the 3 exhibitions. Things moving very smoothly so far. We'll be getting into women's Heat 1 coming up in just a couple minutes here, according to my schedule, which is exciting stuff. So welcome, everybody. I know it seems like more people are filling out here on the hills. For those of you tuning in online who are now awake at the slightly more merciful time of 8 a.m., it is a beautiful day for racing right now, looking like it's about 55 degrees, says the internet. Feels maybe slightly warmer, and it's going to get up potentially around the 70s by the time men's races are done, which is really, really nice to see given everything. Lena, how are you feeling coming off Hill 5?
A little tired. I gotta say, for anyone who's never pushed a buggy, it's a lot harder than just running, gotta say. Hill 5 is the easy one, too. Hill 2 is my favorite because you get to go downhill at the end and you feel cool. Hill 5 is flat, but if you get the opportunity, you can run uphill and shove around a 150-pound object.
Yeah, I think, so general, I guess, hill philosophy, 2 and 3 are frequently seen as kind of the more technical hills because you have the push-off and the pickup. 5, I think, as we mentioned, is the sprinter's hill, and 1 and 4, in my personal opinion, are the most brutal hills on the course.
I call them the tank hills.
Yes.
Kind of. You kind of want someone who's both fast but also relatively strong enough to deal with the uphill portion.
And of course, the challenge with Hill 1 is you're accelerating the buggy from a stop, right? Versus Hill 4, the big challenge is it's one of the longest hills on the course after Hill 5.
And it's also hard. One of the things is no one thinks of Hill 4 as technical, but the end of Hill 4 into Hill 5 gets a lot flatter. And so we frequently will see pushers accidentally lose buggies or push off too soon on Hill 4 into Hill 5. And that can really mess up the Hill 5's time.
It's the only hill on the course where you have 2 transitions, right? You're picking up from a Hill 3 and you're pushing off to a Hill 5, so it frequently can be a tricky one to put a new pusher on if they haven't gotten their transition practice in.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess for any new observers or new parents around, buggy is a relay race. There's 5 essentially sections where there's someone running and holding a baton, which in this case is a whole buggy. But there's rules for staying within your zone, transitioning properly, just like any other relay race.
Yeah, so that's one of the non-safety related DQs that has transitioned to a time penalty this year is if you have a push-off and a time penalty that you get a time penalty of 6 seconds if your transition occurs outside of the designated transition zone.
And it sounds like we may be in a slight delay. I've been told there's a barricade issue. I don't know. I just repeat what I'm told. But the buggy should be out on the course pretty soon here for this first official women's heat, Fringe BCIAD. So that's all going to be coming up in just a few here. The women's races have been very competitive the past few years. Some very interesting back and forth with SDC, CIA, Spirit. Managed to get a couple wins in there. So what are you looking at this year just in terms of teams to really keep an eye on, the things to kind of expect? Who do you think is going to be really fast this year?
Well, I think after that exhibition performance from Banta, I think we should really keep an eye on DG Women's A. So the previous 4 years that DG has rolled, they've been rolling with a buggy that's a loaner buggy, so a buggy that's been built by another team that is frequently given out to teams that are starting up until they can build their own buggy. And that one's a loaner buggy from Fringe that was built in
2004, I
2004. And it's not known for being super fast. So if Banta can start rolling faster, we're going to start seeing some stuff.
And they've put up some impressive times.
Sweet. And it looks like now we are about ready to go, getting buggies on the course here, under 1 minute to go. In lane 2, we're going to have CIAD. On hill 1, they have Lucy Knox. Hill 2, Addie Kwan. Hill 3, Ezrin Flowers Carrier. Hill 4, Taryn Olchian. Hill 5, Amber Chang. And the driver, Kaylin Zhang. That's right, there are drivers in those. And in lane 1, we have Fringe B in Blackbird. Hill 1, Kathleen Payne. Hill 2, Isabel Coburn. Hill 3, Mael Alanik. Hill 4, Isabel Annis. Hill 5, Carolina Zhu.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we go, the first official race of Race Day 2026. Fringe B in Blackbird. Both some really nice looking buggies there, and Fringe looking to be faster over the hill. One of the real metrics we always like to look at is the queen or king of the hill. That hill 1 time getting into the transition here at about 25 seconds for Fringe B here, significantly ahead of CIAD, which you might expect between a B and a D team.
This is interesting because CIAD, I believe, put up a 3:01 last year, which is a very impressive time for a D team. But I believe it looks like they have a roster of drivers this year, which is...
Yeah. Well, CIA these past few years has been a very, very deep organization. And what we mean by that is saying that their fastest team, their A team, is incredibly fast, but then they've still got fast people on all of their lower teams as well. And so we can expect good times from all of CIA usually.
Yeah, they were, 9th place with, numerous DQs, but still top 10 for a D team is pretty cool to see. That was last year. Coming around that stop sign at 1:12. Again, the stop sign time, another one we're going to reference a lot throughout the day to compare teams as Blackbird gets into the chute.
Yep, Blackbird's coming past the transition flag now, heading towards the chute flag. Coming down quickly, looking really good speed, making the turn. They got some fairing covers that are off here, making a nice clean line, leaving us some streaks behind. Emperor following behind, taking a closer line in towards the bales, hitting the grate there, taking right in at the bales, taking a little slide as they turn into hill 3.
It does look like, though, Emperor maybe made up a little bit of time here coming into
passing
Hill
by
3.
Hill 3.
Look at this, and we're going to have a race here on the back end. CIAD getting burnt a little bit with so much speed coming in from Emperor here. So it's going to come down to the pushers, a B team versus a D team. Fringe B picking up a little bit more now, getting a couple noses ahead as we get into the 3-4 transition. Fringe B starting to separate again after some threatening racing by CIAD, but they are not going away. So let's see here on these back hills. It really all comes down to the pushers after that momentum from the free roll. Interesting to see CIAD getting so much more speed there, but Fringe B starting to separate themselves a little bit more.
The CID drivers really pushing hard.
Yeah.
The Emperor tends to have a really high roll-up. You'll see with the big wheels. That's a former A-Team buggy, 2017 build, still rolling really fast for them. It's cool
and let's see. This is going to be a close one. The 4 to 5 transition pretty much occurring at the same time. CIAD, a driver pushing that buggy, but not letting that disadvantage get in the way. Things are looking close. Fringe B looking to separate a little bit. Carolina Zhu the driver there for Fringe B. Again, hands need to be on the push bar coming across the line. Amber Cheng pushing for CIAD, not trying to go away, and this is going to be a photo finish. First heat of the day. Who's the winner going to be? CIAD crosses about a half second. Excuse me, Fringe B crosses about a half second before CIAD. That was some thrilling stuff. Wow.
What a way to start the day.
Yeah, I actually believe the driver in Blackbird is Arnie, who's their head driver. So it's I want to give her a shout out. Cool to see some experienced drivers on the course. And as I mentioned, Emperor is such a fast, free-rolling buggy.
Well, I feel like this really, really shows the importance that having a fast buggy and a good shoot turn can have, because you can start your free roll really far apart, but if your buggy and your driver combination are really, really good, you can make up that time really easily and basically have a fresh new race in the back hills.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you look at how much separation there, as we get into this replay here, was getting into the free roll. You probably had 4 or 5 seconds there, maybe difference. You see a very dramatic difference here. Right there, kind of coming into the stop sign. A lot of separation, but again, like you mentioned, it's rolling well through the chute, having a fast buggy, and creates some excitement on the back hills.
Yeah, from the chute, looks like Emperor was rolling slightly faster at about 34 miles an hour. Blackbird a little bit slower at 33.5. But for those of us in the chute, you can see the difference. Blackbird left quite a streak coming through the chute. The mark's still there from the wheels as it came through. Emperor's leaving no mark behind aside from hitting that. Great.
I mean, for those of you who are out there, technically, oftentimes the free roll is just a game of who could lose the least energy that you've got going into it.
Absolutely. And you'll see with the big wheels, the buggy carries more momentum, so Emperor just historically will roll really high up hill 3.
Yeah, and that's a metric we'll look at for how much energy coming out of a free roll something has. So because of those big wheels, Emperor tends to keep a lot of their momentum from the free roll. But that doesn't necessarily translate to being faster in the start of the free roll. Same deal, what we'll see with heavier buggies is they're harder to push, or they take longer to pick up speed, but they keep the speed they gain in the free roll. And so you'll see a lot of times teams have to make trade-offs in terms of what they do for buggy weight, wheels, and whatnot, because the thing that might be best for the pushers is not necessarily the thing that's going to be best for the free roll section.
And we'll probably use a couple different metrics to talk about free rolling speed while we're in here. As Elena just mentioned, how high it rolls up for hill 3 is frequently measured by buggy fans in windows on, is it Porter Hall? I've been off campus for too long.
Yeah, that's Porter.
So we'll count windows, how high a buggy rolls up, and then also it sounds like Ben's got some speed trap data for us as well.
Cool. All right, so we are moving quickly here. Things looking good, some good racing so far. This next one, we got Spirit B versus Apex D in lane 2. We're gonna have Spirit B in lane 1, Apex D on hill 1. They are gonna be rolling Molotov. Hill 1 is Kaylee Z. Hill 2, Selena Lynn. Hill 3, Sarah Oberg. Hill 4, Brooklyn Mao. Hill 5, Lily Kim. And the driver is Jolie Wong. In lane 2 will be Spirit B in Seraph. On hill 1, Chloe Trujillo. Hill 2, Alani Timmons. Hill 3, Amara Vergara. Hill 4, Miranda Trujillo. Hill 5, Viviana Antonio. And the driver, Cadence Ching. Are the Trujillos siblings? Do we know this? Does anyone have
idea.
intel on that?
I'm not a current student. I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
anything
yeah,
about
fair.
You're
them
as
these
close
days.
as we've got, at least in the booth at the moment.
So this is exciting. As we get more and more heats coming in, we'll start to kind of collect a little bit of a leaderboard. In general, for those watching, we kind of want to look out for the A teams as they come through. So any team that has an A at the end, those will be each organization's fastest women team that they can get together. And so typically we'll start seeing orgs have their A teams at the top.
And Spirit last year put up a 301, but interestingly, their B team this year seems to be a roster of all new pushers. So I don't know what to expect today. This might be an interesting one.
This will be exciting from Spirit. But this is Apex D, so hopefully there'll be some good separation.
Apex D, and shout out Apex, just the fact they're rolling 4 teams on men's and women's this year. Spirit B getting a fair bit ahead, as you would expect a B team versus a D team. Chloe Trujillo getting a fair bit of separation, looking to be a couple seconds faster than what we saw from Fringe B in that 1-2 handoff. Apex making their transition here, looking into that hill 2 shove. Alani Timmons pushing it off fairly deeply for Spirit B, and we got Seraph cruising there into the free roll. Moltov a bit behind. Looks like that was a clean shove as well. A little bit of a wobble right there by Spirit B, trying to get their line a little closer to the curve.
Yeah, that looked like a good shove, so I'm excited to see the speed data.
This is an interesting line from Spirit. I haven't been watching the lines this year because I've been on campus, but oftentimes they'll take their line very, very close to the curve. I'm wondering if they're taking it further to avoid all the paint strips.
What I've heard is that there's some asphalt bumps in that area, so a lot of teams are going to be taking their lines a little bit wider this
Sarah
year.
coming into the chute here, making a clean line down into the chute flag, making the turn, see if it's a little cleaner than before. It is. Wheels are holding clean, not sliding as they come out of the turn. Molotov, falling behind. Now getting into the chute flag as well. Getting into a clean turn, learning what they can. Bump on these bumps and cracks. And otherwise coming out clean, no sliding after making the turn, coming into hill 3.
Yeah, these teams well separated there. You can see Apex still finishing their shoot turn. As
Apex
Spirit
getting
here
blown out.
right about ready for the 3-2-4 transition. Miranda Trujillo here pushing on that hill 4 slope. And Apex now getting into the frame. They're about to make their own 3-2-4 transition. But Spirit, plenty of room there, nice and comfortable. Although sometimes you want to buggy a little bit close just to kind of give you that motivation, provide a little bit of adrenaline. As we get that 4-5 transition, Viviana Antonio coming here for Apex. Right now, the time to beat a 3:20.25 by Fringe B. This looking like it will be a fair bit faster than that as we're here on the second half of Hill 5. These, of course, the preliminary races here. Spirit B coming through and on the push bar, a 2:49.61.
It's a good time.
It's 12 seconds faster than last year's time.
And that would have been good for 5th place last year in the finals. Obviously, a lot of wonkiness last year, so you can't put too much into those times. And here we go, Apex D, still coming through, coming across.
Yeah, chugging down Hill 5. It gets long when you're on those hills, I have to say.
And as mentioned, right, these are qualifiers for tomorrow, so how many teams are moving on? What are we looking to see kind of from that, and what are the teams gunning for tomorrow?
So the top 10 teams from women's and men's each will make it to finals, and finals time will be the real time. Any disqualifications from today will mean that team will not make finals. Any time penalties from today will count towards the placement time, so if you get time penaltied out of top 10, you do not make finals. But if you get time penaltied and are still in the top 10, you will still make finals and have a chance at redemption.
So I'm interested to see, given the lack of truck weekend this year, we might see some teams playing it safe today to make sure they get it to tomorrow, or we might see some teams going all out today.
Yeah, there is lots of logistics and lots of strategy on the team side here because you don't want to risk getting disqualified or spinning or doing anything on a prelims day when you're expecting a finals day. But if something happens like rain on a finals day, you want your prelims time to be good so that if that time stands as the final time because of weather or some other issue, you get that. And so teams are having to figure out like exactly what Dia said. Are they playing it safe today to make up for the gap that their drivers have had in practice and try to make sure that they don't have any incidents? Or are they going to try to go as fast as they can? For teams that feel safely in the top 5, might be fine to play it safe, but for teams that are in that kind of 9, 10, 11 spot, they might need to go all out just to make finals.
Absolutely. I think that might be one of our storylines this year, is seeing a bunch of the top teams pick up a lot of speed between today and tomorrow as their drivers get more practice, more comfortable, and they're ready to go all out tomorrow.
I mean, that said, though, tomorrow it's looking to be significantly colder.
Colder.
Hopefully the skies will cooperate and all that. But, from all these years, it sounds like temperature does affect just how fast the buggy can go, how loose the pushers can get. Again, tomorrow's the final time, so that's kind of really all that matters. But even just having the half-hour difference of, being in an earlier heat versus a later heat and taking advantage of that weather can be a significant factor.
Yeah, and we just saw a drone shot. One of the coolest new things that we've got in the past few years is some alumni have really gotten good at flying drones exactly on the buggy line on the course. I believe there's also a current student doing that. But that means we can get some really nice overhead footage of the entire roll, and that allows for some really great shots of what the driver's shoot turns actually look like. And you can see how different drivers and different buggies will take it.
Yeah,
very
and this
differently.
is actually a shot from the first exhibition, so not an immediate replay, but still, like you say, a beautiful shot, and nice to see really how difficult that turn is. You can kind of get that perspective, but when you see it overhead, it's really pretty striking. Or if you just drive down there, I guess now it's illegal to make that turn.
Yep.
But pretty sharp turn. So as we go, we are getting close to the start of the third heat. Just one buggy going to be rolling in that, but it is Pika's A team in Raptor. So Pika, one of those teams, always a threat, always lurking. A little bit smaller roster this year, but not a team to be taken lightly. They're in Raptor. On Hill 1, you have Savannah Gibbs. On Hill 2, you have Savannah Zhu. Hill 3, Kai Hershenrother. Hill 4, Zoe Gavros. And Hill 5, Nicole Timko. Your driver is Laura Whitwick.
Yeah, and we're going to be really excited to see this. So last year, Pike Women's A had some technical difficulties, might be the best way to put it, and ended up rolling a really slow time with a weird stop in the middle. So we have really no idea what sort of times Raptor can actually put up on a women's team, because it's been over a year. And this is a returning driver, but hasn't driven in a couple years because this is our previous safety chair as well. So really new race all around from them.
New race, old buggy. So
Old
Raptor
buggy.
is a 2011 build and still rolling fast for them.
Yeah.
And again, they're the only team out there. Does give them a little bit more space.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
So here we are. Pika A is off, looking for a bit of redemption versus last year. Again, the top 10 teams today move on to tomorrow. 249.8, the time to beat, and looking a fair bit faster than that as they're coming up the hill, looking for that 1-2 transition time.
Wow.
Shoving off there at about a 26. Savannah Zhu, the Savannah connection.
You can come see it. She looks like she knows what she's doing with this hill too. Oh, yeah, nice focus. That was an early shove off.
A bit of an early shove. Looks like she maybe thought she could have gotten one more push or bump there, and Buggy got out a little bit ahead of her. And again, so much importance is, like you were saying, keeping that momentum through the free roll and having enough to maintain momentum. Also interesting, as we're talking about, Spirit taking a wider line than traditional. Pike here taking a really tight line through that free roll, and you can definitely tell the difference, right? They repaved kind of the inner lanes, a minute 9 on the stop sign there, though, so in line with the faster times we've seen so far today.
Raptor come down, hitting that transition flag, making it through, or lack thereof. Oh, there they are on 7th Street, hitting the chute flag now. Lara coming through, making a clean turn into the chute, hitting some of the bumps and cracks, but otherwise coming out clean, taking it wide past the bales, coming out around into Hill 3, and turning in and going up. Let's see if the pusher can meet up with them. Looks like they're going to get a little bit burned there. No, they meet right up with them. Fantastic.
Yeah, good pickup, full momentum by Hill 3 there. Pretty deep pickup Been a wide line coming through the chute by Pika, but good momentum maintained as they have the 3-2-4 transition. That hill 4 pusher meaning business. Zoe Gavros coming really fast here. Again, the time to beat so far at 2:49.8. Plenty of teams still to go, but again, the name of the game, get in the top 10, move on to tomorrow as we're getting into the 4-5 transition and pushing off there 2:20. Hill 5 going to take it.
He's cooking. Looks like she's going as fast as she can.
Yeah, and this one is going to be fairly close. Looks like Pika should be coming in a little bit faster. 2:49.8, the time they want to top to take that top spot. Spirit B holding on to that time. So let's see, approaching that finish line, 2:46, 2:47. And crossing over 250, they're going to come across at a 2:51.73. So Spirit B holds on to the top qualifying time so far right now. A couple seconds faster there than that Pika team.
And I think that's one where if Pike A makes it to second day, I think we'll see a much faster time out of them tomorrow.
Yeah. It's also interesting, back to the whole missing truck weekend thing. A lot of pushers, especially ones who are recruited or just start pushing specifically in the spring for race day, will come to the evening push practices, but oftentimes their best practice working with the exact entry group that they have, the other pushers that they have, that Buggy, will be on truck weekend. And so this year, because they didn't have it, we might see some pushers misjudging exactly when they can shove off on hill 2 and when they can pick up on hill 3 and where exactly they're going to have their transition because they haven't gotten that practice that they normally do.
Right, and that too, kind of one of those things you'd imagine losing so much momentum coming off of hill 2 without really a shove there, that I imagine kind of is you could accumulate a lot of time gained when you have that momentum there, just the domino effect of everything kind of coming after it.
Mm-hmm. And I think we'll see a lot of impact, especially to hills 2 and 3 this weekend because of the lack of truck weekend. Because as Elena mentioned, push practices, you can get transition practice between hills, you get time running your hills, but we don't shut down the roads for the free roll for a push practice. So teams will not have gotten practice on their hill 2 shove off or their hill 3 pickup.
Yeah, and that's why choosing your roster well can matter a lot, because you want someone who's done a lot of hill 2s to be your hill 2. And so sometimes picking the fastest person or the strongest person who shows up to push practice might not end up being the most strategic decision you can do. It gets complicated, especially on those faster teams.
Yeah, and especially on a year like this year when practice has been kind of hard to come by.
Which I will say, to the credit of the teams, because we got, so for context, last year, in addition to having race day itself rained out, there was an incredibly limited number of spring full free roll practices because of weather-related issues as well, both rain and temperature. And so this year, it sounds like teams have been really, really good about getting on top of making sure they've been getting lots of rolls, lots of practice on any day that they can in the spring, as a result of just knowing that there might not have any more practices after this. And so hopefully we won't see as big of a difference from not having truck weekend as we might have in a different year.
Yeah, I think that's been kind of a recurring story these last few years, as we've had a few springs in a row of some rough weather. Carnival's been early some years, and I don't know when the last time we had a 2-day race day was.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking earlier. I don't think the senior class has actually had nice weather for a carnival until this time. And we look at the leaderboard there. Spirit B in first place, and coming up next is Spirit A looking to top them. But let's go ahead. They got their hype package for this year. Let's go ahead and meet Spirit, see some of those vibes, what this team brings to the course. we have Spirit, Buggy, one of the most legendary, historic teams out there. So many great buggies through the years. Obviously, the Quantum Leap record that stood forever, and they'll be rolling here along with Apex C. Apex C going to be in lane 2 in Scorch. On hill 1, they got Meryl Meyerson. Hill 2, Emma Bigler. Hill 3, Laura Villard. Hill 4, Lydia Evans. Hill 5, Ray Kong. And the driver, Jadalyn Ho. And in lane 1, we're going to have Spirit A in Invisit. On hill 1, Ella San Filippo. Hill 2, Naya Bowron. Hill 3, Nelly Keffer. Hill 4, Evelyn Wu. So here we go. Macy Cha going to be the driver here for Spirit A. Spirit A, couple years removed from their last women's win, and this year with so much chaos, the field is wide open. A good chance for them. They're looking pretty fast here on hill 1. A few seconds faster, it looks like, than anyone else we've seen so far today. Into that 1-2 transition. Mia Brown shoving on hill 2. Good control and a deep shove there, almost to that crosswalk.
And we've got a veteran hill 1 and hill 2 pusher on Spirit. Really great shove off from a clearly practiced pusher.
Through that, the hype video, the montage, Spirit always having some of the best looking buggies out there in the field. No different this year. Loving the paint job on Invisit. Scorch a little ways behind there from Apex's C team. Spirit cooking at about 1:06 past that stop sign, so again maintaining what's looking like the fastest times of the day as they prepare to take the shoot turn.
Let's see if that fast time leads to fast speed. Spirit coming past the transition flag, heading towards the shoot flag, coming down past the shoot flag, making the turn a little slide wide, losing some speed, coming out, losing some speed again, and fishtailing, but holding it true, staying clean. Scorch now coming down, hitting the shoot flag in 3-2. There they go, starting to make their turn, making their approach into the shoot. Turning nice and clean, not as much sliding coming on there. A little bit of fishtail right at the end there. Losing a little bit of speed, but holding on to more than I think Spirit did.
Yeah.
And good pickup there by Spirit. You see them on these back hills. You can hear a big cheer from their team as they get that 3-2-4 transition. Spirit looking to take back the title on the women's side. Hill 4 coming up. Plenty of separation right now between them and Apex C. And as you mentioned, Ben, not the smoothest shoot turn, and this probably, to some of what we've been discussing, just didn't have a truck weekend the first time going this fast. But as we mentioned, a lot of it is just about getting to tomorrow, seeing where you can improve and perfect. At this point, Spirit B, again, the team to beat, 249.8. Sitting in first place, and let's see if their A team is able to top that. Catherine Chen here on hill 5, really blasting that buggy. Some powerful pushes on hill 5 as they're approaching that finish line, crossing over 242, 243. Hands on the push bar, 245.45, so about 4 seconds faster, but not a blazingly fast.
Well, these heated roads are definitely helping their speed. They hit one of the fastest speeds today at 35 miles an hour. Apex was a little bit slower behind.
And this is really cool. I think across the board we're seeing faster times than last year given the unique circumstances of last year's race day, but Spirit seems to have dropped 9 seconds off last year's time.
Wow. That's a lot of seconds in Buggy World.
And Apex C coming across here, 3 minutes, 15 seconds, which is going to put them in third so far through things. That was faster than Fringe's B team.
Wow.
Impressive just to see that depth from Apex. Apex celebrating their 15th year of existence this year, which is pretty exciting stuff in terms of, you know, we're a young buggy organization, shaking things up, doing things differently, and now a very established team, essentially.
Yeah, I think Apex has been really impressive with just the depth of their push teams the last few years. Them and CIA have had some really deep push teams.
Yeah, and I think it's really exciting to see how well Apex is doing and how much they've influenced like the culture of buggy. So for those who don't know, some of buggy culture will involve like secrecy of mechanical pieces because, again, with the free roll times, you want to have as good of a free roll, and if you have a mechanical edge over the other teams, that'll help. But Apex started it with the whole intention of being incredibly open source and very open, and so they've contributed to things like openness, open safety, helping with alumni, helping new builds on other teams, that sort of thing. And I think we've been seeing a culture shift across all of Buggy towards more of a help everyone, work together, less secrecy sort of culture. And so it's interesting to see how Apex has influenced that.
And I think we're seeing that pay off with DG having a new build on the course this year. Apex's open source documentation was a huge source of the BAA Buggy build book, which in turn was used during Banta's build. Obviously, DG's mechs kind of made their own modifications to it. Angie did a great job with that build. But that sort of openness is paying off in increased involvement of teams in Buggy.
Yeah, and it helps a lot with getting through, like, these set of students weren't here for it, but have been extremely affected by the 2 years of effectively no race day due to COVID, and then multiple years of race day getting either partially or fully rained out. And so you need that cooperation and openness in order to keep Buggy as a whole going. And so that's been really exciting, as the teams have really been working together to keep Buggy going forwards and still maintaining competitiveness on race day.
All right, and it looks like we're getting close to the next one as we're getting some replays here. We're going to have going up here SDCC and Fringe A. The first SDC Buggy we're seeing today. SDCC going to be in lane 2. They're in Vice. Lane 1 will be Fringe A and Blind Faith. SDC on Hill 1, Audrey Lambert. Hill 2, Ella Sumanesi. Hill 3, Farron Weinger. Hill 4, Viviana Liu. Hill 5, Zoe Hausner. And the driver, Kaja Karim. And Fringe on Hill 1, Grace Smith. Hill 2, Emily Sergio. Hill 3, Kim Hansen. Hill 4, Scotty McGee. Hill 5, Ella Garudo. And the driver, Juliana Navarez.
And Fringe Women's A put up a 2:51 last year, which was a 5th place time. So we'll see what they have in store for us this year.
Yeah, Fringe A especially is always one to watch on the women's side. They tend to put up good times. And Blind Faith, 2019 release, I believe.
Yep.
And that one's been historically very good rolling buggy. So hopefully we'll see something good from them.
Yeah, Blind Faith is back on the course after a 5-year hiatus, I believe, with a new driver on a women's A team. So that's really going to be cool to see, balanced out with a very experienced push team. I believe both of Fringe's women's push captains, as well as their chairman, are pushing today.
Yeah. No, this will be, I guess, our third A team of the day. And obviously right now we've got Spirit and Spirit both in the lead. So it'll be interesting to see if Fringe can shake that up and get someone else up in those top spots.
Right. You said their time last year, which again, hard to apples year to year, was a 2:51. Put them a little bit slower there, but with these conditions, with the weather, with it being an A team, you never quite know how pushers are going to improve or not year to year. You know they're going to have a fast buggy. They're going to have a good buggy. And SDC, obviously, right, the first time we're seeing them today, they are the reigning women's champions, the A team, that is, only running 3 teams this year. They're not a D team, essentially.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we go, Fringe A trying to take the fastest time in qualifying this year. SDCC putting up a pretty good fight. They are always known for deep rosters, but giving Fringe a bit of a test. Interesting there, looking at the driver yelling to the side. The pusher on Hill 1 yelling to the side. Not exactly sure what happened there, but making that shove off about 24 seconds. SDCC a couple seconds behind. You see both teams jogging up the hill behind. Fringe A, pretty high shove off there into Hill 2. And a clean one as well for SDCC. And this is going to be about momentum and lines right there. SDCC way wider. You wonder if maybe that's just knowing that they are so close, trying to be safe here. And then SDC darting in behind, looks like they were maybe going to take a little bit of a tighter line. And now weaving a little bit to the outside. This is going to be interesting as we go through the free roll into the chute. Fringe A maintaining about a couple second lead, but SDCC right in sight, around a minute 9 there at the
SDC's
stop
taking
sign.
what I see to
Fringe
be a
went very
passing
wide
line.
there. You know, the transition.
Oh.
She doesn't seem to know where she is a little bit, but she's found it. She's back in, taken into the chute, coming into the turn. It's very close together here. Vice right behind Blind Faith, making the turn. Vice making a little fishtail, staying right on the back. Fishtail out. Oh, STC's into the bails. Nose in, very light touch though. Looks like she should be okay, hopefully. Blind Faith then coming out into Hill 3, staying true and clean. Out and Sundown gets picked up.
And can we remind everyone who's down in the chute, if you are not part of Fringe or Sweepstakes, please stay away from the buggy. Let them do their normal checkout of the driver, extraction of the driver, so that the races can continue to be underway.
3-2-4 transition there for Fringe A. Everyone wearing 55 on the jersey. I don't know if that means something. Fringe looking to be competitive with the top times there. And do you think that was something where SDC maybe hit the brakes or got a little wobbly just as close as they were?
I would have guessed that if they took a different line to try to go around Fringe, that could have affected things. We don't know for sure. Again, SDC buggies do tend to spin if the driver makes even the smallest of errors, just the way that those buggies are balanced. And so it could have been, and the driver took their normal line and it was just an honest, little slip up, or it could have been that they took a different line.
Yeah, and let's see here. The time to beat 2:45.76. Fringe A looking to be very close to that, approaching the finish line 2:47.74. So Spirit A still going to be a couple seconds ahead of them, but a nice time out of Fringe A. Sorry, you mentioned there, right, not a lot of room for error with some of those SDC buggies. Do you think they have any potential to petition for a reroll off of that? Or?
I'd be surprised if they didn't petition for a reroll, but ultimately it's up to the head judge.
Or maybe, let me rephrase that. Do you think there's merit to a
I think there's
petition?
merit to the position, but again, I'm not in the head judge position. For those who don't know, head judge is a previous sweepstakes member who comes back to adjudicate the races as someone who hasn't been around for the year, and so removes a little bit of the bias, removes a little bit of the onus on sweepstakes members to do any judging beyond just making sure the races happen. But anytime that there is a chance for a reroll, each team before the next heat needs to submit a slip. We're saying, here's what happened, here's the rules that were broken, and now we want to see if we can get a rechance. Either something happened that slowed us down or something that happened that caused us to spin out. In this case, they have the argument to make that because of the other buggy being so close, they had to change their line, but they also have the counter argument of they still tried to do it. And so it'll be interesting to see. Ultimately, it's up to head judge, and we'll find out later whether or not they request a reroll if they did it.
And we're getting some replays right here. I guess we lost the replay there of kind of that exciting moment. I did get word from the chute. The driver is okay. We are going to get a replay right here of the spin out. As you were mentioning, Elena, maybe getting a little bit off their line. Pretty soft contact. Again, word from the chute. The driver is okay. And Fringe there moving up into second. And we have a little bit of a shift here in the booth. Speaking of drivers getting out of the buggy and up onto the mic, Laura, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, my name's Laura. I just drove for the Pica Women's AA heat. Had a great time, ready for my men's heat later in the day.
So doing double, triple duty. Can't even count the number, but glad to have you up here. Get your perspective as someone right in the middle of all of this. Pretty jam-packed again on the leaderboard right now. Top 10 going to move on. Spirit A, the top time still with a 2:45.76. Last year, just by comparison, the winning time of the day, 2:39.06. As we're getting ready to get into the sixth heat, DGB versus Spirit D.
Quick
but
update
Laura,
from down in the chute. The buggy is off the course. They're extracting the driver on the side, so we should be getting going here. again soon. From my point of view on that turn, it looked like the driver was in control as she came into the turn. Aside from a little fishtailing, I couldn't tell that there was a break happening mid-turn. But I'm not the driver. I don't know what she was doing or what she was feeling. It looked like she was in control and just lost it a bit at the end there.
You know, Laura, I do want to ask you, having been out there, the best weather we've had in a while, how is the course feeling this year? How was it just kind of getting to go on a actual warm morning this year?
Great. It's my first time since driving freshman year that it's been nice weather, so nice change of pace from previous years. But it's nice to be out there on a course that, you know, there's no wetness on the road. All of it is just like you and the driving and the buggy. So.
Yeah, and Laura, we might have you talk, for those who don't know, Laura is also a previous safety chair on Sweepstakes. After this next heat, we might have her speak to a little bit what actually happens when a driver spins out and what's the protocol there. Because we deal with this during free rolls practice, we deal with this during race day, and we have a whole set procedure to make sure that the driver is safe and that everything happens properly.
Exactly. As a safety chair, the first order of business is making sure the driver is okay, and if they need any support, getting EMS to them. But in all good scenarios, like, we get to do it.
Yeah, and here we're just looking at footage from actually the Heat 4, so that was the Spirit A current leading time. You can see them turning into there. Some beautiful aerial overhead footage here. It's like you're saying, you can't ask for better carnival weather than this. I'm glad your class is getting some after some tough years out there just in terms of Mother Nature, but absolutely gorgeous on the course. As mentioned here, we're on the 6th heat of the day. DGB and Spirit D. In lane 1 is going to be Spirit D driving Kingpin. On hill 1 for them is going to be Joelle Chan. Hill 2, Adithi Padki. Hill 3, Elaine Gambos. Hill 4, Natalie Sarabosing. And hill 5, Talia Ong. The driver going to be Daisy Wong. And in lane 2, we're going to have DGB. First time seeing Delta Gamma here in a official race in Insight. On hill 1, Eliana Sabo. Hill 2, Jasmine Jin. Hill 3, Karen Kovalchik. Hill 4, Lily Kim. Hill 5, Sabrina Yao. And the driver, Scarlett Pan.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. We've got women's A team up on the screen, but it's women's B team that's coming up right now. So this is the first time we've gotten DG women's B.
Yeah, super exciting for them. Yeah, they've been working a lot to get their new buggy out. So nice that they now have an A and B team.
Yeah, and speaking of new buggies, we're going to go ahead and run a little package here, checking out all the new buggies coming up on the course to give you all an idea of that. And some awesome stuff. Oh, they got the donut tent up there. The donut tent is open if you want free donuts, courtesy of something. I think the
Some
alumni
mysterious
relations,
factors.
something like that. I don't know.
As a former sweepstakes, I will not disclose where the donuts come
Our
from or
donut
how
dealer.
they're sourced. But one of my favorite parts of Raceday is getting a little bit of sugar. Yeah, we're coming up on the next heat. Can we take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now? We've got Spirit in first, Fringe in second, Spirit again in third, and then Pike. So hopefully as we start getting into some of these later teams, that kind of top three will start to switch around a little bit. We've got about 1 minute. Let's get into some... Well, we already did rosters, didn't we?
Sorry, I disappeared for a second. Had to get my sunglasses out. I'm not used to
Sun in your eyes?
the sun. Yeah, in general. I
Sun
mean,
and Buggy?
yeah, or Pittsburgh even. I'm a permanent resident here now, and I think this winter we saw the sun like 6 times. So
Here's
that was
that drone of the SDC and...
Yeah.
So
Okay, it looks like she just turns in a little bit.
Too much.
But a really soft hit at the bails, so that's
Yeah.
good.
I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about, is with some buggies, like even a really, really small thing can lead to a big difference. Alrighty, let's see this.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
All right, Spirit DGB. First we're seeing out of DG here. You'd imagine there will be some separation there, but Spirit putting up a bit of a fight as DG starts to get further ahead. Looking to shake up this leaderboard again. Top 10 make it on to the finals tomorrow. And a pretty competitive time from DG, about 24 seconds for that 1-2 transition. Spirit 4 or 5 seconds behind them. Let's see DG here. That shove into the free roll, holding on nice and tight, very deep in there. Nice shove by the Hill 2 into this free roll.
That was a good hill too, but their transition lost a little bit of speed, it looks like. Maybe they haven't gotten a chance to practice with this exact push team in this exact order, but hill 2 definitely made up for that.
Yeah. Losing out on truck weekend definitely makes it difficult for all the teams to get their transitions in order right before race day. But it's looking good on the free roll so far.
Yeah, well, Spirit's got fast buggy, and as we've talked about earlier, this is Insight,
Ooh,
which is a
getting kinda
notoriously
close.
slow buggy. It's an old buggy, it's a loner.
Catching
that
speed.
being said, though, it is catching up.
Oh, goodness.
Spirit's taking a wide line to
Okay.
get this pass in.
So a safe, looks like a safe pass. Yep. Looks
Good
like a
job
safe
on
pass.
Hitting
Spirit
clean.
right there.
Hitting the transition flag, coming down, Insight right behind, but a little bit slower. Kingpin passing through. Daisy coming down into the chute flag, driving, seeing if they can avoid fishtailing a little bit, coming in clean. They making a tighter turn than usual for Spirit. A little tiny fishtail at the end there, but not losing much speed. Insight coming in right behind, staying close to the bails, but staying very firm and steady, a little bit slower there, coming out of the chute into Hill 3.
Yeah, nice to see them both cleanly through there. Some great driving by Spirit and a D-team
Insight
driver
not quite
at
making it out of
that.
the chute.
And it looks like you mentioned in Visit, not the world's fastest buggy. So Spirit D gonna have these back hills mostly to themselves.
Well, we'll see. This
here.
is a B-team pushers from
Yeah.
DG. They might catch up.
Yeah.
DG's got some good pushers. So it just depends.
Yeah, a
Looks
little
like a
bit.
driver pusher.
Yeah, a little bit
Spirit.
wobbly of that transition there on the 3 to 4. DG getting back into frame. Big hulk of a buggy. Can they catch up on these back hills? Spirit seeming to maintain that distance here. Their A and B teams qualifying looking like with very good times here. Spirit D now just making that 4 to 5 transition.
The 3 to 4.
Still don't quite have getting back in the picture there. So some great job there by their driver.
That's
dealing
another
with
driver
that.
on Hill 5.
Yeah. Well, some things what will happen on D teams is that people who aren't necessarily pushers who want to push on race day, mechanics, drivers, get a chance to. And so frequently you'll see on D teams you got some people whose primary role is not pushing, but they're there to have a good time.
And you can tell the speeds here. We had a clear separation here. Spirit coming across the line now, hitting 32 miles an hour, coming down the chute with Insight only hitting 24.
But you know, you look Insight coming in now. Again, lost a lot of speed, but the Hill 5 pusher trying to make up for it, really just blasting that buggy up the hill. And that's one where it's got to be pretty tough with a buggy that heavy, just trying to get it to move and to rock and roll. So we'll be interested to see DGA, you know, how they do with their new build. Like you mentioned, it seems like they've got some pretty talented pushers out there, but a nice job from Spirit's D team in the driving and in general just being able to come across and win that race versus a B team.
Looks like we're heading to drops now, so let's watch our Spirit D team drops.
And this is a good view of Spirit's new paint jobs. We mentioned it before, but they repaint 3 of their buggies every year. And
Okay, looks like first drops are good. There's the brake release, and then we'll be all clear for Spirit's brake test.
Yeah, and looking at the standings, Spirit there with their 318, a couple seconds faster than Fringe B. You know, the fastest of the D teams we've seen today, faster than CIA and Apex.
And that checks out with what we've seen from the rest of Spirit, with their A team and B team being so fast.
Yeah, it's been a fast day, so a promising preliminaries for this Spirit squad.
DG's doing drops now with Insight.
And for those who are unfamiliar, what are drops and why do we do them?
Yeah, so drops is a brake test that we do right after the course finishes. That way we can make sure that the drivers had access to safe working brakes throughout the race. Normally in morning practice that we do throughout the year, we'll do these brake tests before the drivers go down the course. But on race day, timing is a little different, so we tend to do these brake tests right after each race to check each driver individually. Looks like good for DG on their first brake test. There's a brake release afterwards to make sure the brakes can be actuated on and off. So we'll take a look at that right now. Okay, first one looks good. Waiting for the safety chair to decide. Yeah.
And so after this, the safety chair, there's 2 of them, 1 for each buggy per heat. We'll follow the buggy down to their tent, and they're going to do what's called a spot safety check on the drivers. That's checking that the driver has properly their helmet, their harness, their mouth guard, their goggles, and their gloves as required.
And this one, I think maybe just in terms of the heat and the 2 teams going against each other, one of those things we were talking about where it is a little wonky not having the full free roll times from a truck weekend where, you know, up and over the hill, clear separation between the pushers, but then right in the free roll, such a difference between the buggies. As we're getting close here to the start of this next heat, women's heat 7 will be CIAC and CMU A. In lane 1, CIAC and Roadrunner. On hill 1 will be Tiffany Yang. Hill 2, Indy Lee. Hill 3, Niati Bangalore. Hill 4, Jessica Kai. And hill 5, Yari Gonzalez. The driver, Taryn Oltjan. And in lane 2, Signu A and Jaeger. Lane 2. On hill 1, Ray Renzepis. Hill 2, Anna Gu. Hill 3, Natalie Chadwell. Hill 4, Annika Santham. Hill 5, Sophia Judica. And hill 5, Dylan Bonanno. Is that it? I feel like I've said his first name, never his last name.
Yeah, that driver, Dylan, is used to be the chair of the team. Still probably acting as a chair at some level.
He's trying to pass it off. We talked about him. We've seen this driver in this buggy earlier in the CMU Alum exhibition. We've got a little less than a minute to this race. It's an A team from CMU, and they're only 1, so we'll probably seeing a full carry-out, full setup from them. And CMU is a bit of an unknown. They can really pull out some good pushers, and Jaeger is a very fast buggy. It's a pretty recent build, and known for being pretty light, pretty maneuverable.
Yeah. CIA Women's C, though, is still a formidable competitor. CIA always has a lot of fast female pushers. So
CIA, as we talked about, is a really deep team, and they are the previous fastest time from the previous year.
And here we go with this heat. This morning has just been cruising along and pretty tight, like you're mentioning. Depth right there. CIA with that Hill 1 pusher. CMU A finally starting to get some separation, but initially on that hill looking neck and neck.
Let's see these transitions here.
Yeah, 23 seconds with CMU A. That's about as fast as we've seen on a Hill 1. Starting to get a little bit more distance between themselves and CIAC. A lot of control by that Hill 2.
And that was a good transition from CMU and a good Hill 2 shove off. So it's a good practice for them.
CIA is not too far behind though, so should be a nice race to watch. Be able to see both buggies in frame, hopefully.
Yeah, Roadrunner's also a fast buggy, but again, Jaeger's an 18 buggy for sure. So hopefully we'll see the distance and separation be kept. Hopefully everything goes clean when it comes to this race.
Both avoiding that really tight inside line, probably due to road conditions. 1:06 for Jaeger at that stop sign time, about 1:10 for CIAC. So
Jaeger hitting that transition flag. Yeah, a little bit of wind picking up here down in the chute might affect some of the buggies as they come down. Jaeger taking the turn. Dylan making a clean, a little quick of a turn there. Correcting, coming in cleanly after the bails. Roadrunner coming in right behind, taking the clean chute line, taking a little close, as CI tends to do. Holding it steady, coming into Hill 3. Jaeger keeping a lot of good speed coming up the Hill 3. Roadrunner following right behind, maybe catching up a little bit as they go.
Yeah, it looks like the CMU A pusher got burnt a little bit there, really lost some momentum. Up until that point, CMU was looking to be having as good of a roll as any that we've seen today, but it's going to be tough on this Hill 4, Hill 5 with as much momentum as was lost on Hill 3 there. As you can see, Roadrunner coming back into the frame, and this is coming down to 18 pushers versus C-team pushers. CIAC getting closer here with this Hill 4, and this is going to be a tricky one coming into Hill 5 as CIA continues to close that gap. And really impressive stuff by their C-team.
All coming down to these
maybe
Hill 5
a
pushers.
half of a buggy length separating between them two. It's Yari Gonzalez versus Sophia Jutke, and let's see who's going to have that speed, that momentum, who can hang on to take this race. CIAC looking to play spoiler here. They've got more speed. It looks like they might overtake CMU in this final push. These buggies are neck and neck. Let's go to the overhead view, and it looks like CMU A gonna hang on by just
barely.
Now that's a race right there.
That is a photo finish. Yep.
Wow. That is incredible stuff. Great job by CIAC team to get that close, getting in the 250s. That would put them, looks like just both of them probably just ahead of Pika, who were at a 252. And again, we talk about kind of some of the lack of experience and opportunities with no truck weekend. That's something where CMU probably could tomorrow, assuming they make it on, make up a lot of time, because everything coming up to there looked like they were about as fast as we'd seen through the stop sign. A really good shoot turn, almost too good of a shoot turn in the sense that it kind of blew by the Hill 3 pusher.
Well, yeah, their stop sign time was almost identical to the one Spirit A had. So perhaps if they hadn't had that roll to almost a complete stop on Hill 3, they could have put up a better time. But we never know. Definitely in the back hills, it can really just come down to your push team.
Yeah, we're going to go down to drops now, but as we watch the next couple races, something interesting to note this year is part of the course was repaved, so it's interesting to watch which teams are keeping their buggies on the paved section versus which teams are keeping the inside line on the unpaved section. So let's look at drops.
And Lord, my apologies to you. They're actually slightly behind Pika's time. Looking at the officials there, Pika staying in fourth at 2:52.10, CMU A at 2:52.37, CIAC a 2:52.69. So that means Spirit A still sitting in the top spot at 2:45.76. Second place Fringe A at 2:48.26. Third place Spirit B a 2:49.8. But still several teams to come here who have the opportunity to really move up that leaderboard. Again, your top 10 from today going to be moving on to tomorrow, trying to take home one of those top 6 trophies. And a lot of exciting buggy still to come.
Let's see, Roadrunner. It's dropping, hits the brake section, and stops. That's good to see. They go through brake release, and that looks like a clean drops from them.
Yeah, Ben, I'm not sure if there's anything you saw down there in the chute that kind of contributed to Hill 3 really missing that buggy. Was it just that fast and they kind of mistimed it, or anything
it was
you
really
noticed?
coming out very quickly, and given what we've been talking about for this year, a lot of slow practices and the lack of truck weekend, so lack of full prep. They now have a really nice hot day. The roads are getting really warm, so the buggies are keeping a lot of their speed as they come through, assuming they don't scrub any off, doing fishtails, things like that. And I think the pusher just wasn't prepared for it. Hasn't experienced a buggy at full speed like that, especially one like Jaeger that really does maintain its speed as it comes out of the chute.
Yeah. Definitely the biggest thing from today is what we're seeing is which pushers have really been able to adapt to the lack of practice and which ones for whom it's been a surprise where the buggy is at any given point in time.
Back a little bit.
Coming up next, it looks like we've got a Fringe C and SDC B. SDC are previous champions from 2025, but it's important to note that CIA put up a faster time, but they got disqualified for not having a safety representative in the follow car. For those who don't know, the lead truck and the follow truck are very, very important. Lead truck has the head judge. They're keeping an eye on the lead buggy of the race. Follow truck not only has a safety chair, but it also has a representative from each team, so that if, similar to that yellow buggy from SDC, there's a spin, there is someone from the team there who knows the driver, knows how to help get the driver out, can communicate with the driver, and help EMS if there's anything that needs to happen there.
Great. And we are, like you mentioned, SDCB, Fringe C. Going to be interesting to see what SDCB does, a team that could take the top time. In lane 1, going to be Fringe C in Bermuda. Hill 1, Ashley Hu. Hill 2, Angelina Chen. Hill 3, Hannah Jack. Hill 3, Katie Kirby. Hill 5, Abby Miller. And the driver, Veronica Shao. And SDCB will be Lust on Hill 1, Anna Zaniolo. Hill 2, Iris Huang. Hill 3, Izzy Miller. Hill 4, Rachel Pratt. Hill 5, Emma Gelman, and the driver, Lily Yang.
Gotcha. Okay. Straight to be better then. Yes. Thank you.
I'm excited to see Lust in the sun because it is such a fun paint job, such a fun color, but it's sparkly if you get it hit just right. And of course, last year we didn't get any sun for it, so.
Okay, race starting.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
We are SDCB, a chance to take that top spot, 2:45.76 the time they're going to be looking at. Fringe C already a fair bit behind them. You can see SDC a very top-rate team. And this is looking to be queen of the hill by my rough estimation here. About 22 seconds on that transition. Very smooth from 1 to 2. Looking how they will take that shove into the free roll. SDC looking good. Nice push off there and a lot of momentum for them.
Yeah.
Fringe able to make it pretty clean as well. SDC now drifting in close to that curb. Right, as you mentioned, with the kind of between the white line and the curb unpaved, some teams trying to avoid that area, really affecting lines that we might typically see. As we come here to that stop sign, minute 4, definitely the fastest
yeah,
we
by
have
about
seen
2
with that.
seconds.
And let's see
And
if
this
they
is a B
maintain that
team,
into the
so-
chute.
All right, Lust coming through, hitting that transition flag, following the truck down. Fringe nowhere to be seen at the moment. Lust hitting the chute flag, driving through, keeping a clean line, sliding a little bit, SDC drift, but maintaining a lot of speed coming through, keeping it clean out of the chute. Heading into Hill 3, Fringe coming in behind, just hitting the transition flag, coming down past the speed trap, hitting their own chute flag as SDC's Hill 3 continues up. Coming on through, Fringe keeping clean, a little stop and go on the turns, but otherwise looking a little slow coming out of the chute, but otherwise keeping it steady.
And here we are, SDC already making that 3 to 4 transition in prime position here to be able to have the fastest time of the day through qualifiers. Hill 4 all alone there, but it did look like Fringe clean through the chute there.
Yeah, you can see Fringe on the back there. They're making their Hill 3 to 4 transition right now.
And SDC just cooking. Rachel Pratt making the transition there over to Emma Gelman.
In prime position here to be able to have the fastest time of the day.
And really, really fast Hill 5 right there. You can see Pusher just cooking.
Yeah.
And we're going to be looking at the fastest time of the day. It is appearing here as we cross over 2:39, 2:40. SDCB hand on that push bar, 2:42.79, about 3 seconds faster than Spirit A, who was sitting in first place.
Yeah, great time for a B team. Let's see what their A is going to bring out in a bit. Yeah.
This is making me excited for their
I'm
A team
so
in a few
excited.
heats.
Yeah.
And Fringe getting into Hill 5.
Wow, yeah.
Hill 5 is actually
cooking
going
it.
pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking here, trying to come in under 3:15 or so for Fringe C.
Oh, Bermuda's also sparkly buggy, so you got 2 sparkly buggies in this heat.
Finally taking advantage of the first time we have a sunny day.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
For
As
forever.
As a driver on the back hills, though, that sun is blaring into your eyes up 3, 4, and 5, so it can be pretty hard to keep the buggy straight, but the drivers today have been doing a great job holding their steering.
It's a 3:32 from Fringe, which will put them just out of 10th place, unfortunately. Puts them around Apex D's time right now. We'll see what the official time is.
Yeah, still a nice shoot for Fringe C. Looks good. Let's look at drops for our SDC B team now.
Yeah. Well, Fringe A put up a good time, so
Yeah.
this is what we would expect from Fringe C. And yep, we got SDC B's official time. It's a 2:43.49, which is about 2 seconds faster than Spirit A. That puts them in the lead so far. But again, we've still got several A teams coming up. We've got DGA, SDCA, CIAA, and Apex A.
Lots of
So we
A's.
can expect, and CIAB, which honestly
Is almost
fast
an
enough,
A.
basically an A team.
SDC looks like first drops has been successful. We'll watch for the next couple few.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting for some things like, for example, CMU A. You know, we were kind of speculating on how much time
They can make
they
up.
could make up, but they're in 6th place right now. There's enough teams they could conceivably be bumped down
Out of
to
day
10th.
2.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking earlier kind of about the strategy for today is just get through or try and go as fast as you can and as cleanly as everybody seems to be rolling so far. You know, CMU A maybe on the precipice of not making it on to tomorrow.
Yeah, well, of course, one of the hard parts about race day is that some of the violations don't get caught really on the above cameras.
Yep.
They're little things, transition violations, start
Follow
line
car.
stuff, follow car. And so sometimes we'll get some disqualifications or time penalties that we don't know about until after the results from judging are released. And so there are times that teams sitting in that 11th, that 12th place get bumped up into day 2 because a team that's faster than them makes a mistake.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we can't always see.
Right.
But there are people who's specifically keeping an eye out for those, and so we'll find out later today.
And
Yeah.
Elena, hearing you say we have a day 2 is one of the happiest things I've heard today. This is probably the first time in, 4 years we've had a...
2023 had
Yep.
a day 2.
Day 2, true. First
2023
time in a
was also
while we've
hot.
had a day 2 for race day, which is really exciting for all the drivers and pushers who want a second chance at,
Redemption.
improving their times.
Yeah, well, it makes it interesting for teams because, of course, the strategy piece gets much more complicated with a day 2 when you don't want to accidentally, flat spot your best wheels on drops or burn out your best pusher. Things even like pushers at trying to get to that Hill 5 push bar and stuff.
Yeah.
But these teams really haven't had the chance to practice what that strategy is. So we'll see a lot of teams probably doing something for the first time.
Right. And especially with no truck weekend, it's just a compounding lack of experience just sort of due to the fickle nature of Pittsburgh and our beautiful beautiful weather here. Look at that leaderboard. SDCB taking that top spot. Again, top 10 moving on to tomorrow. SDCB looking good there. A couple seconds faster than Spirit A, Fringe A, Spirit B, Pika A, Signu A. But still 4 races remain. This one coming up here, we have Spirit C and DGA. DG, like we've mentioned, really exciting to see them, what we're going to be seeing with Banta. So go ahead and introduce them, and then we can talk about that. So in lane 1, Spirit C in Zook. On hill 1, Kariana Bartley. Hill 2, Kelly McDowell. Hill 3, Ivy Eccles. Hill 4, Imani Smith. Hill 5, Cadence Ching. And the driver, Audrey Shu. And in lane 2, DGA will be debuting Banta, one of the dark horse teams in this race. On hill 1, Maya DeSisto. Hill 2, Grace Fugino. Hill 3, Ariana Martinelli. Hill 4, Josie Clayton. Hill 5, Molly Coyne. And the driver, Ines McCare.
And Inez is an extremely veteran driver. She's been with DG. I don't know if this is her 3rd or her 4th year, but
A while.
Banta was basically built for her in particular, to her dimensions. And so it's really exciting to see it out. And just like we saw DGB earlier, their pushers were quite good, but that buggy rolled incredibly slowly. And so we might be seeing something exciting out of them with Banta, because Banta will probably roll like a non-2004 loaner buggy.
Exactly. Exciting to see DG once again with a 2nd buggy out, and they've worked really hard in this one. Paint job's really cool, so excited to see them out on the course.
And we've also got Spirit C, which currently Spirit D is in the top 10, and so we can expect Spirit C to be somewhere in that top 10 as well. Most likely Spirit D will probably get bumped out as we get all these A teams coming up, but depending on how high of a time Spirit C puts up, which could be all the way up to 5th place, given where their B team is, we could see a Spirit A, B, and C all making day 2.
Yeah, so far they've looked very fast, good driving, just really, I think, some of what we were imagining before, this is the teams that have a lot of history and experience are going to do well, not having had the truck weekend, and Spirit so far living up to that as we see some of these experienced teams, but it also leaves the door open for someone who doesn't have a ton of history like DG. So let's see what time they're able to put up, looking to collect some hardware this year, but they got to make it to day 2 first.
Oh. It's looking like we might not have a buggy for DG. Here's their buggy.
Yeah, and you hate to see that from DG coming
That's
out late.
rough.
And yeah, that will be
They'll most
violation
likely
next
be a
week.
DQ.
Yeah.
It's good that they're at least racing though, so we'll get to see Banta and the 18 pushers getting their transit.
How much speed they can have in that. You really hate to see that. Pacing closely with Spirit C.
Yeah, despite the delay, they're passing.
Yeah.
You can
See
see
their D team.
the quality right there of their pushers. Really nice work right there by Grace Fugino in Hill 2.
Oh, and that was a good shove off right there from her. Mm-hmm. Spirit close behind.
Close behind, but there's definitely gaining a gap that DGA pushers were able to add in.
And yeah, Banta looking good. A lot of speed there. Again, most likely a DQ run for them, just with the way the buggy was not quite out there. But nonetheless, they're rolling nicely, even with a little bit of a wonky start.
1:10.
1:10.
That was about Pika A Spirit B time ish. So we should see them putting up somewhere
Banta
in
getting
there.
the transition flag coming in. Zook not far behind. Band-Aid coming out now, hitting the chute flag, starting her turn, taking it very slow, a little wobbly on the tail. That single wheel there, dragging a little bit. Spirit coming in, it's drifting a little bit, but holding clean, holding true. Let's see if they can keep it through the turn. Zook making it clean, making a nice straight line out of the chute, not going as wide as typically some Spirit goes.
That's good. We talked a little bit about buggies that one little error can lead to that. Spirit's buggies are definitely one of those. Those drivers have absolutely no room for error, and so the fact that we've been seeing such clean rolls with Spirit today has been a real,
Really impressive.
yeah,
Yeah.
real credit to their drivers.
DG very smooth on the hill 3 there, 4 to 4 transition. Even if this time won't count, you know this team wants to put up a good time just so they can say, hey, look, we built this buggy, we put together what would have been a qualifying time. Hate to see that with them not quite getting out there in time, but looking to be competitive with whatever this final result is as they get into that 4 to 5 transition with 2 minutes 25 seconds on the clock.
This hill
there.
5 is flying. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
they've got some really impressive pushers out here. Looking to be one of the fastest hill 5s we've seen today, just in terms of really good momentum, really good control.
Close to the buggy as well.
And let's see what they crossed the finish line at.
Yeah, 2:48.64, so that would put them right around 4th place or so with the qualifiers again. Most likely not going to stand because of the buggy getting set down late and kind of that wonky start. Spirit C in kind of the battle of the C teams putting up a 3:08, which would have them in 8th place right ahead of Apex C.
Which is what we predicted about that Spirit C might. Right now, Spirit has all 4 of their teams in the leaderboard, which is incredible.
Incredibly
It shows
impressive.
really good depth, and it also shows how well, despite the lack of truck weekend, they know their pushers and their buggies. Because one of the rules in buggy is that your A team needs to be faster than your B team needs to be faster than your C team, and so forth. And so you have to make sure that you're putting your fastest pushers on A team and your next fastest pushers on B team. And same deal with your buggies. Your fastest buggy needs to be on A team.
And this is harder to do than you'd expect, you know. Some of the times are pretty close to each other, so.
Yeah, and so the fact that Spirit has had 4 teams all so close in time, but all still properly separated, just kudos to the organization for pulling that off so well.
Now we're looking at drops for DGA.
And
looks like a clean drops for the first part. There's always with our braking tests the first major brake and then the second, third, and fourth smaller brakes to ensure that the brakes are working well. So taking a look at that now.
Yeah, and it's a real shame about DG, but anytime there's a new buggy, and we'll see this throughout the years from all the other works as well, especially without having a ton of spring rules opportunities, weird stuff can happen on race day because you just haven't worked on this buggy. Before a race, inside those trucks, there are people loading that driver in the buggy, clipping them in, putting the wheels on, getting the hatch on, getting everything ready, putting the goggles on the driver. And there's so much that happens so fast. And with the buggy that you've worked with for 20 plus years,
it's easier.
Smooth, easy. But with a new buggy and new clip-ins and stuff, sometimes one little thing can happen. And a rope gets caught, something happens, and then all of a sudden you're running late.
Yeah, and it's kind of what we talked about earlier, right, where you want to put up a fast time today, maybe you're not leaving anything off, and so you're waiting till as late as possible so those wheels stay hot. So the driver's not just sitting in there forever. And a small miscalculation, because really what that ended up being was 3 or 4 seconds, which felt like an eternity kind of watching Hill 1 waiting for that buggy to come out. But with the 10 minutes of gun to gun, that's 3 or 4 seconds makes all the difference there. So great to see them make it around the course, if nothing else, in Banta.
They should be so proud of that buggy.
And they should be so proud of getting both an A team and a B team.
Yeah.
I mean,
and we're getting close here into this next heat. The 2 more remaining after this. It'll be Apex B and CIA B. But again, what we already saw with SDCB sitting in first, a solid chance CIA B may take their spot as well. In lane 2, we have Apex B in Helios. Hill 1, Mia Evans. Hill 2, Elena Bizzotti. Hill 3, Kimberly Huang. Hill 4, Camila Castello Bronco. Hill 5, Rian Kurihara, the driver, Sarah Oberg. And in lane 1, CIAB in Kingfisher. On Hill 1, Anya Rahman. Hill 2, Teresa Pham. Hill 3, Elizabeth Lee. Hill 4, Baron Selick. Hill 5, Julia Hugh. And the driver, Lucy Knox. And this, looking to be another fast one. Last year, CIAB took the second place trophy. Part of that, of course, because their A team was DQ'd because not having the individual in the follow truck. But still, this is a team that's capable of putting up fast times. Last year, they were 244.42. So that would put them in second place right now, about a second behind what SDCB put up. But again, on a nice day, good weather, good course, they've got a great shot to jump up to the top of this leaderboard right now.
Yeah. Again, CIA just has been such a deep org these past couple years. And same with Apex. We saw a pretty good time out of their C&D teams that I think it's going to be an interesting race. And I think these last couple heats are going to be really what makes or breaks this entire morning for the women's teams.
And again, all this just to make it to the top 10. The top 10 will go on to tomorrow. That final time will be what matters. And let's see, it looks like CIAB also having a little bit of trouble getting out to the course.
Oh, wow. Looks like they won't bring the buggy out at all. So we have Apex B coming up with Helios here.
Yep, and that's a do not start from CIA. We don't know the reason, but as soon as the follow car starts following the buggy, that's it.
What we saw with DG earlier, they were able to get the buggy out in time, but CIAB unfortunately not.
And that's pretty incredible, back to back. Two teams not getting the buggies out on the course, especially when the early morning was so smooth. CIA's already gotten a C team and a D team.
A bit of a wonky transition for Apex, but it looks like that Hill 2 pusher is doing a good job picking up some speed. And this is Helios, their last year's build.
Glistening in the sun as it goes down.
Yeah, good push
nice
off.
Hill 2.
Yeah, and that's one of those things we were talking about earlier too with, Sig New maybe getting knocked out. All of a sudden you have 2 do not starts and, maybe they're feeling a lot safer now in that top 10, getting to move on to tomorrow. Apex B looking to be one of those teams who's moving on, especially with the couple of DQs there. Not the fastest roll that we're seeing out of them, but again, there's room on that leaderboard. A minute 18 from them. That's feeling a little bit slow for them, perhaps as they come into the chute.
Sarah and Helios coming down just past the transition flag, keeping it nice and clean, going straight, rode all to herself, no one else in sight, as we saw earlier. Coming through the chute, keeping it straight. Yeah, a little slow there where you nailed it. Coming in real nice and smooth, but definitely a little slow as she's coming out of the chute. Let's see how far she gets up the hill. The push is ready at the bottom. I think she's going to get maybe just a little bit burned. Nope, she's got it. She got it.
Well.
Yeah, it looks like with all the momentum lost, a pretty deep pickup, but
Nice
a
and
necessarily
clean.
deep pickup there for Apex B. Again, no CIAB here. They did not get their buggy out in time. So Apex going to be all alone here on the back hills, trying to put up a time. Looks like, 3:18, the time to beat to just get into the leaderboard for that top 10, and definitely potential for that here as they're cruising up here on this hill for preparing for the 4-5 transition. After this, we have 2 more races remaining with your prohibitive favorites, CIAA, SDCA. Then we'll have a little bit of a break, some exhibition, and then the races will be coming up. But much to be decided yet here on the women's side. Apex B, Hill 5, taken over. She is flying. She is chugging along there. trying to get on to day 2, make it with their B team.
This is looking to be just a little bit out of placing for Apex, but all they have to do is beat their own C team right now.
Yeah, and let's see, 3:18, the time they're going to need to beat. Looks like they're going to be slightly slower than that. A 3:22.72. So they were actually like 7 seconds slower than their C team. Not sure if something funky happened there. Yeah, because Apex C was a 3:15.94. So gotta imagine something got a little funky over there.
Well, that's something that the judge will look at, but there is a rule, again, about the order. But sometimes things happen, like a mechanical issue that makes a buggy slow, and that's not what a ranked DQ or the ranked rules are about. They're about not having teams stack their push washers incorrectly so that when they have their heats selected, those times are good. Because sometimes your B team gets at a later time in the day than your A team, and the roads are going to be warmer. It would be really nice if you could just put your A team in your B team slot, but that's not allowed. But we'll see from here what happened later. It'll get announced whether or not that's going to be a violation on Apex's end. And then, I mean, back to CIA, we've been talking all day about how missing track weekend has affected things. And most of the time, Truck Weekend is when these teams practice their full race day carryout. They're putting their heated wheels on, getting the driver run really fast.
Getting the pushers practice and timing the pushers so we can know if these alphabet DQs are happening. And when we refer to alphabet DQ, that's when A, B, and C isn't in that order of fastest to slowest.
Yeah.
Looks like Apex is doing great on their brake test here for safety.
Just another thing to kind of keep in mind, right? CIAA, not this heat, but the one coming after that. Who knows what happened with B, but you gotta imagine maybe a little bit chaotic in the truck right now of like, what do we gotta do to make sure our 18 buggy is out there and ready, especially after, we can speculate for a million years, but you gotta imagine that's just a bit of a shock to the system of like, we didn't get our B team out there.
Teams always try to time it so that their wheels are heated for as long as possible to, maximize their race times, but ultimately making sure that buggy's out on time is important. So
yeah, and up here we have your reigning defending champion SDCA gonna be coming up, and we got a little package here for you to meet that team looking to have back-to-back titles.
Oh, you want a villain? Let me show you how I evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? Show you all my devil. Sharpshooter, lethal, top of foot, shit like an eagle. Welcome all your whistles, I'm a machine. Diesel, gotta crush you all beneath me. You bitches in my pot, you drooling for a squeaky. I squash you like a bug. Battlefield grease, stick my nuts into your peach. Dead dog deceased, like wow. Ain't the town blue, right? It's all around you. Ain't the town blue.
SDC ready! SDC roll! Phenomenal!
Very nice, SDC.
yeah, nice to see a hype video right before we get to see their A team going out.
And last year they were in Bain. They put up a 2:39.06, looking to top that here. Obviously, last year CIAA had a little bit of a faster time, so they want to definitively beat them this year. They're going to be rolling Paranoia here in this A-team race. On Hill 1, you have Izzy Nerad. Hill 2, Ellen Angwin. Hill 3, Kate Bergen. Hill 4, Elizabeth Schaefer. Hill 5, Taya Spellmeyer. And the driver, Elizabeth McBride.
Yeah, well, we're really excited to see from SDC. We just did talk about how SDC buggies tend to be some of the ones where you can have spin-outs really easily, but Elizabeth McBride is a really experienced
close to
driver.
70 or 70 plus rolls this year. It's
She's
crazy
one of
levels.
the top driver numbers this
That's
year,
committed.
so hopefully it'll go well.
And SDC, the well-oiled machine they are, we see the Buggy there on the course, ready to go. They're running alone in this heat, and that's one of those things. Sometimes you want someone else to kind of motivate you, but they have all the space in the world. The door is wide open for them to take that top time. Looking very fast so far on Hill 1 into that 1-2 transition. Hill 2. Keeping it close to the Buggy, a lot of speed being maintained, holding on deep.
Good Hill 2.
That was a really deep shove off. She stayed with that Buggy a really long time.
Yeah, Ellen's one of those pushers who's been doing Hill 2 for a while, and she's doing a great job for SDCA out there. Rolling smoothly with Elizabeth out here on the course.
We'll see which line she chooses to take. It sounded like staying right on the edge of the paved section, trying to get the shortest line possible.
Being affected by these road conditions here, but on the paved side, a lot of speed. They're coming to their stop sign at just under 104, fastest time we have seen today, and another opportunity to make up time in the chute.
104 was actually pretty
Paranoia
much
coming
what
down
they're
into the
beating
chute,
at.
past the transition flag, coming to hit the chute flag, coming in nice and clean, keeping it straight, a little bit of drifting there, but otherwise holding steady, straight, nice and clean through the chute. Coming into Hill 3, keeping a lot of speed as it goes up into Hill 3. Pusher waiting halfway up the hill. Going to be a good catch there.
Yep, and a wonderful job from Elizabeth out there on the chute.
Great job from that pusher.
Yeah.
Really knew where the Buggy was going to be. Something we haven't seen from all the teams today.
No,
so
SDC got
really
some
lovely
good
to see.
practice out there, yeah.
Yeah, no, this so
Nice Hill
far,
4.
SDC is looking to be putting together the most complete roll of the day. Every element looking good. The time to beat for first place, a 2:43.49. They want to have that top spot going in tomorrow. They want to have that top spot at the end of tomorrow, and this will go a long way towards determining that. The 3-4
Nice transition.
and that Hill 5 is flying. That is Taya Spellmeyer trying to get somewhere in that 2:30 range, establish themselves as the top team, looking to repeat as champions this year, wanting to qualify in first place and putting together a very, very competitive run here. Hand on that push bar, 2:33.61, 10 seconds ahead of their B team, clearly taking that number one spot. CIAA still to come in what has turned into a great rivalry over these past few years, but they put up a fast time that's about a second, like 6 seconds faster than their winning time from last year for SDCA. In top form, pretty much every element of that roll looking great.
Had some good speed coming into the chute. One of the faster ones at 35 miles an hour, but not the fastest we've seen. So there are still some faster teams to come potentially.
And I think this is, again, back to the variance between how fast your Buggy is and how fast your pushers are. They had pretty much the same stop sign time as their B team, but then a 10-second difference at the finish line.
Really makes a difference with the pushers and the back hills there. Yeah,
for sure.
I think, too, that chute line, about as good as we've seen today. Really barely any momentum lost, and you can see, too, that Hill 3 pickup just absolutely perfect.
I mean, Will referred to SDC as a well-oiled machine right before this race started, but I think that was probably the most well-oiled race or heat we've seen today. Now, to be fair, we've got one more heat coming up. They could be even better, but that was as clean as anything. Really great to see.
Really nice to see our 18s out here. We'll have our final race in a little bit with women's heat 12. But
yeah, that one, 2 A teams actually coming out, Apex A and CIAA. You do expect separation there, but again, when it's 2 A-team buggies out on the course, you never know what's going to happen, especially with CIA already not having their B team come out here. You got to imagine.
As an update, looks like SDC is doing their drops test. They passed the first one. We're going to watch the next couple, and then we'll see the team at the end. Okay, looks good for SDC.
and that ever important, because if you don't get that, the time does not
Does
matter.
not count.
Yeah, you got to think CIA right now locking in, trying to make
Yep.
sure they get Goldfinch out there. That will be racing against Apex A in Solaris. Apex A will be in lane 2. On hill 1 will be Charlotte Savitz. Hill 2, Tegan Duncan. Hill 3, Nadia Getty. Hill 4, Claire Swift. And Hill 5, Sam Leong, with the driver Mia Evans. And CIAA, after a DQ last year, but the fastest time, they are trying to come out, qualify in first, and take back the title in what has become a great battle between them and SDC. They're going to be in lane 1 here in Goldfinch. On hill 1, Anya Pepper. Hill 2, Justine Katz. Hill 3, Anna Prouty. Hill 4, Jasmine Chow. And hill 5, Pauline Zhuang. And the driver, Amber Chang.
Yeah, and Amber's another one of those incredibly experienced drivers.
Incredibly experienced.
So we should be seeing a really good line out of her. Hopefully no issues through the entire free roll.
Yep. Goldfinch is a nice buggy, so it'll be nice to see that out. Here we're seeing Apex Women's A, Solaris on the screen. Another fast buggy.
And it's important to note that I believe Apex's drivers this year are all pretty new. Their head driver is a sophomore, and I think this Mia driver is a freshman. So hopefully things will go well for them.
And gotcha. And right, talking about these teams, experience, and all that, we've got video here for CIAA. Going to show you their team again, gunning for that title. CIA, you see them sitting there prepped on the course, so they made sure to have their A team ready. Apex A out there as well. As the streets beginning to fill out, you see a lot of those CIA alums in the no parking hoodies ready to cheer on their team, trying to take that first place spot.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we go.
Little pop whip Apex.
The final heat, pending any re-rolls of these women's prelims. CIAA looking to beat a time of 2:34.03 to qualify in that top spot, and they are looking good so far through that first hill. Really going up there. Pretty similar time to SDCA. Nice transition. It's clean with Goldfinch. Apex A making the transition, but CIAA well ahead, holding on pretty deep, and a good shove
Nice
off
shove.
into the free roll.
Wow, fast from CIA, looking quite good.
Buggy's in the free roll now.
And there goes Apex, shove into the free roll. Good job there.
Okay, CIA, one of these teams that we were talking about earlier, choosing the close line rather than, going back to the paved road. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
we trust Amber to make some decisions.
We trust Amber.
Yeah, but that's one of those things, right, where everything was so tight with the SDC roll. A lot of it will come down to execution and those little seconds here and there.
Maybe something that would contribute. See as Goldfinch coming into the transition flag, passing the monument, coming down. I see SDC in the back.
Apex.
Back on there. Apex, thank you. Goldfinch coming in into the shoot turn, keeping it nice and steady. Those big wheels carrying through, keeping it very clean. Some of those covers wobbling there might be causing some delay. Apex now coming in, taking a turn a little late there. Keeping an eye on the big bump there. Apex tends to take it a little wider than most others, as they do.
And CIA well into their hill 3. Looked like a really nice shoot turn, as you were saying. A lot of momentum maintained. Not too many shoves there on that 3rd hill. They're into the 4th hill, and this is going to be pretty tight between them and that time. SDC put up the 2:34.03. Apex A fair bit behind there, but CIAA wants to claim that top spot through qualifying here. Again, the top 10 make it on to tomorrow. 2:34.03, the time to beat as they make that transition. Hill 4 to Hill 5, and they are moving fast. That is Pauline Zwang pushing on Hill 5, trying to give it everything that she has in order to qualify in first place. This is going to be close. Again, a 2:34.03, the top time being put up by SDCA. Will CIAA top that? No, they will be just behind it, a 2:35.1, and Apex A looking to move on to day 2 as well. 2:46, 2:47, putting up a solid time for their A team as they're flying in their hand, getting on the push bar at a 2:56.99.
It's a little behind CIAC here, but that'll be good enough to get them into the finals for Apex A.
Yeah, for 10th place. Well, too, though, we still have DG's time on there.
That's true, that's true. So it looks like Spirit Seal still
looks like
stay
Spirit
in the
Seal make
finals.
through, so that's great to see for Spirit that they're getting 3 teams onto day 2. Again, all these pending, video review and chairmans and judges and safety and all kinds of terms like that. But we're seeing that team right there, CIA, with a 2:35.5, so about a second and a half behind SDCA.
That speed there could be contributed from their slower speeds coming down past the monument. We saw CIA at just under a 34, and Apex right behind them at about a 33.7. Compared to SDC's previous 35.
Right, and I mean, you'll mention you trust Amber in the driving. Interesting just to see kind of that swerve in towards really right by the curb and then moving back out towards the white painted line.
Yeah.
I'm sure, again, something prompted that, but that's another area where, with that second and a half, potentially a lot to be made up from that. And the drop test looking good so far.
Still nice to see our SDC and CIA women's A teams are so close to each other. This will make for a really interesting finals tomorrow. So.
Yep. And I've got just a little announcement I heard from head judge that DGB, that's their B team in Insight, will be doing a reroll, so we should expect to see that soon. But in the meantime, I believe we have a package from Apex to show who they are as a team.
So we should be coming quickly. I believe DGB getting that reroll, and I think what was the case there.
Looks like we haven't gotten CIA's A time up on the leaderboard yet, so we expect them to be in the second slot there. SDC holding on to first at a 2:34.
Cool, sweet. Just getting updates there. Just one reroll with DGB. And it looked like, if I recall, it was kind of close in the free roll there, and they may have slowed down a little bit.
Exactly. We would expect DGB to be having a faster time than what they have, so we don't know exact reason behind the re-roll, but it makes sense to see them going out again. And it'll be nice to give DGB another chance to show what they're made of. So.
Right, and their A team obviously, we're imagining they're not going to be moving on to day 2. So right now it looks like the 10th place time is a 3:08.76. That would be about 30 seconds faster than their B team had, but again, as you mentioned, significantly slower than what we thought they may have had. So a chance, the doors open for them to get at least one team on to day 2 here. Spirit C currently sitting in 11th with a 3:08.76, but with the presumptive DQ of DGA, that is the time to topple to get to tomorrow. Elena had to step off, I guess, she's course marshaling. So we got someone new in the booth. If you want to go ahead and say hi to the lovely people.
I'm Lewis Rockwell. I was the SEC head mechanic. We're about to see the DG hype video for this next race.
It's poppin'. Okay. Yeah. Poppin'. I gotta ask him. Cause if I don't, it's poppin'. I don't know. It's poppin'. Let's go. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? It's my lip gloss is cool. My lip gloss be poppin'. I'm standing at my locker and all the boys keep stopping. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? It's my lip gloss is poppin'. My lip gloss is cool. All the boys keep jocking. They chase me after school.
And DG is right off as soon as that package ending up. Again, they want to get anything faster than a 3:08.76 is going to get them on to day 2. And they're looking fast on that hill 1. Again, not the world's fastest buggy, but a really impressive looking push team as they're coming up to that transition right around 24 seconds. And that definitely puts them
Nice
in the middle of the pack of what have been qualifying teams. So this is going to be a very interesting race indeed.
Here we have one of their chairs on hill 2. Nice shove.
Huge shove. Anytime you have a time to shoot for, that gives you some extra motivation when you're pushing the buggy. So definitely expecting some fast roll here.
Yeah, and let's see again. This is where with Insight, again, maybe losing a little bit of speed versus some of their competitors in the free roll. But as far as B teams go, this is 100% a legitimate B team push team. So it's going to be a close one if they're able to make it on to day 2, something I think we'd all really like to see just with this team. And under a minute 10 on the stop sign time, so that's putting them again right in the kind of middle range of everybody who's qualified
just
so
coming
far.
through the transition flag. Coming down past the monument, keeping it nice and smooth, nice clean line as they hit the chute flag. Ooh, a quick turn after the chute flag, hitting a tight line past the bales, but holding true and steady. Not swerving around too much, keeping it nice and straight and clean, coming into hill 3. Where they're going to be picked up. Looks like the pushers there ready to go. Good pickup there. Oh, little bird.
Yeah, let's see, got a little bit behind it, but making up time pretty well. Still some good momentum. Again, just have to get in under 3 minutes 8 seconds. 3 minutes 8 seconds, 0.76. But hill 3 does, you can see there, look like they lost a little bit of the speed and momentum, and that's just a heavy buggy that they're pushing. So they got 1 minute here to get across that push line. If their push team is able to make that happen, they're going to be moving on to day 2. Spirit C, though, wanting to hang on to that 10th place position. 2 minutes, 22 seconds on the clock in this re-roll, the final roll of the women's qualifiers today. After that, we'll have a little bit of time, a robo-bike exhibition, and then the men's races as we get that 4-5 transition.
Push team is able to make that happen.
And again, these pushers have already done a whole race today. It's exhausting to have to do that twice, but they're looking to dig deep to get in and get a time, especially after their A team maybe is not going to make it on to tomorrow with the disqualification. 3 minutes 8 seconds the time to beat, and it's looking like they're going to be close to doing that as she's coming in towards that finish line. Hands on the push bar at a 3:04.64. So again, nothing is official. Definitely check these throughout the day to see what ends up with DQs, but that's looking like it's gonna be good enough to get DGB on to day 2.
So as of now, looks like the top 10 are all making it on to the next day, but just replace the DGA with DGB and you got it set. So.
Yeah. So really, all things considered, given no truck weekend, you know, the one spin out, but a very pretty clean morning of racing for the buggies that raced. Of course, the big story also going to be DGA getting out there late will be disqualified, and then CIAB not making it out onto the course, giving some room for others to go up that leaderboard. But I'll go ahead and read that out for y'all if we can take a look at that. Again, the top 10 teams going to make it on with the kind of addendum of DGB sitting in 11th place because the presumptive DQ of DGA. But they'll be sitting in 10th, in sort of 9th/10th CIAC at 252.69, 9th place CMU A 252.37, Pika A 252.10, Spirit B 249.8, DGA 249.11, assuming we won't see them tomorrow, Fringe A 248.26, Spirit A 245.76, SDC B 243.49, CIA A 235.59, SDC A 234.03. So it's going to be a real battle tomorrow between those two for who really takes the top spot. And then a lot of close times in the middle there for those top 6 trophies. We could really see anything. Any big reflections from y'all about just this morning's races, what we can expect to see tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, this leaderboard is lining up to be a really exciting day, too. I think we can expect some really exciting and crazy races tomorrow. There's no doubt about it.
The
Today,
weather tomorrow
everybody
will be quite different, though, so that'll definitely
That's
change
true.
things up with the times. So we might have seen some of the faster times today, but
Yeah,
should
but
be
the
good for
drivers,
tomorrow.
again, the drivers looked amazing today. Everybody had
people-
very clean lines overall, and I think that's excellent to see from everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's excited for that.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get immediately into Robo Buggy here, and then we'll have a little bit of a break before the men's races go ahead and take off a little bit after 10 a.m.
Yeah, we have a little message from RoboBuggy we want to talk about, so Lewis will take that over.
Sure. So RoboBuggy has some LED light codes on their buggies that'll tell you how the buggy is being driven. They're starting both on autonomous driving, so that means the buggy is going to pilot itself around the course. There's no remote control, no human involvement at all. It's completely just the buggy itself. They are going to attempt a free roll pass, so they're hoping to have a similar Hill 2 push off. And just a shout out to Nand, it has a cool fin on the shell now.
Sweet, and yeah, we're going to go ahead, watch a little bit of a hype package, then we're actually going to have a member of Robo Buggy, it sounds like, on air with us for the race to explain some of the tech and what's going on with that pass. But let's go ahead and take a look at Robo Buggy. We have the two buggies out there. We're also being joined by a member of Robo Buggy here to help explain everything that's going on. Waiting for that mic to get on, but we'll be going shortly. Awesome. And there's Carson?
Yes.
Sweet. Well, thank you for joining us, Carson. And both these buggies are rolling autonomous today. Is that correct?
Yes.
these are some serious pushers out here for Robo Buggy. They're going to be putting some real momentum here. And again, this is the moment of excitement. We are looking for Short Circuit to make that pass of NAND. And again, these rolling 100% autonomously. So these buggies, no drivers, no remote controls, nothing. They are observing the course and reacting as it goes. And you see their Short Circuit catching up a bit here as we're turning towards the stop sign, towards the monument.
And Nan's new shell looks absolutely incredible, despite the fact that it technically does break the bylaws with the sharp edges. But in Robo Buggy, it doesn't matter.
Well, Robo Buggy always has slightly different rules because safety with drivers versus safety with electronics require different,
And
rules.
let's see here, Short Circuit coming in, trying to make that pass. Let's see, we got eyes on it. They're going out a bit wide.
They're still really close. So it's a nice shot to look at.
And remember to pay attention to the LEDs on the buggy. That will tell you what mode it is in, whether it is being remote controlled or if it's being controlled anonymously.
Yeah, well, with this nice weather, we can't really even see the LEDs. But, with normal gloomy Pittsburgh rolls in the morning, it's easy to see those LEDs.
See some blue
bright.
LEDs on that.
Nice shoot
picking
turn.
Up deep in the chute, and another one coming in here.
That's a nice hill 3 pusher.
Yeah,
really
both
that is a long hill 3
both
pusher.
threes.
2.5,
Wow.
3 and a
That's
quarter.
a long 3.
Yeah. And looks like here we may be seeing that pass that we have been foreshadowing here. Short Circuit.
Okay, holding on to it.
Swerving a little bit there. The pusher getting it back into the direction it is trying to go. And let's see if it will have an opportunity to make that pass. Again, it was started a bit later with the intention of that pass coming up. And and let's see here, again, no drivers in these buggies, both completely autonomous, so they are negotiating this pass here and for the rest of these back hills entirely on their own, figuring out how to stay in a lane and all that. And it looks like that happened pretty smoothly there, obviously assisted by the pushers, but the buggy staying straight and true. And that's not something a buggy's necessarily just going to do on its own, especially with the way those roads are.
Yeah.
This Hill 5 pusher's balancing his sunglasses and push bar. It's pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah. It also does go to show how much effort drivers need to put into to even steer straight, especially on the back hills with the sun, as we were talking about earlier. Steering straight is also a challenge. It's not just default the way the buggy goes. So
coming across into 3:36. I believe that's a pretty quick time.
That is a pretty quick time.
I'm looking at
It's
the...
lovely to see both buggies finishing on the course. The team should be so proud of everything they've done this year to get these buggies out here looking beautiful and rolling beautifully.
Yeah, and so I'm looking, I believe that is their second fastest time ever. Their fastest roll being in 2018 was a 3:09.
Amazing job.
Really, really cool to see. So congratulations, Carson, congratulations, Robo Buggy there, rolling out not one, but 2 fully autonomous buggies there, getting around the course.
Not quite sure if we're going to see our brake test with these buggies, but if we do, that'll be an exciting thing to look at. These buggies, like normal buggies, still need to go through their own capabilities qualifying tests before they're allowed to roll on the course, which regards more about the electronics of the team and the safety measures taken in case electronics break down on the course. So it looks like we're seeing them line up for drops, so maybe we're going to see drops here.
And as far as I know, I believe both of these buggies have 2 different braking mechanisms. One of them is pneumatic, and the other is a aluminum block that shoots down onto the ground with a linear actuator. So it's definitely interesting to see the different methods that the robotic teams use to stop their buggies. It's very different.
These aren't methods that most of the human-powered buggies are using, but it works differently because the mass of these robo buggies is different compared to a full human.
Some historical context on drops, since we were talking about earlier. It's the proving that the brakes work after the race. Historically, if we go back, decades, there were some very competitive teams that didn't want their driver to have any chance of slowing down, so they would disable the brakes. And that was before this rule came into effect. So to make sure that those drivers were safe, they implemented this rule to be right after the race to make sure that there was no opportunity for them to re-engage the brakes or give them another chance. And later today, if you're interested in more history stuff, we do have a great presentation happening later today in the Studio Theater around 4 o'clock today.
Awesome. And that is always fascinating, whether you're a buggy nut or know nothing. Such a rich history for this sport. So here we are. We've gotten through the exhibitions. We've gotten through the women's. I think we're going to take a quick pause, swap out a little bit, and get into the men's races fairly soon. I believe those are set to start at 10:22. Oh, 6
It looks
foot
like
buggy.
we might actually be having Fringe's new buggy. I think the name for this buggy
Balsa.
is Balsa.
Balsa.
It's made primarily out of wood, and we'll be seeing that just in the Back Hills exhibition. This buggy has passed all the safety inspections like the other buggies, but for other safety reasons, this buggy will just be going on the Back Hills, but it'll still be super exciting to see a creative new design from one of our amazing Fringe mechanics out on the course this year.
Yeah, and Robo Buggy passing drops easily with both of their buggies.
Yep.
And I know I, for one, am very excited to see Balsa roll. I also built a wooden buggy when I was in college, and honestly, Balsa outdoes everything that I ever did.
Yeah,
So it's really
Balsa's
it's gonna
beautiful.
be amazing to watch. I'm so excited to see
Yep.
this thing rolling around.
If you're looking
the back
at the
hills.
live stream, you'll see some photos of Balsa up here. One important thing to note with this buggy, given its mass with all of the wood and the larger driver compared to normal driver sizes, this buggy has 2 pushers on it at all times, just because it's a lot trickier to push with one person. So super exciting if you've never seen this buggy out on the course. And we're looking back at some old photos. This Balsa reminds us of some older buggies that we've seen out on the course, and this would look like 1923. So cool to see it out.
This is a name that I probably shouldn't repeat on the broadcast for that 2013 buggy that was rolled. That was the first wooden buggy that has been rolled in recent history. And on the screen now is Gluttony. That was the buggy that I built when I was in college, also out of wood.
Yeah.
Gluttony never actually passed Capes, so Balsa's definitely gotten a little farther than I ever did. So.
Unfortunately, the braking test is quite hard to manage when your buggy is combined with driver weight over 200 pounds. So, okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And of course, the buggy is not at the start line there because we were doing back hills only.
Only
Sweeps.
Back Hills.
Looks like they're still getting set up, just coming out through the barricade now, off the bridge, heading
Okay.
up into their starting position. Heading out there, those nice big bicycle tires, holding the buggy, looking like a tractor in that John Deere paint style.
We're looking to get eyes on that. We will be rolling the, again, just the back hills. Because of that heft and kind of a different center of gravity, Sweeps did not want to go in through the free roll yet today.
Now we're seeing our 6 foot buggy.
And that looks like a actual buggy. So this will be fun to see. Balsa again, double pushers as it's getting there out into
Yep.
position.
So we're just bringing Balsa into position right now. It'll definitely roll, I think, from around the monument through the chute. But the pushers will be there throughout the entire chute. So it'll be an interesting exhibition to watch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, this buggy represents what buggy's supposed to be about. So it's about trying new designs, doing creative things, even things that seem crazy at first. To me, it really represents the spirit of what buggy's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see this thing on the course for the first time.
And having some good fun.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And so is it twin push bars on there, or is it just one really long push bar?
I don't even know if push bar was the word that I would use for this, but there are pieces of wood that you can hold on to and give it a shove. So it looks like we're looking at the buggy getting set up. Given this is the first time this Balsa has ever rolled, they're probably doing a few last minute checks, turning the buggy around here.
And popping a wheelie.
Get it going. As you can see there, the driver is sitting upright instead of laying on their chest like most of our drivers do. You can see his arms crossed in there. But once again, this buggy passed all of the Capes inspections and is doing this back hills exhibition for other safety reasons. But it's exciting to see it out there.
There are lots of different sets of pushers that I'm seeing littered throughout the course, so we're going to have a lot of different
Okay,
transitions.
looks like we're heading out with Balsa.
Shoot flag coming out.
Yeah, so a fun fact about this buggy is I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it is steered by the feet.
Yep.
So the driver is actually pushing the
Super
handlebar.
exciting stuff. Got a flag for Balsa for the shoot. Nice to see that.
It's nice to have that commanding view of the road, really.
Yep.
Okay, so that's why I was wondering why the arms are crossed.
He doesn't need to use them.
Right.
Yep.
First transition here. Making it through into the chute.
Nice. Nice shoot turn.
Picked up by some alums there.
Nice shoot turn. Alums are pushing it fast.
The power of friendship propelling that.
Trying to see if they can burn the Hill 3 pushers as well.
Heavy buggy.
Nice
right.
to see a little painted fringe logo on the back. Looks like our
bumzoid.
pushers. Yep.
In order to get this buggy uphill 3, you might actually have to replicate that logo in order to push the buggy
Yeah,
up
it looks
the hill.
like they've got some strong guys for Hill 3.
Honestly, that was a pretty smooth 2 3/4 to 3 right there.
That's well coordinated.
We've seen worse transitions previously in previous years. This is looking like a nice exhibition here. So.
Yeah. I mean, even just the fact that both pushers really got on there at the same time. We didn't even deign to put on the timer for this one, which is fair, but I don't know, maybe one day we'll have a pretty smooth.
You know, it's interesting to see the transitions because they're transitioning with not one person but to 2 other people, so it's a 4-person transition zone, which is definitely different to coordinate compared to normal 1-to-1 person transitions.
Yeah, I can't imagine they practice it that much, but they're looking really smooth.
They are looking smooth. It's like a 4.5, Hill 5.5 maybe. We have 3 pushers.
No, we got a triple push on Hill 5. One day we'll have
As
maybe
we said,
this is what's gonna take it into the
no real push bar. You just grab on there and run as you can.
Strong.
Yeah.
Coming to the finish line.
Oh, there's a push bar. Yeah. Yeah.
Bit of a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
and,
bar.
Here we go. So the 5.5 taking it
5.5
through.
finishing it strong.
Hoping these catchers don't
buggy.
get a splinter when they catch the buggy here.
Yeah, this driver might put on the brakes when he's going through the finish line, so the catchers don't need to really catch it.
Yeah, adhering to the rules though, hands on the
Yeah,
push bar.
hands on push bar, both
Congratulations to Fringe getting Balsa safely and well, not fast, quickly through that.
Yeah.
But it just like you mentioned, Lewis, it's cool in the spirit of Buggy to see something new and funky and interesting, and it's rolling and it's engineered and
Puts
it's
a
going.
smile on everyone's face to see a buggy like that out there.
And I can't emphasize enough how impressive that roll actually truly was.
Truly.
Like, it is incredibly difficult to get a buggy that's
That
built
large.
with those materials and that large with that design to pass capes. So
Seeing
the fact
the-
that they made it work, that's really a testament to their perseverance and effort to make it happen. So props to them for that.
Yeah, and I mean, those, as you see it coming now to the front hills, it's a good-looking buggy.
It is a good-looking buggy. Are we doing drops? I guess we're doing drops.
I guess so. You know, get up close and take a look at that. They've produced a beautiful piece of machinery here. We're about 8 minutes out here from the start of the men's race, as far as I know. So it should be some good stuff. So I think we'll be switching out here. I personally might take a break myself here for reasons. But if anybody wants to, I don't know, do we got folks on our WRCT?
Yeah.
Maybe throw on some
I
music
might
for a
also
few
be
minutes.
heading out to get ready for my men's race in a bit.
So sweet.
Absolutely.
So thank you everybody for tuning in, listening here. Again, we're going to take about a 5-minute pause here to get the broadcast team switched out, all of that fun stuff. I'll keep vamping here while WRCT getting set there.
Looks like drops are going well for our balsa buggy down there. Okay. I don't know how they're going to do the pull test, but, you know. It is still an exhibition, so there's no safety disqualifications here. But it's still important that the drivers, even in exhibitions, have all their safety gear working, all their brakes working, because safety is our main priority. So.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, again, like, this is such an impressive roll to watch. And I actually didn't see the results of that drop test. I'd love to see if they finished it. Looking at the
Yeah.
pushers here, they're actually having to pull the buggy up on
Yeah.
hill 1 to make sure it doesn't get out of the way. It's pretty funny to watch.
Yeah.
So wait, if the steering's with the feet,
Your hands are just.
but is the braking also with the feet?
That's a great question.
It's sort
You know,
of.
if you want to find out, you could always go over and ask. I'm sure the students that built the buggy would be more than happy to talk about.
Right, I figure this is probably less.
This is fun. You ready to rock and roll?
And it looks like we're.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Having gone around the course a couple times, doing this, I can say it is exhilarating. Unlike anything I've ever done.
Seem to be about a half a buggy length behind it. Comes into that 1-2 transition.
Flying downhill 2, just straddle
To push. And this is Audrey Sotano pushes it on.
Yo, I watched the genetics of this like 1,000 times over the course of the year. It's so weird to be here.
Separation between the two. They each just hit their second shoot flag. So here we go into the shooting. So March first ended it.
Looks like he did.
This is racing. This is something up in the back of a truck. And hello, welcome. And a little bit of a rough transition here, but we are underway right now with the first heat of the men's qualifying races. We have CIAD and Apex C, and Apex, and let's see. They had to pause there. I'm not sure if there was someone on the course.
Oh goodness.
Or what happened. Both buggies stopped right there. People, please do clear the course. I know that that maybe came a little bit unexpectedly, but it looks like they may need to be restarting there.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, we love Apex's. I don't know who's on the scooter, but they have been making sure everything runs smoothly for them the whole day.
And while we're getting word on that, definitely teams will get a re-roll here. Have some new folks on the mic, so if you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Okay, well, hi. I can start here. My name is Kat. I'm a 4th year studying here. I have been on Spirit for the past 3 years, so that is my team. So I'll be a little bit biased, but every team here is incredible, and we're ready to talk about all of them today. But I'll pass it off to Shrinish.
Yeah, my name is Shrinish. I'm a 1st year. I'm also in Spirit. First carnival, first buggy race day. Really enjoying everything. Like getting a feel for everything. Yeah.
Oh, isn't that great? We have a first carnival race day. We have a last carnival race day here for both perspectives. So we're really excited. We're going to be starting the men's heat soon, like we said. We're just going to be starting again soon once the buggies roll.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing this for, Will?
Oh, gee whiz.
We're talking about ourselves here, but you're the expert.
I have been cursed to this role for, I think this is my 17th year. I started 2010.
Wow.
I was also a freshman and knew nothing about buggy, so it will actually be great having you on here for the current student perspective, because I was really just making it up as I went.
Well, I got you beat, Will, because I'm a Brian Arsham down in the chute here. I'm the class of 2008, so I've been around. This is my 20 carnival?
20 something like that? Yeah, I don't know. I was still in high school when you graduated. So.
At least one of these people in the booth probably wasn't born yet, if I'm correct.
Ooh, it might be true.
I was in 2006, so...
2003 here.
But yeah, I'm excited. We have a really great, roster of people to bring some perspectives.
Yeah.
And with having this little bit of a pause as they're clearing the course, we'll just give a reminder to everybody here in person, please stay off the course, especially before the start of the races, for your safety, for the safety of everyone else. But after a really exciting start with the women's prelims, what are we expecting to see here on the men's side? What are some things to watch out for as we get into these races?
Well, we have some excellent teams that are going to be running today. The men's heats are always excellent. You can even see more people are coming out to the races. I see the folding chair set up right in front of me here. It is going to be one to watch. It was incredible, of course, like we said, watching Spirit get so many of their women's teams in. I think they're hoping to do it again with their men's teams as well. SDC and CIA are always the ones to watch. They've historically won past couple of years here, so seeing that rivalry in action is absolutely incredible. What are you looking forward to seeing for the first time men's heats here? We're even going to see our very own commentator run soon. So.
Yes, I will be pushing for Spirit D team. But something to look for with the men's, you saw a lot of the women's times are about like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. Men's times are like, I would say like half a minute faster, to be honest. Like, there's pretty exciting. The buggies reach like pretty much top speed. A lot of top heavy guys like, rubbing up and down. It is really a sight to see, to be honest. Like, especially like during rolls, which is our like weekly practices, or which is like kind of a mock-up of race day, but but it is quite the spectacle to watch.
It absolutely is. We have some brand new buggies even going to be on the course. We know a lot of teams have been building new buggies as well. So even if they're not out today, they will be soon. We know Spirit, we know Sig New, and we just saw the beautiful Balsa buggy from our Fringe exhibition here.
Yes.
I grew up in the country, so I felt right at home seeing that beautiful John Deere going right down the road.
And as the resident Buggy Alumni Association archivist, I can tell you this is the CMU 125, 125th anniversary CMU. That buggy looked straight out of 1923. So congratulations to Fringe on putting something together that brings the history of the sport back to it.
Absolutely. Another fun fact about history of Buggy, buggies are actually older than shopping carts. So you might have seen a buggy instead of a shopping cart at the Giant Eagle if you were going to go back.
Which is the origin of the name. And really kind of was how this started with people just shoving themselves around the hills, and they were like, oh, how about we engineer this because it's Carnegie-Mellon. But yes, like you're saying, some really exciting races to come up. I think something we saw definitely on the women's side with this was, not having had a truck weekend. For those of you just joining us, truck weekend is essentially the dress rehearsal for this. It's the first time these drivers are going at full speed. So there were a lot of questions about, how prepared people would be. And by and large, it was a very smooth, very clean morning, but there were a couple hiccups, right? DG did not get their buggy out there in time. CIA, one of the most kind of polished teams, didn't get their B team out there. So that is potential for some chaos with that coming out here today. We'll see, though. Maybe they got those hiccups out of their systems. So I am going to go ahead. Looks like we're going to get into the second heat now. I imagine that first heat will be re-rolling towards the end. So that's SDCC versus Fringe D. In lane 2, we're going to have SDCC in Vice. On hill 1, Charles Hu. Hill 2, Adi Ravidachan. Hill 3, Evan Zen. Hill 4, Max Langhorst. Hill 5, Hashim Al-Shaharaf, and the driver, Kaja Kareem. And on lane 1, Fringe D in Blackbird. Hill 1, Sam Radzawan. Hill 2, Sam Isvan. Hill 3, Quincy Stewart. Hill 4, Jordan Paglione. Hill 5, Gabriel Wimmer. And the driver, Fiona Ma.
The excitement is truly palpable. Everyone is getting ready. If you're trying to cross the road, you better do it now before someone starts yelling at you.
That's already happened. Like, I was flagging earlier. There's a couple. Yeah. It was it was something to watch. It was pretty scary.
Oh, they're bringing
everybody
the
please clear the course. We will be getting underway momentarily here. We see Vice getting out there onto the course. One of the rule changes too this year, I know more people may be tuning in, showing up. Prior years, if you were within the buggy within 5 seconds of the start, it was a full-on DQ. Now it's just a time penalty unless you're really, really there right till the last second. But it looks like both these buggies down and out well in advance of the start of this race, as we are really now about to start these men's preliminary heats. Again, the top 10 times today make it onto the finals tomorrow.
One man there is dead. One man there is
So, SDCC,
Strong
Fringe
push.
D. SDC, really a lot of depth. Interestingly here this year, only A through C teams on the men and women's side, but they are really quality pushers, A through C, and you can see that here. One of the real heuristics we use is the stop sign time. What time are they getting up to the stop sign? That looked like about a 17-second there. Fringe D, well
SDC
behind.
chasing after it as well. Good, pretty good push off. He had to chase after it a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah, and that's one of those things you'll notice, the C team versus an A team or B team is some of that experience, but SDCC looking good in the free roll. One of the things we really saw during the women's races, as you can see, the actual driving lane is paved, but the space between the white line and the curb is not. So a lot of teams taking wider lines than they otherwise might have historically, and how that might affect times here. But SDCC looking good at that stop sign. Another one of the real benchmarks, about a 102 there, which is quite fast for a C team.
Absolutely.
And now Vice coming, taking the transition flag. This is Khadija Kareem, a sophomore philosophy major, coming up to the shoot flag now. Is Blackbird just hitting the transition flag very soon. Here's the shoot turn for Vice coming in. Taking a midline here, looking nice and clean. Much nicer than the women's heat where she spun through cleanly, straight through. Blackbird taking the shoot turn now, also coming in cleanly. Has an inside line, has maybe a little bit more speed than Vice, it looks like, but not too different. But a nice pickup there on hill 3.
Absolutely, and they're off for the back hills. Hill 3 having a clean push is incredible and is so important to maintain all that speed. SDC is widening the gap here between Fringe, but looking like a really great shove off here. Fringe is having a great Hill 3, so they'll catch up here hopefully.
You see the transition, pusher coming in, Fringe, D. Yeah, that was a great transition. He has a lot of ground to make up, but it's looking like he has a strong body. He's gonna get up there.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, right? The team's trying to get a top 10 time, really smooth transition there from 4 to 5. It looks like SDCC really going to have a time to beat and just setting a high watermark this early on in the race. Fringe D, obviously one of those things a lot of people, maybe mechanics or other folks who are involved, and just want to see them out there. But SDCC coming up close towards that finish line, hand on the push bar, 2:37, and they came through flying. Just for perspective, last year,
that is quite a starting time for a C team. SDC is not coming to play. They want to get as many of their teams as possible into qualifiers on Saturday. This is one of the rare times that we actually have 2 days of rolls, and it is not raining in Pittsburgh. It's beautiful, so we're really going to get those qualifying rounds tomorrow.
Yeah, and looking at last year, all that said, waiting for that time to be official again. None of this is official until it's reviewed and all of that fun stuff. But looking at that 2:37 compared to last year, that would have been around a 15th place time. So may not actually be enough for day 2. Again, it's so hard to compare apples to apples.
It is, and it's the first race of the day too. So you really can only go up from here, one might hope, but really incredible. And they're getting the buggies down to go do their drops test. For those who have just tuned in, who are not aware of what a drops test is, that is to make sure that the brakes are working correctly on the buggy. That way they have all of the points of safety that are necessary to make sure they can stop in the chute should anything happen. So you got to make sure that your brakes work immediately after. That way you can safe. If the drop tests don't work, there's some DQs can happen.
Yeah. I guess another thing that I was kind of curious about, you notice that SDC has kind of a trike formation with one front wheel, 2 back wheels. Fringe kind of has the opposite of that, and they do that with all their buggies. They have a reverse trike, which is 2 front wheels, 1 rear wheel, run rear wheel, excuse me. And it's something to take note of. There's so many buggies across all the teams have different building styles. It's curious to watch and see how each one plays out. Yeah.
Absolutely, and the way that they're designed and painted also comes to really reflect the character of the team themselves. Some teams really love to focus on maintaining their paint job, making sure they keep that same iconic look year over year. Some teams like to keep it fresh. They repaint their buggy every single year, such as Spirit, our team, but every single buggy looks beautiful, has great character. So we can see that Blackbird is here. They're going through their drops test, so we'll see what happens for them. All right, it's looking good.
And one of the alumnus here, Ben Brown, has a speed trap out on the free roll, so we're getting actual speeds for the buggies here. Vice came in at about 27 miles an hour into the chute. Blackbird was flying a little bit faster, 32.5 miles per hour.
Wow. And that's why the heat selection, where you place these buggies, is so important, because you can have the buggies so close together, one going faster than the other, so having those degrees of separation to keep everything safe is great. Oh, and it looks like we have a crowd cam going.
Oh, yeah.
Shirley trying to find some more cute dogs, more cute kids.
There's one.
She looks ready to go get in a buggy. Oh. And we switched to a dog. Oh, look at him.
No, it is a pitch perfect day out here, which I think everyone deserves after these past few buggies. I mean, look at that. We got some beautiful drone shots like this. I know the Masters is going on right now, but this looks better than Augusta National.
Exactly.
You got Phipps right there glowing in the sunlight.
Shenley Park, gorgeous as always. You might be able to spot some deer if you look really close.
If you're in the Pittsburgh metro area and you are listening, come on out. It is the perfect day to watch some buggy. Just a beautiful day here at Carnegie-Mellon University. And right here in this race, we're going to have Apex D and Fringe A Apex D going to be in lane 2 in Scorch. Hill 1's going to be Ethan Lee. Hill 2, V. Pranshath. Hill 3, Charlie Stanzak. Hill 4, Anthony Montoya. Hill 5, Wesley Kane. And the driver, Jadelyn Ho. And in lane 1, we have Fringe A, our first A team we're seeing today in Beetle. On Hill 1 is Alexander Nelson. Hill 2, Marco Sung. Hill 3, Kevin Humphreys. Hill 4, Pravna Rabjabari. Hill 5, Brendan Ray. And the driver, Carolyn Kisnowski.
It's really incredible how much work goes into all of these races leading up to 2 days. A whole year's worth of work can lead up to 2 minutes, as one of our alumni really says. So all of this work, all of this preparation is incredibly important. One of the little known facts about what you have to do to get this beautiful park, these beautiful roads ready, is you actually have to go and sweep the roads, make sure there's no bottle caps, acorns, stray geese out on the roads, that these buggies are uninterrupted and they are just ready to go. Apex looks incredibly prepared. They are out there already.
Yeah, it looks like about 15 seconds here, so Fringe coming in and cutting it close. But that being said, Fringe pretty much perfectly timing that one, getting it down outside of the 5-second mark, and their A team is looking fast right here.
You see that cape billowing in the
Fringe being one of those teams hasn't exactly lived up to their potential the past few years there, but a nice Hill 1 right about 20 seconds. Going to put them closely in line with SDC there, but this is an A-team buggy, and the free roll is one of the places where you really can make up some time there.
Could have had a stronger follow through on the shove, but it's always so important to not hold the buggy back that you would almost trade off a weaker shove just to make sure you're not holding onto the push bar.
Yeah, and they're maintaining some good speed here into that free roll. Again, noticing these lines that are changed up a little bit, staying a little further away from the curb, taking advantage of that recently repaved road. Coming in just under 1 minute at the stop sign time, putting them slightly ahead there of what we saw from SDC. Apex
and we got
their Scorch coming through.
We got Beetle taking the transition, coming down to the chute now. Caroline Kisnowski, a sophomore Mechie, making the chute turn, takes the flag, turning in a bit of a late turn, but normal for Fringe down the middle, pretty smooth. Scorch right behind, making the turn in, also looking pretty smooth. Tiny scrub in the chute, but otherwise looking fine.
Apex had a little bit tighter to that inside line, but that's okay. Fringe styles
a really nice pickup right there by Fringe A, right in step. That was something we saw Burn Sigmund New earlier today. Bad Hill 3 pickup, but Fringe A, you can tell this is an A team, and they got some strong pushers there on the back hills. Again, this is a team that wants a trophy, a team that has been in a bit of a transition phase the past few years, but looking to come out strong here and put up a very respectable time as we're here on the back end of Hill 4.
Absolutely. They definitely have, Fringe definitely has the character of an underdog, but they want it just as bad. We can see Scorch is coming in.
And here we are looking to finish up, again, top 10 teams make it into tomorrow, but Fringe looking to put up a much faster time than what we saw so far with SDC.
Hands are on the push bar.
On the push bar there, coming across 225.51.
What a time.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see the sea of people, the teams, all at the end, ready to catch their buggy. Those are their friends, those are their hobbies, their work, all in one. So you got to make sure you catch it, and make sure to keep things safe.
Apex D coming across there at about a 2:41. That's a very respectable time for them, considering SDCC put up a 2:37. You got to feel good as Apex with your D team coming close to that. Fringe A looking to get their official time, but last year in the finals they put up a 2:27, so looking to be a couple seconds faster than that. That got them 9th place last year, so looking to be likely a qualifying time as we got the dog cam up there.
And we're already heating up in the chute, those two chute speeds. You had Beetle coming in at the, I think, second fastest today. with a 34.27 miles per hour.
Oh, wow.
And Squirt's right behind it, the 33.5.
That's
so
excellent.
we're looking to see some fast times here in the shoot today on the men's side.
Absolutely.
And hopefully pretty clean, similar to the women's. I mean, women's only had one minor spin. Everything else looking clean, and you do see some weak tire marks down here from Fringe and Apex. You'll start to see more of those throughout the day.
Well, the
a nice
buggies
vantage
are-
up here of that.
The buggies are quite fast and furious, are not to be underestimated in any circumstances. We're definitely seeing some strong buggies. We're going to see some strong pushers later as well. Pika has historically been known for strong pushing, especially on their hill ones. Spirit is known for their back hills. Signu is looking to be an underdog as well, so lots more to come, and of course the historic SDC and CIA rivalry.
Right, and I mean, too, Ray, SIGAP obviously an interesting spot, but last year they put up what was the second fastest time. What are we going to see from them? I do think as well this is going to be a really interesting race coming up. Y'all's team Spirit B versus Apex A.
Oh, well,
and,
of course.
You know, you talk about pushers, obviously. Spirit really strong there. Apex, a team that's come on strong over the years, but right, they just had a D team out. There are 8 teams out here. Maybe a little bit of chaos there. We could have some excitement up and over the hill, on the back hills, depending on these push teams. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. Spirit also has a lot of teams have gotten new freshmen or sophomore drivers. We have actually maintained a good proportion of our drivers. They're veterans. They've been out in the field for some time. So we're looking to see some really clean lines, maybe even get some higher speeds there from Spirit.
I do remember some, from CIA. It's like last year, their drivers were like 1 senior and 3 freshmen. Now we're seeing a similar trend with them as well. Like their head driver's also sophomore, just like us.
A lot of teams have gotten new freshmen or sophomore.
Yeah, so we're looking at these drops. The drops are looking good, but Apex going to be rolling their A team, so let's go ahead and see their hide package and meet this team celebrating their 15th anniversary.
Like from CIA, it was like last year their
Aye, oh, let's go. Aye, oh, let's go. Aye, oh, let's go. Aye, oh, let's go. The moment in the straight line. You're going through a tight one. You keep the listen that mind. Let's creep up.
And Apex celebrating their 15th year this year, which is pretty incredible. If you see their Buggy shirts for this year, they have Apex's learner's permit on the back. And their A team last year did not finish. They actually had a spin out. So hoping to put up a top time. You know, they've put up a very deep roster. They're building every year. Kind of the final step for them is to really put together a team that can get you a top 3 super competitive time. They're going up against, of course, Spirit B, who will be in lane 2 in Invisit. On hill 1, they have Edward Lay. On hill 2, Amari Boxill. Hill 3, Benjamin Park. Hill 4, AJ Abels. Hill 5, Tristan Marceau. And the driver, Macy Chia. And in lane 1, Apex A in their brand new Buggy Kerosene. On hill 1, you have Robert Puris. Hill 2, Frazier Hoke. Hill 3, Andrew Bank. Hill 4, Luca Cyrus. And hill 5, Ryan Bakshi, the driver, Emma Bigler.
All right, this is going to be a potentially close race with an excellent A team and an excellent B team as well, if we do say so.
And don't forget about that new buggy.
A good A team, a good B team. This could be very interesting up and over the hill. And so far we're seeing that Spirit B a buggy length or so ahead of Apex A as we're getting into that hill 1 Hill 2 transition. Looking to be maybe the fastest Hill 1 time we've seen so far. 18 seconds. Both teams transitioning about simultaneously there, but you see Spirit B separating themselves a little bit with a strong, powerful push.
Look at that push
What a way
off.
to enter the free roll. Truly, truly.
And,
right.
And we see
now this
Apex
is-
catching up.
Very seasoned driver as well with Macy and Invisit, the head driver for Spirit. She absolutely knows what she's doing. She's been through this many years in a row and is going to prove that experience here in the shoe coming forward. Apex is also incredibly strong, looking like they're gonna I'll try and close that gap here in the free roll. This new buggy looks like it is rolling smooth and great. So
yeah, 58 seconds there at the stop sign. I believe the fastest we've seen, but Apex A not too far behind, a minute 2 as they're coming into the chute.
Here we go. Transition flag just taken by Spirit when Invisit, Macy Chia, and Kerosene right behind. Here's the chute flag. Spirit turning in. Nice clean line.
What a great turn.
Apex right behind, just crossing into the chute now. Also clean, taking a bit of more of an inside line.
And this is going to be very interesting here on these back hills.
Ooh.
Nice push.
Okay,
Let's see
strong
Spirit
push.
B catching it fully in stride. Apex A maybe 2 seconds behind, but also a nice Hill 3 pickup. Again, the time to beat right now is a 2:25.67 to move into the top spot. 3-4
great
transition
from
happening.
Spirit. Another
Apex.
transition going from Apex, very strong. Both of these
the-
teams are really fighting to make it into the top 10. We could see both of them in the top 10 at this
and
rate.
we're going to see how this is going to finish out right here. Spirit B separating themselves a bit, and that's one of those things where you have a nice, deep push team able to get a couple seconds further, but that will not diminish the fact Apex A putting up a pretty fast time again, 2:25.67. Fringe A right now
These are
sitting
some
in
excellent
first place.
times.
Is this Spirit B going to be able to top that? It's going to be pretty
see
close
the-
as
Oh,
they
you
are
can hear
coming
the
in
cheers.
here
You can see the
to
hype
the
happening.
finish line. Hands on the push
Push
bar. It's going to
bar,
be slightly behind at
wonderful.
2:26.7, and Apex A right behind that
behind.
with about a 2:28, 2:29. So some really good, fast stuff for both of them. That's a very respectable B team.
And these
time
two
for
teams
Spirit.
are so known for being so passionate, so kind. You could hear the cheers from us all the way in the booth from the back hills. These teams are constantly hyping each other up and making sure that at the end of the day, it is about the team, it's about the family for both Apex and both Spirit. So we wish them both the best going into drops test, the ultimate finale here for the two of them.
Yeah, and neither team actually got a finishing time last year.
Right.
Spirit B with a lane violation. They had a 2:29 though last year if that had not happened. So they're about 3 seconds faster than that. And Apex A, again, did not finish, so we didn't even get a time for them. The times now are in. Spirit B at 2:26.97, so that puts them about a second and a third behind Fringe A. Apex A at 2:29.68. So again, both times that are hopeful to get them into day 2, but there's a lot of teams left, and things are going to only get faster and faster
Absolutely.
there, but good, clean race from both teams.
These are competitive teams. They are not to be discounted. There's something called Compa Bookie, which is basically kind of like a running gag where people will talk trash on the teams as an anonymous writer. And Apex and Spirit basically got a half a paragraph, but they are showing that they don't want to be a half a paragraph in this book. They are here to play. They are absolutely ready to make it to that top 10.
And it's actually Spirit's 41st year of existence, and they're celebrating that with this rose, with this Spirit, with this Raceday.
Yep. So nice race by them there. This next one, definitely looking forward to CIAC, who again, CIA, ton of depth, but DGA, who was late getting their buggy out on the women's side for their A team, so they're going to be disqualified there.
That's a game
It's
changer.
a beautiful looking new buggy, and it's a team with a lot of potential that I hope we see a really good time out of their men's team. Let's go
Absolutely.
ahead and check them out, meet DG, see if they can, what they're able to do on the men's side.
It's poppin'. Okay. Yeah. I gotta ask him. 'Cause if I don't, it's poppin'. don't know. Let's go. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? They said my lip gloss is cool. My lip gloss be popping. I'm standing at my locker and all the boys keep stopping. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? They said my lip gloss is popping. My lip gloss is cool. All the boys keep jocking. They chase me at the school.
And DG here, again, hoping to see them get their buggy out on time because it was a shame, and because of that disqualification, I know, Brian, you were talking about history earlier. I believe if they get around the course, this will be the first ever sorority-built buggy to get an official time in the race. Going to go ahead and introduce the teams real quick, and then we'll talk about the race. In lane 1, you're going to have CIAC and Emperor. Hill 1 is Devin Chimbo Jimenez. Hill 2, Mike Barea. Hill 3, David Chan. Hill 4, Jorge Urias. Hill 5, Ryan Lin, and the driver, Kaylin Zhang. And in lane 2, DGA in that brand new buggy Banta. On Hill 1, Jack Oakenford. Hill 2, Chandler Hoffman. Hill 3, Dennis Mutilinalu. Hill 5, Austin. On Hill 5, Bennett Matthews, and the driver, Enos McCann.
Yep. And we see something that we see with these names. There's a little trivia fact for you guys. CIA's buggies are all named after birds. So like Roadrunner, Emperor, like the Emperor Penguin. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see what the inspiration for these like teams is, and good to see how how they transmit that into race day.
Right, and I believe DG's is actually an homage to their founders, who I knew was Katie Zapanta, and I felt bad, I can't remember the other girl's name, but her last name began with a B, so you mush it together and it's Banta.
Absolutely.
Bailey, maybe? Something? I don't know.
Spirit
Andrew ID.
Yeah, Spirit did a similar, the mechanic for Kingpin, what that was his nickname. His nickname was Kingpin. He unfortunately had passed away, so we named the buggy in honor of him. So it's great to see the culture, the family, again, that's put behind all the buggies, how meaningful and significant they are. But looks like they're at the starting lines. DG's not making the same mistake twice. They are ready to go.
Tension's so high you can cut it with a knife. So a lot is riding on this one.
We're going to see here again DGA.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
DG out here looking to make some history. CIAC looking to prove CIA's depth as we are here into the 5th heat of the day. A lot of speed by DGA.
Absolutely.
They have. This guy's looking like he might be the king of the hill so far today. About 17 seconds, shoving off to 2. Just an absolutely perfect transition. Ton of momentum maintained as they're coming up, getting near that hill 2 shove. It's deep and it's off.
All right, well, let's see how smooth Banta can roll into the free roll here. Coming strong.
Yeah, and looking good, and they've really separated between CIAC, which is impressive because CIA has been really rolling out some depth these past few years. CIAC took 10th place last year, so they may be a C team, but not one to take lightly. But you can see DGA and Banta separating themselves fairly well, about a 57-second stop sign time, the fastest we have seen today as they head to the chute. CIA behind it, about a 102.
And here comes Banta, named for Katie Zapanta and Sophia Battaglia, driven by Enos Makari, senior ECE major, taking the chute flag here. Turning in nice and smooth so far. A little bit of a wobble coming in, but not too bad, through cleanly. CIA Emperor right behind, taking a very inside line, but very clean. And those big wheels keep it rolling. It's got a lot of speed coming up to Hill 3. They're going to close the gap a bit here.
Okay, CCR. Really nice U-turns by both, but you look at CIA especially, they maintained a ton of speed, and this is close. You got to imagine DG may have a bit of the stronger pushers to keep that separation, but with that momentum, you never quite know. CIAC maybe a couple seconds behind them. The time to move up to the top spot at 2:25.67. The top 10 today make it on to tomorrow for the finals, but it looks like the A team pushers really starting to separate themselves for DG versus CIAC there. Really smooth transition, and it's great to just see the way program has really built up in a few years. Very competitive squads on both the men's and women's sides. Again, the 2:25.67, the top time so far today. Is DGA going to be able to top that as they approach the finish line? They do, a 2:23.16.
What a
Good
great,
for them.
Yeah, especially with the late.
CIAC coming in, looking to end off strong. Oh, a dog dog tried to get the buggy here.
Oh,
that is
no.
not a chew toy.
And a 2:37 respectable time for them. That puts them ahead of SDCC. So within that rivalry, it's not just the A teams, but kind of on every level who's better. And no, right, what you were saying with the way things went on their women's side, it's great to see this from the men's.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's good to see after a year of hard work, something to show for it.
Absolutely. They might be the first sorority team, but they are trying to make a name for themselves. I'm sure with this strong foundation from them, they will not be the last sorority independent team that we might see here in the years to come.
And those were the two fastest men's free roll times so far today. You had free roll speeds. You had a 34.4 for Banta and a 34.5 for Emperor.
Yeah, and just a great shoot turn too by
Absolutely.
Emperor. It looked like there. You saw, how much momentum they had coming up there, and then just it shows the value of having a push team versus a C push team. But yeah, DGA jumps up into first place now with a 2:23.44, couple seconds ahead of Fringe. Again, their top 10 are going to make it through. That was our fifth heat of today. These are really flying by. That was fifth heat of 12, so not quite halfway through things here today. And of course, sweepstakes generally putting who they believe to be the fastest teams at the end of the day. So much yet still to be determined. But I know DG would love to see themselves racing on day 2.
And that's why you mentioned the placing of the teams next to each other. Heat selection is an incredibly important task to make sure that the buggies have enough distance to be safe one to another. I know a lot of teams they have a data team, they have a data sector. That's what I've done historically in the past. So I have to shout them out, not just for my team, but all teams, making sure that your heats are close together, making sure that people are safe coming in is great. We're actually going to have one of our commentators here leave. Shriyanish is going to be running here soon, so it'll be Will and I holding down the fort here, but we can't wait to see what is going to come up next.
Yeah, and I was just looking for DG. Their men's record was 2024, 220.28. So about 3 seconds short of that record, but if they're able to make it on to tomorrow, something to look out for there nonetheless. A historic run there, the first ever sorority built buggy to officially complete a race. So exciting stuff from them there. And as we
got some chickens doing some wheel tests down here in the chute.
Oh boy.
And are there real chickens down there?
I mean, debatable.
Okay, I see. Pecking at the debris. This next one coming up, one of the older, more storied buggy fraternities out there, CMU A, going up against Fringe C. Fringe C going to be in Bermuda. On Hill 1, they're going to have Giovanni Acosta. Hill 2, John Diaz. Hill 3, Alexi Pepas. Hill 4, Mauricio Costanza. Hill 5, Arjun Walla. And the driver is Hannah Jack. And in lane 2, you're going to have Sig, New, A, and Jaeger. And this is, again, one of those dark horse teams where it's a really good buggy. It's a really fast buggy. That buggy is being driven, of course, by Dylan Bonanno, their former chair. On Hill 1, they have Mike Alion. Hill 2, Josh Wang. Hill 3, Chris Nam. Hill 4, Colin Sherlock. And Hill 5, Manny Minerva.
Absolutely. And Dylan is a very seasoned driver. He is back again to race for them in Jaeger. Jaeger's an incredible buggy. They have an incredible driver. They are looking to be incredibly fast, put up some great back hills times as well.
I'll tell you what, the wind has picked up a bit here in the chute. I don't know if you can hear it over this microphone.
Yes.
But, and you saw the camera shaking before. Yeah, the wind, that was a pretty big gust. You send a buggy down now, they're going to get a little boost in the chute.
Yeah, I mean, we have the race map backdrop slapping us in the back of our heads as it blows in the wind. We got 1 minute until the start of this race, so please clear the course as you see these buggies there. One of those things you will notice, right, CMU holding the buggy up, trying to keep the wheels as hot as possible, making contact only at the last minute when they have to with the kind of 5 seconds coming up. Fringe C, you know, they're not going as mechanically complex with the heating and treating and all that. They got the buggy down, set there, but CMU looking to make a competitive time out here. Last year, they had a 2:21.64 with their A team and Jaeger. That would be fast enough for first place among what we've seen, but hard to compare year to year, so let's see what CMU's able to do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And they're off.
CMU A, Mike Allion outpacing Fringe C as you would imagine, but he's getting some pretty good push up that hill one. Jaeger, just a beautiful looking buggy. And
well, that depends if you like black or not, but
True.
it is truly sleek and in the way it looks and in the way it drives as well. They're also building a new buggy that's going to be coming out, so definitely something to look out for them.
Yeah, and an interesting kind of a far outside shove on the hill too, but good power, good momentum into that.
I think that might be the fastest crosswalk time so far to date. I got a 29.5.
Yeah, I was going to say they look so in control with the pushers. It didn't look like they were necessarily going crazy, but really, really fast for them. I think the fastest of all that we've seen so far, so good stuff. So at this point, yeah, 56 seconds on the stop sign.
They are flying right now, and they're not known for having good pushers, but their buggies can really move here. Dylan Bonanno taking the transition flag, coming down to the shoot flag here. They have a lot of speed right now.
He is a monster.
He is absolutely flying. A little bit of a wobble, but pretty solid line coming in. Very clean through the chute. Meanwhile, we got Bermuda just taking the transition flag now, coming around to the shoot flag, looking both ways. That's a deep hill 3, but Bermuda coming in nice and clean, solid line, definitely not as much speed. We're already at
yeah,
hill
the 3-4 transition.
Wow.
So
Blink and you'll miss
CMU
it.
not only had all that speed, but they had the momentum. Looks like it was probably a good 3 to 4 as they're going here, and they're going to be putting up a very competitive time. Fringe C still on that hill 3 as CMU A well into that hill 4, and perhaps they are taking exception to the comment about not having good pushers, because these guys came to play today. They are going fast, and again, the time right now on the top is a 2:23.44. They are looking to potentially be significantly ahead of that as we are coming in close to that finish line, trying to get eyes on it. Yep, here they go across, hands on the push bar, a 2:16.65.
Wow,
by
that is
CMU.
incredible. They must have heard you with that pusher
That was
comment.
Brian who said that. I would not disparage those fine gentlemen.
I try to spur them on, and look, it seems to have worked.
I think so. All Fringe coming in great, still strong pushes. Gonna need to make sure they have their hands on the push bar, but everyone's lined up, ready to cheer them in.
And here we go, Fringe C coming across a 2:46.89, but CMU, what a run.
They are
by
running to
them.
their drops test. They want to lock that time in now. They are proud and incredibly excited.
Yeah, we're going to look for what the official time on that was, but just for some perspective, it was somewhere in the 2:16 range. Last year's second place time was SDCA with a 2:15.86, and then SDCB with a 2:16.27. So that's a potential top 3 time, depending on how everything else shakes out from here. So I think CMU's got to be really happy no matter, what things end up doing. That's a great time for
And
them.
it looks like they just passed their drops test. They're going to have one more shoot.
It's also unsurprising based on the way it looked. By far the fastest buggy of the day. That's the 36.9 miles per hour into the chute. Bermuda was at a 30.77.
I'm sure Signu will really be singing Dylan's praises for his excellent driving and for getting them that top spot as we move into the next heats here. We're seeing an incredible replay of their strong Hill 1 as well. Definitely an incredible team, should not be looked over.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking the last time they were in the neighborhood of a time like that. They gave them a 217 flat. The last time they had 217s, I was not even enrolled here. 2009 was a 217.10. The last time they were sub that was 2007. So just a testament to, you know, the whole team and Dylan too, just kind of what he's built up over these years.
Absolutely.
That they're putting up those competitive of a times for their squad. So, you know, congrats to them, a 217 flat.
Absolutely. They've truly been out at midnights. They have been out at rolls in the morning. Practice really does make perfect, and it eliminates those mistakes that you can see when, if you don't have a truck weekend, if you don't have rolls on a particularly icy winter, getting that practice in any way you can is what truly separates a good team from an excellent team.
I mean, you even look at that Hill 3 pickup on the replay. That was a perfect pickup. Like, he knew exactly where to stand. He knew exactly when to get it. And that's something that you only can get during rolls because, in fact, no buggies were rolling as fast as they're going to roll today, but they figured it out. And, boy, I'm excited to see what they do tomorrow.
Yeah, and this drone shot is actually from the prior race with DGA. So we're checking out their shoot turn there with Banta. NCIAC, and you really saw both of them just take some incredible shoot turns, Emperor especially.
Yeah, you can see certainly different teams. It's both for buggy design reasons, driver comfort reasons, just team philosophies. But you'll see, you know, CIA there with Emperor took a very inside line, basically scraping across the inside bales. You'll see other teams like Apex usually takes a bit of a wider line, and you'll see as we have these drone shots, you'll get to see the different angles. SDC kind of more in the middle. But you know, everyone has their own style, and they spend an entire year or multiple years trying to figure out what the right path is. And we've got pretty decent road conditions down in the chute. There's some cracks in the chute, but nothing too major yet. I think it was repaved a few years back. So, yeah, everything's clean so far. This is really nice.
I think everyone is grateful that the roads are not wet right now, as they historically have been for the past 3 years for buggy. We have faced many rainy conditions. So I should really find some wood to knock on here just to make sure Pittsburgh doesn't start snowing within the next half hour.
It has happened before. An interesting matchup here in this next as we get into the 7th heat as things are just flying by today. SAE, the only team they're rolling out with Barbie, is going to be in lane 1. Another one of those teams, not necessarily the fastest, but always has some surprisingly strong and powerful pushers. Going to be up against Spirit's A team, who obviously always great pushers, great buggies. So I think this will be a fun one on the front hills that we're going to check out. In Barbie, they're going to be in lane 1. Hill 1 is Andrew Johnson. Hill 2, Aiden Smith. Hill 3, Philippe Sima. Hill 4, Juanda Otero. Hill 5, Alex De Liu. And the driver, Andrea View. And in lane 2, Spirit A in Seraph. On Hill 1, Kwame Asare. Hill 2, Maxwell Jones. Hill 3, Colby Oland. Hill 4, Zinachide Achike. Zinachide Achike. Hill 5, William Montague. And the driver, Cadence Ching.
I will absolutely be biased here in saying I'm incredibly excited to see my A-team push. This is going to be a very important one. I'm sure they're looking to beat Signu.
They are starting here. Spirit, one of those teams always with top contention, but can they really put it together here? SAEA not going too quietly here, though. A really nice Hill 1 from them, but Spirit building a bit of distance and separation. The 1-2 transition, that's smooth, that's clean. 2 picking it up very deep, a ways past the crosswalk. That one-handed shove, maintaining a lot of momentum, and then from the chest, pushing it out.
Wonderful.
That was an
Maxwell
incredible
is
shove. That was awesome.
historic for his Hill 2 performance, so that is incredible to see from him. We are going to see SAE coming in from behind. But Seraph is just looking beautiful. Spirit always puts their character into every single buggy they paint. They repaint every single year, which is wonderful for them, really distinctive. Cadence is a very seasoned driver as well.
Let's see, 54 seconds at the stop sign. Very fast, up there with the top times of today. SAE a bit behind that as Spirit's coming into the chute.
Transition flag with a huge wind blowing right now. Coming into the chute flag here, Cadence Cheng, a sophomore ECE major, making the turn in, looking smooth so far, taking it a little wide here. Can she hold it? Can she hold it? Oh, she can. We got SAE not getting, gonna take the chute flag. Off the road, off the road,
Off the road. If you are on Spirit, you can run to the buggy. Everybody else, off the road.
SAE through cleanly.
SAE will continue.
They did not get the stop flag, so they kept going. They can get a re-roll for that most likely if they want to, but she was through cleanly. That's Andy Vu, the Masters Mechie student, so she's got experience in this buggy.
Yeah, and we will get eyes and an update as soon as we can on Spirit. SAE, though, coming through, you hate to see that. Tough with the chute, and that's one of those things, no truck weekend. You're going super fast. It's hard to kind of predict, but SAEA having hopes potentially for a day 2 here. They've got some solid speed, and again, when you're really only rolling out one team, putting all the eggs in this basket for them. Already now into the 4-5 transition as we cross over 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Last year, SAEA put up a 2:31, looking to see if they can potentially top that. Their Hill 5 looking fast. Alex Day, Liu, as he's coming up, approaching that finish line behind that beautiful Barbie. Buggy at 2:27.43, so a nice job right there by SAE. That's going to put them in the top 5 right now. And Spirit A, again, we'll give you an update as soon as we have word from the chute on the condition of the driver and all that. But one of those things you really, really hate to see has plagued Spirit in the past, and it comes out here, strikes again. They're unable to finish that course, put a time up there after they were looking really quite fast through the free roll.
I think Cadence is more used to some of the rain than the wind being through the course here, as a lot of buggies are, but still a great performance from SAE. We'll see if they can get a re-roll here, but we'll get updates on Cadence.
That was a gutsy performance by SAE.
He bails here. If there's only one, maybe she makes it. You know, it hooked the back wheel. She almost made it, but better safe than sorry, and you don't want to have one hay bale until the curb.
Right.
So they're still looking at her.
And we'll get eyes on the replay right here coming up, because you saw everything looking pretty smooth, and then again just a bit wide here, a little bit of a wobble there, and then just coming out, and it's that back wheel clipping the hay bale kind of pulls it in. It does look like, fortunately, not super hard impact, because of the way it hit the wheel, kind of slowed that momentum by the time the front of the buggy hit.
And they're taking the buggy off to the sidewalk to unload now. So, you know, usually if it's a serious injury, they will unload the buggy where it is and deal with it there. So the fact that they're moving it to the sidewalk's usually a good sign. I'll let you know when the driver's extracted and if everything, we get the thumbs up. But
yeah, and that's why having those hay bales out there is so important to keep our drivers safe. There's hay bales around the chute. There's hay bales in the free roll where the statues are, all to make sure that if at any point in time the drivers start wobbling or unsafe, there is that barrier there. We also have a new rule this year that teams run to kind of cloud the buggy to protect it from anything else if there is a crash, but no one else please go run to a buggy that is not yours. Make sure you stay off the road.
And Spirit came down about 10 people deep. They basically formed an entire wall around the entire. They got a lot of people down here checking out the buggy for their team. So a lot of support here for the team. And it looks like things are okay, but we'll get confirmation soon enough.
Cool. Yeah, it looks like actually we got confirmation from 3VC. The driver is okay. Just got word there. So great to hear that. Obviously, we'll be in a slight delay with them just making sure everything is good and safe and taken off the course. But we're looking at that leaderboard up there a little bit over halfway through, right? We have 12 races today. And CMU A, not just sitting in first place, but sitting in first place significantly with a 2:17.3. DGA, a really nice time at 2:23. Fringe A, 2:25. Spirit B, 2:26. So on and so forth, running down. Again, a lot of the top A teams still to come, as well as right here we're going to have SDCB Spirit D. SDCB took third place last year, so a team definitely with the potential to jump up higher. They had a 2:16.27 last year. So in that neighborhood of the top time. Also just kind of an interesting time for Spirit's mechanics, right?
Absolutely.
A-team just ran, spun out. You're checking. You want to make sure that buggy's all right. At the same time, you need to get your D-team buggy, Zook, ready and out there. And it looks like we have some shoot replay here.
I'll give you one more note on that. Is the buggy and driver are out, but the lead and follow trucks already went up, so they're going to walk the buggy and make the driver walk back up to the top of the hill. That, well, you know, some exercise, I guess, is good.
Yeah, but you see right there
Stretch
on the
your leg,
replay
shake it off.
From that drone angle, and just something got a little bit funky, a little bit wide, and it's you know, a couple inches different, and maybe they're rolling through there. And
it's one of the things that the Spirit design, the way Spirit has designed their buggies, you know, and certainly the way they teach it, because they're forward trikes with one wheel in the front, two in the back, and I think because of their wheelbase, though I'm not an engineer, so I'm not 100% sure, those buggies have a lot of trouble staying. It's a lot harder for that type of buggy to take a very tight line into the inside bail, because you're more likely to spin because the two back wheels will swing out. So you kind of have to take a bit of a wider line, and there, Candace had the second fastest free roll speed of the day so far. That was a 35.73. So, you know, we didn't have a truck weekend this year. She's experienced, but, you know, it's your first time going race day speeds in a while. I mean, even last year, you didn't really go race day speeds. So, like, just getting that extra push, you take that outside line, and again, we saw it. Like, it was so close to making it. It's the back wheel that got clipped. The other two were safe, and she was already turning back into the chute.
Yeah, and right, it's one of those things. It was a little bit of a weird year leading up. No truck weekend. If you have been to Pittsburgh, lost a lot of weekends with the snow.
Certainly.
And we actually got a little bit of a recap here of the season, the mini race day, everything that led up to this. Get a better idea of all the conditions that these teams were facing coming into race day this year. All right, and going to be going quickly into this race. SDCB is going to be in lane 2. Hill 1, Poon, Bodhisattva Chat. Hill 2, Tinchi Low. Hill 3, Andrew Jiang. Hill 4, Alex Leung. Hill 5, Braden Frund. And the driver, Lily Yang. And in lane 1, Spirit D. In Zook on Hill 1, Venetian Brooks. Hill 2, Samuel Teo. Hill 3, Kanechiku Echezona. Hill 4, Shrianish Kalva. Hill 5, Eric Lin.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
Ilani Timmons.
They're off. Both these hill ones look really, really strong here. Spirit actually pulling ahead a bit here over SDCB. That's unexpected.
This may
we
be
actually
interesting.
have a mechanic pushing here for Spirit D. We reportedly have some very
What is the
strong
weight
mechanics.
program
Wow.
your mechanics are on? They are a good second and a half ahead of SDCB going into the free roll, and this is going to be an interesting one, especially with SDCB looking to defend their third place crown. Will there be a pass?
That might be the fastest D team over the hill time in history. That was incredibly
Looks
fast
like
for a D team.
SDCB might try and pass if they can. If not, Zook will continue to stay in the lead with Alani. Alani is a new driver, but she is still well-seasoned, has been coming out since the fall, so she is prepared for the day.
Yeah, and this is getting exciting here. It looks like SDC making up a little bit of ground. 56 seconds, then 58
Looks like
seconds at
SDC
the
is
stop
coming to
sign.
a stop. SDC came to a stop.
And it looks
All right,
like
well, we got Spirit, we got Zook, Alani Timmons coming in here, taking the shoot flag. A little bit of confusion with the shoot flag, but Spirit's flag is out, making the turn. A little bit of a scrub there, but overall,
Made it through.
Lost some speed in the shoot, but cleanly through. SDC does look like they're stopped up before the transition flag.
Yeah, and again, I think stops like that are expected whenever you have a heat like this. Without a truck weekend, we had no idea how fast Spirit D was going to be, so it's very tricky to line it up so the buggies aren't going to be close to each other in the shoot turn. So I think that was a safe decision by the SDC driver.
And I'll tell you,
Take
there
it
was
slow.
there was some confusion at the shoot flag because SDC's flagger assumed they were going to be first, and so they were out, not the Spirit flagger, and they did a quick switch right before Zook got there.
So yeah, shout out to the Spirit D front hills. They were killing it on that.
And even the back hills are looking pretty fast right here. Srianish, who was just up in the booth, now on hill 4, blasting through as we're getting over 2 minutes. And, this is going to be a very competitive time for a D team as they get that transition over to hill 5. 2 minutes, 10 seconds elapsed right now. The 10th place team, Fringe C, at a 2:47.11. Looks like they might be topping that here, and depending on what all happens, who knows what kind of time this is going to be. But very competitive for a D team. You love to see it, especially after what happened with Spirit A. Here we are approaching that finish line. 2:31, hands on there. 2:32.77.
Wow, what a time for a D team, and I'm not just saying that because they're mine, but that's excellent. They were undeterred by what happened with their A. They are still coming out, they are still working hard, so this is great to see for them. And we hope that SDC is going to have their comeback here. Always better safe than sorry for our drivers.
Yeah,
you
so
got to imagine a re-roll will be granted for SDC there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's one of those, again, just for the driver, it's nice they have the option to be able to do that rather than trying something potentially risky or, just having to take a little bit of speed off. But again, looking at that hill 1, hill 2, as you were saying, Lewis, could be historic for a D team.
Absolutely monster right
I wouldn't
there.
be surprised if these two, the hill 1, hill 2, were Spirit A next year. Like that.
Yeah, well, actually, Samuel Teo was on the A team as of last year, but there must have been so many excellent hill 2s that they just had to spread them all out.
The follow truck is coming through. I'm assuming the buggy is in the back of it, but if you're on the road, please get off the road because the follow truck is coming through the chute now.
Spirit even stopping to pause and look at their own speed, their own time on the Jumbotron here, making sure they pass their drops test, always important as usual.
The follow truck did not have the buggy in it, but the follow truck is coming through. So again, if you're on the back hills now, please stay off the road because there is a gigantic Ford pickup truck coming through. I can't see the buggy from here. It's a little outside of our view. It's a little too far. But if the follow truck left, they're probably okay for now.
Yeah, and oh, this is fun. This is interesting. I was looking because that was a fast D team time, like we mentioned, at 2:33 12. The Spirit D team record was actually a 226 set back in the historic Spirit year of 1988, which was also the year that Quantum Leap, I believe, set the course record that stood for 20 years. And that may be a D team record across all teams, I would imagine.
That was an excellent comeback roll for Spirit there. I think that's great for their motivation, their momentum moving forward throughout the day. I just wanted again to give a shout out back to CMU. They went the fastest time they've rolled since 2007. So that was an incredible roll for them this morning.
Absolutely. This will be a historic day. They have much to be proud of, and we are truly going to see what they do tomorrow. Lots to see. I think one of the great things about even every other team, you have your teams that you root for, your independent teams, but all of these kids, they are in the same classes as you. They're your teaching assistants. They're people in your majors. So it's always great when you come together, you see every team knows somebody else on another team. So there's all of that community there, which is great.
Yeah, and this next one, we have 4 heats left and 4 very fast teams, at least, that we're going to be seeing in those. SIGEP A won mini race day, right?
Yes, I believe
correct.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and again, last year they put up what would have been a second place time, a 2:14.39. They were disqualified for pacing. But the door is wide open for them. They've been one of those teams every 3-4 years. They really seem like they have all the elements together, and then something just doesn't quite work for them. But it feels like this is another one of those years where, especially with all the unknowns, a good opportunity for them to get a top 3 or maybe even a win.
I mean, SIGEP has a chip on their shoulder after last year's unfortunate DQ. I think they're
Absolutely.
ready to push. They're ready to go. They want to prove that they're the best team on the course. I think they're ready to show that.
It just goes to show how important every single sector is to make it happen, to make sure the mechanics don't get a DQ, the pushers don't get a DQ, the drivers, flaggers. Everybody is really necessary to make a well-functioning, well-oiled team, and I think SIGEP is ready to prove that they are trying to do that.
Yeah, and they're going to be going up against CIAB. CIAB last year finished in 5th with a 220, so you expect SIGEP to be a little bit faster. But at the same time, if you look historically with CIAB, back in, 2024, they put up a 213, 2023 a 219. So they're going to have a fast buggy going up next to them. This could be also some more excitement on the front. We'll go ahead and introduce those rosters. CIAB is going to be in lane 2 in Starling. Agent Starling, was it Silence of the Lambs? On hill 1, Gavin Lynn. Hill 2, Anson Lee. Hill 3, Thomas O'Brien. Hill 4, Jordan Vaughn Singh. Hill 5, Perry Sano. And the driver, Ezrin Flowers Carrier. And in lane 1, your mini race day champion, SIGEP A, looking to do it here on the big stage in Barracuda. Hill 1, Derek Ho. Hill 2, Jay Shaw. Hill 3, Tyler Schweitzer. Hill 3, TJ Patel. Hill 5, Andre De Silva. And the driver, Miyamoto.
I am always astounded by this buggy's coloring, Barracuda. It looks incredible when it flies down. Definitely meant to strike some terror there. Great design from
Starling as well. Just 2 beautiful vehicles.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And so SIGEP here is off, looking to repeat from mini race day, looking for a little bit of revenge for last year, looking for a top time. Again, right now sitting on the top CMU at 217. SIGEP A wants to be the top frat, but they also want to be the top team. CIAB not too far ahead. And
that was a 17
diving.
high on hill 1. That was incredibly
That was a really fast hill 1. And SIGEP's went full on Superman with the handoff. Looks like he's up and all right. CIAB, nothing to shrug at there. They're going fast too. And it looks like
this is close.
Starling coming in, maybe trying to take that tighter line, pick up some speed.
Looks like SIGEP's picking up some ground now. I think they're going to be okay. Definitely was a little close coming over the hill though there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Starling though really not ceding any ground here. This is going to be very interesting in the chute, in the back hills. We'll wonder if they'll have a decision. 56 seconds there, about a second behind for CIAB as they come into the chute.
Coming into the transition flag, we see both of them. Miyamoto here, junior ECE major, driving Barracuda, trying to get redemption from last year. Starling right behind. Here's the chute flag. Barracuda coming in. Now Starling coming in. Barracuda's through cleanly. Starling through cleanly. But again, the big wheels on CIA, expect a big rollout from them. They're going to catch up.
They are catching.
Yeah, a ton of momentum coming up there through the chute, so this is going to be a fascinating back hills right here. A couple good push teams, and SIGAP pulling up just before, and this is all going to come down to these back hill pushers. Who wants it more? Who's going to go harder? Nearly simultaneous on the push-off, and look at that. CIAB potentially making a pass here. SIGAP can feel it. They're blasting fast, and this is really going to be neck and neck. Who has the better back hill pushers? It's an A team versus a B team, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. SIGAP now separated a bit more, about 2 buggy lengths ahead as we cross over 2 minutes here. Both these teams, a ton of pressure. Got to make sure, have your hands on that push bar. They're looking for a top time of the day, 2:09. SIGAP A separating a bit more. Great Hill 5 push by Andre De Silva. Looking at that clock hand on a 2:16.46, and CIAB coming in just behind.
Those are 2 very solid rolls. Those are 2 very good rolls. I'm sure both teams are pretty happy with that.
That is an exciting heat to watch. You love to see when they're so close together, they can absolutely make sure it gets competitive between the two.
And you got to imagine both of these teams are going to make it back to day 2. So it'll be interesting to see if they juice it up a little more on tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I mean, so again, looking for the final or for the official time, but it looks like SIGAP they're probably a second faster. Yeah, they're giving him a 2:16.72. Signu was sitting in first with a 2:17.30. So they're jumping up there, and then looking for that.
We may not have official times yet, but we've got official speeds. Barracuda coming in at a 35.59, and Starling coming in at a 34.22. I will point out that Barracuda, always fast to roll. I believe it holds the course record for chute speed since we started tracking that in like 2018 at like a 38.39, somewhere in that range. So Barracuda always flies, and a good roll again today.
Again, a team that has so many records to its name, but not a trophy quite yet, so they are very hungry for it.
Yeah, and again, you know, a couple seconds slower than last year's time of unofficial. So potential even there for the ability to pick up a little bit of time tomorrow. They're about a little more than half a second ahead of Signu right now. CIAB moves up into third place with a 2:20.68, and some real excitement on the back hills, and that's one of them. You know, some people would prefer to have nobody close. I think there you could tell the adrenaline really picking up with both sides, knowing like, oh wow, they're close. And SIGAP just showing a little bit more class there in their pushers, especially on the Hill 5. Good job.
And drops.
And that's big. SIGAP has had a history of trouble with drops, so seeing Barracuda stop cleanly there is I'm sure, a weight off of their mind.
Pass with flying colors. Yeah,
absolutely. And it really goes to show how well the transitions were on the back hills for both teams. We didn't have a step over buggy like we saw in the exhibitions earlier today between Spirit and SDC. Every transition was clean. You really want to have the pushers work with each other and know each other. It actually even produces faster results for the more you practice, or even the better friendlier these pushers are with each other. So it really goes to show that team dynamic, that team rapport can really make a difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's always fun when you have heats like this where the buggies are really close, especially in the back hills. Obviously, the safety of the drivers comes first. We need to do whatever we can to make sure they're not close in the chute turn. But other than that, if you can get the buggies close and racing next to each other, it's always so fun to watch.
And it's only getting more and more fun. Some really exciting heats coming up. Just 3 more. This one's going to be Apex B and Pica A. Pica A took 4th place last year, but only a couple years removed from winning the whole thing for the first time in a while. A team they aren't running a ton of teams like they sometimes do this year, but they have some great athletes. They have a great buggy. So who knows how they can kind of shake up the leaderboard right now. Two
Absolutely.
fraternities sitting right up top there with SIG Up A and SIG New A. And in lane 1 will be Apex B in Molotov. Hill 1 will be Mateo Perillo. Hill 2, Rafael Jotsky. Hill 3, Jason Kaza. Hill 4, Kevin Zhu. Hill 5, Aiden Goto. And the driver, Jolie Wong. And in lane 2, Pika A in Raptor. Hill 1's going to be Brandon Clark. Hill 2, Thomas Cornelius. Hill 3, Lucas Zienkuix. Hill 4, Evan Halder. Hill 5, Daniel Maz Pizarro. And the driver, who was just up here in the booth, Laura Whitwick.
I'm incredibly excited to see Pika. They had their Hill 5 pusher take a bit of a spill last year. It likely contributed to some timing there, but their driver, incredibly seasoned. Laura was up here, as we said earlier. We see some new people out pushing. It's going to be very exciting for them. Let's see if they can make it into that top 3 spot as well, join the rest of the fraternities.
Yeah, you know Pika's got to be looking at the top of the leaderboard right now, seeing SIG F and SIG New put up times that, they're going to be close with. So I know it's really always awesome to see all the fraternities have close times and have a competitive race. So I think this is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's not just a buggy rivalry, it's a fraternity rivalry there at the end of the day. The
goes a little
brotherhood
deeper.
stops, yeah. All right, let's see. They're going to be lining up here soon. Apex is not wasting any time. They're making sure they get their buggies out right away. Pika's having their drivers line up, so it'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, and Apex B, let's see, they did technically not get a finishing time last year, but they put up a 2:37, which would have them, outside of the top 10 right now. But interesting to see, if they're able to recruit a little bit stronger pushers there. Pike always rolling out some strong pushers, and they are.
They don't even have to try. They don't even have to try with that recruiting.
They are definitely flaunting that right now.
Deep shove from Pike.
It looked even like Pike maybe hesitated for a half second really getting off there. You can see now they're in control of the buggy.
Well, Pike is making this one happen. He could be a contender for the King of the Hill right here. This is a really fast push.
Yeah, that was 15 and a half or so.
Having to catch up a bit, but he gets there.
And a powerful push from Hill 1. Hill 2.
Apex B not too far behind here.
No, this is impressive stuff from Apex B because that was fast by Pike there, and a good shove from them coming into the free roll. Again, you're going to imagine Raptor's going to separate itself from Molotov, but you never really know anything in Buggy. Pike, one of the few teams still taking that tight line against the curb in spite of the conditions of the unpaved road there, or
Lara is
unrepaved
undeterred.
road.
She knows her route and she's going to stick to it.
And a fun fact about Raptor, this buggy, this is one of 2 buggies to ever break 50 seconds in a free roll time. So this is a historically rocket in the chute. So it's going to be a great.
And coming down to the unusual transition flag is Laura Whitwick in Raptor. And Molotov staying close behind, but here taking the shoot flag. Raptor coming in. Molotov also taking the shoot flag. Raptor cleanly. Molotov coming in right behind.
Really nice.
Also through cleanly. A little bit of a wobble there at the end of the turn for Molotov, but maybe lost a tiny.
Look at that rollout on Hill 3.
Looking like some great momentum. Look at how deep. Yeah, Hill 3 picked that up. Was that 1 shove, 2 shove, 3 shove, and 4th shove to hand it off. That's about everything you want from your Hill 3. Pika looking to put up a very good, very competitive time with some fast pushers here. Evan Halder on Hill 4, and you can tell they're really separating themselves from Apex now with their strong push team. Again, the top time to beat right now is SIGEP with a 2:16.72.
And it's going to be close. With his Hill 5, it's going to be close.
Trying to come up on top of that as we cross now over 2:05. Getting in tight to that finish line. Daniel trying to catch up to it, getting to the buggy, hand on the push bar, 2:15.42. So they're about a second and a third faster than SIGAP. Pike has got to be happy with that. And Apex B approaching that line at a 2:25.27. And that's going to put them right in the mix of making it to day 2. So Apex has to be happy as well. But overall, impressive stuff from Pike right there.
Yeah, with that time, unofficially, Apex is looking around sitting 5th or 6th, right in that range there. So they're definitely in contention to make it back.
The goal is always to get as many of your teams, A, B, C, or D, into the next day as possible. You want as many chances to get a better time. And we hope we'll see some even faster times tomorrow. But you never know. The weather could change. The wind could change. But overall, what a great heat from two very competitive teams. And it looks like both buggies are making it over to drops.
And another important note here, that Apex B time, that just beat their A team by around 4 seconds. So we'll have to see what happens there.
So we'll have to see. So that's something called a rank disqualification. That's one of the reasons why, as I said earlier, data, that analytics, making sure you know how fast your pushers can go is so important. And it's always on the safer side to blank that some of your pushers will be a little bit faster on race day with that adrenaline running through their veins. So you really want to be keeping a careful eye on the clock.
Yeah, and if nothing else, right, we got Pike's final time now, a 2:15.47, so about a second and a third faster than SIGEP. And last year they finished with a 2:18.5, so I know just internally too got to be happy about improving that time. And we'll see if they can hold on to that top spot. It's going to be tricky though. SDCA, CIAA still to come. And these two teams really been battling out who's the top independent over the past several years. If you look on the women's side here, SDCA qualified about a second faster than CIAA. On the men's side last year, CIAA, though, came out on top about 4 seconds faster than CIAA.
And we'll also likely see Spirit A and SDCB get a reroll. So those are two times that could truly be a contender for whether your team is making it to the next day.
It looks like Raptor took off the top hatch for their buggy. They're unique in the sense that their top hatch is a top loader, so their buggy, the driver actually get in from the top. Usually drivers get in from the front through the hatch in the front.
Looks like no issues with drops though.
Yeah, excellent performance at drops as always. And I guess they took the top hatch off to help cool the driver off. It's getting pretty warm out here. So.
Yeah, the sun is definitely out here in the chute now. The question is not if I will get sunburned, it's how bad the sunburn will be.
If anyone wants to, and this is actually from Heat 9, so this was the SIGEP B, CIA, SIGEP A, CIA B. So we're going to be seeing Barracuda and Starling coming through. And two really nice rolls there. But again, CIA has just been killer through the chute all day today in terms of the momentum and everything. They're rolling up into 3. And here we go, the penultimate heat. This one's going to be Fringe B, SDCA in lane 1, going to be Fringe B in Baltic on hill 1, Caden Kodal on hill 2, Eugene Ong. Hill 3, Daniel Jung. Hill 4, Theo Urban. Hill 5, Kai Degenhart. And the driver is Bobby Zimmelman. We are under 2 minutes until the start of the race in lane 2. Will be SDCA in Paranoia trying to take back the title. On hill 1, they have Nathan Amani Liriu. Hill 2, Nathan Brock. Hill 3, Chaden Bridges. Hill 4, Braden Morford. Hill 5, Daniel Lynn. And the driver, Elizabeth McBride. So it's going to be the Nathan connection on 1 to 2.
Definitely a team to look at. Braden Morford is a national swimming champion here and apparently is picking up buggy in his free time, one might say.
Yeah,
so
is that he's showing off his championship rings or something there in his profile picture?
Multifaceted.
I guess if I could do that, I probably would too.
Absolutely.
And we're looking here, SDC having the fastest time of the morning on the women's side, so we'll have to see if they can put that up on the men's side here. An important note, so some of the non-safety related violations, things like pacing or lane line violations, these are actually different rules this year versus what we've seen in the past. In the past, every violation that you have is going to be an automatic disqualification for your team. This year, anything that's non-safety related, you have 6-second penalties instead. So basically the way that works is the finish time, if they commit a violation, they'll just add 6 seconds to their time at the end of the race.
Which is great. You love to see that these teams are still in the ring. They're still getting their times on the board. They can see themselves up there rather than just being immediately ixnayed after a year's worth of hard work.
Yeah, the buggy's coming out, the pusher's coming out, and SDC, for so long was dominant. I think they won 10 years in a row or something like that on the men's side. They haven't won on the men's since 2022. So the pressure is definitely on as we're under 30 seconds here. They want to take that title back from CIA. CIA looking for a three-peat to become a dynasty of their own. As we see Paranoia getting ready to get dropped down there. We'll be going up against Baltic.
They have a very unique method of floating their buggy again to make sure that that heat is going nowhere.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And so here goes SDCA trying to get that top qualifying time.
Fringe is maintaining as well, trying to keep some good pushing.
But SDC is just blasting up there. The Nathan connection here, 1-2, catches up to that Buggy. Big ol' shove.
Great
Very fast,
transition
1-2. This is looking to be the fastest time of the day for sure. Fringe B putting a respectable B time, but SDC showing why they are the class of the men's race. Will they be putting up a good enough time to have that top time to be ahead of CIAA? All will be revealed shortly, but they're looking really nice in that free roll.
I didn't quite catch the crosswalk time there. That's also a key metric. It's gonna be really
I had about a
interesting.
28 for that.
28.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see their stop sign time. That's another metric that's commonly used to measure how fast the buggy went over the
Yeah,
top.
we are looking, the fastest I think has been around 55, 56. And it looks like we're in that neighborhood. I don't quite have eyes on that.
Yeah, we
as
got
they're
coming up to
shoot.
the transition flag now. Here comes Paranoia, driven by Elizabeth McBride, a senior history major, coming in to take the shoot flag. And here she comes. A little bit of a skid here into the shoot, but taking it cleanly through. Meanwhile, Baltic coming up to the shoot flag now, taking that a little wide, but clean, nice smooth turn into the shoot, through, nice roll.
Pretty deep pickup there for Hill 3. The time they're trying to beat is Pika's 2:15.47. Definitely look like they have the potential to do that depending on the shoves of these back hills. Don't quite have eyes what we're doing here with the 4 to the 5, but again, a 2:15.47 what they're trying to beat as we are into, I believe this is the 4-5 transition right now.
Huge shove from Hill 4 there.
Really powerful shoves by these Pike pushers. They're looking to be in peak SDC pushers, looking for a vintage performance for them as we are crossing here just over the 2-minute 5-second mark. Let's see where SDC is going to come in. Going to be close around this 2 minutes 10 seconds and crossing over at 2:11.76, maybe a hair over that, but that's definitely going to be the fastest time of the day and close to last year's winning time of a 2:11.49. Fringe B, they got to be faster into 2:29 to make it on to day 2, and it looks like they'll be a little bit slower than that, coming across at a 2:34.06. But looking to get that official time for SDCA, 100% the fastest time of the day. Just how fast is what we're going to look like, but pretty much everything textbook by them right there.
And I'm sure Nathan is looking to see if he is going to be king of the hill here. That's a very coveted trophy that is separate from the full race day. But if you are king of the hill or queen of the hill, that means you had the fastest hill one time. You get your own separate kudos there during our award ceremony.
And presumably here, I mean, it's likely that's going to make day 2, so he'll get another crack at it too.
Exactly.
And we may not have times yet, but we got speeds. Paranoia, the second fastest roll today, a 36.5 miles an hour in the chute. Baltic actually kind of flying with a 34.1.
Yeah,
it's like Condridge, the chairman here, taking off his shirt to flag for the drops test here.
A tradition of most teams,
Indeed.
I feel like.
And looking at that for drops as we're waiting on the official time to come in and update on the leaderboard. And things have. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say there's only one more scheduled heat, but I believe there are at least 2 re-rolls planned right now.
Okay.
One is the first heat that got stopped is going to re-roll again, or at least the teams are. And then I think there may be a couple of other re-rolls.
There will
I
also be
imagine
Spirit A and SDCB, I believe, are going to get a re-roll.
Will Spirit A with their spin?
I believe so. They've been given if my own Spirit group chat serves me well, I believe they will be getting a re-roll here, and SDCB will as well for a controlled stop.
Based on the heat schedule that is available on CMUBuggy.org, yes, SDCB Apex C will be the first re-roll. CIAD Spirit A will be the second re-roll.
Sweet.
Very interesting matchups that you see.
Oh, yeah.
Rerolls, you never know who you might be up against there, which is always the things that you can't plan for but could happen. So we'll see what happens with these teams up against each other in the rerolls.
Yeah, but as mentioned, we got one more regulation heat right here featuring CIAA, your two-time defending champion. They're going to be going up against Spirit C. Spirit definitely would like to cause a little bit of havoc on the front hills as they're both going up and over. The time to beat now no, still do not have, unless maybe my internet is screwy. No, we still do not have the official SDCA time. We'll get you that when we can. But somewhere in the neighborhood of 2:11, and we're seeing some replays from that.
They're definitely losing a little bit of speed there in that shoot turn when I had a little bit of a slide. So there's some room for improvement for the next day.
It was all good. It wasn't perfect, though, like some of the years we see with SDC.
Looks like SDCA coming in with a 2:12.27 as the unofficial time on the leaderboard.
There you go. Right. So I was even putting it a little fast. So 3 seconds ahead of Pika, but the door definitely open here for CIAA. They're going up against Spirit C. Spirit C going to be in lane 2 in Kingpin. On hill 1 is going to be Paul Zoe. Hill 2, Juan Ahetos. Hill 3, Steven Kershaw. Hill 4, Zhengyu Juang. Hill 5, Helios Gabor. And the driver, Daisy Wong. And in lane 1, your reigning, defending, two-time champions, CIA in Kingfisher. On hill 1, Arden Ryan. Hill 2, John Liu. Hill 3, Trey Dubose. Hill 4, Kevin Chian. Hill 5, Om Patel. And the driver, Lucy Knox.
We've seen from Spirit, Juan is very dedicated to his Hill 2 times. He's trained basically everyone thus far on Hill 2, so we're hoping to see a very clean shove-off from him. And the CIA team is definitely looking towards that SDC time to be the one to beat, so we'll see what happens.
If you can clear the course down in the chute, there is a police vehicle coming through.
Clear the course in the chute.
All right, we are starting to see the team starting to get set up and ready. They're amped up, they're ready to go.
And the battle of the King Buggies, Kingpin versus Kingfisher.
Absolutely.
Who will be the King of Kings?
We have two unique names going up against each other here. As we said, hopefully the front hills are going to cause a little bit of havoc. I know Spirit is known for being very loud, very proud, so we'll see what they can do on their front hills and their back hills here. But CIA is definitely has their eyes on the prize here.
Well, I think we can safely say there will be a King of the Hill.
Hey,
I'll be here all week.
Nice 30 seconds. And then after this again, we will have 2 rerolls, so please stay clear of the course. Some bonus buggy coming for you, but first, the final roll. Scheduled for men's. CIA looking to defend their crown.
The mechanics are waiting in anxious anticipation of when that timer is going to go off. They're dropping it to the floor, as one might say. All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
Big shove to start things off for CIA. You know, the King of the Hill title, we talked about being contested. They just saw what SDC did. They're trying to one-up them, and it's looking to be a pretty fast Hill 1.
Arden had an incredibly strong Hill 1 as of last year as well. That was a pretty deep shove for Hill 2. He's running to catch up with it, though. CIAC still coming up behind them. There'll be a sizable gap, but still looking for a good Hill 2 shove off from Quan.
Very similar front hills time for CIA to SDC there, so going into the free roll right at even footing.
I mean, I have the crosswalk time there like 26:27, something like that, so I think that's my fastest of the day.
That is faster. Sorry, I was looking at the clock on the leaderboard.
Give them about a second, 2-second difference there. Again, all this unofficial, but they're rolling well, and one thing we've seen all day long is CIA has just rolled out of the chute so well. About a 54-second stop sign time, so again, right in line.
Coming to the transition flag now, here comes Lucy Knox, junior physics major in Kingfisher, taking the chute flag. Looking nice and clean so far. Through cleanly. Definitely. Nice inside line. Meanwhile, Kingpin coming in, taking the shoot flag. Big wobble there coming in, but that may have held. Oh, he's still not going to make it.
They're going to spin out
Spun
there in
around.
the shoot. Unfortunate, hate to see that. Spirit heading down for that. But
If you want
CIAA
Still smoking.
If you want
really a
Spirit
lot
team,
of
please
speed,
go to the
undeterred by that. The 3-to-4 transition happening at a minute 33, looking like this is probably the top time of the day, but all to be determined by these final two hills, the
That
final
was an
two
incredibly
pushers
clean
there.
shoot turn there for CIA. They lost very little speed coming through.
Yeah,
that was
they
an
have
incredible
just
performance.
been head and shoulders, it feels like, above everybody else coming through the chute today at a very fast time. Right now, SDC sitting at top with a 2:12.27. That's what they got to
Ohm
beat,
coming in
and
fast
they're
here.
looking good to be able to beat that. They got Om Patel looking at that finish line, looking maybe for a sub 2:10, not quite, a 2:10.53. That is blazing fast. CIAA asserting their dominance once more.
The crowd is truly going wild here. You can see the excitement of CIA and their team. They'll probably blazing right over to drops to get their official time on the leaderboard here. Definitely going into tomorrow with potentially the top time.
We're setting up for a really, really fun finals day with these times being so close at the top. I mean, SDC and CIA, both in the men's and the women's race, are within a couple seconds of each other. So it's really anybody's game going into day two.
Right, and as you mentioned, not SDC's best shoot turn earlier today.
Right.
There's plenty of time for them to make up. And CIA putting together a really nice one there. We'll look for their final time, but looking to be maybe even a second faster than their winning time last year. So a lot of good stuff. And then Spirit, you hate to see it in the shoot there. Some wobble, looked like they might have been able to correct, but unfortunately were not. Just came in a full spin around, a bit of contact there. We will give you an update as soon as we get word from.
Yeah, they're still checking on the driver. The hatch is off, I believe. They're talking to the driver now, making sure she's okay.
An unfortunate second spin out for Spirit of the day. They can re-roll the first, but who knows for the C team.
Yeah, and you see some of these replays just on the transitions there with CIA. So clean, so smooth between the 3-to-4 to the 4-to-5. And we got the time in. It is a 2:10.75. So that puts them about 1.5 seconds ahead of SDCA, pretty firmly in that top spot. So they're sitting in first place on the men's side, but on the women's, it's SDCA about a second and a half ahead of CIA. So a nice rivalry really has developed here. And who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Again, these are important to get you to day two, but from there, it's only that time that matters once you make it. So some real dramatic races setting up.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Obviously, I was in the middle of the SDC CIA rivalry as a student, and it's definitely fun. It's a lot of fun. It's really good to have teams at the top that are close. It adds something to the sport for sure.
It truly does. Always exciting to watch, especially if they end up either of their teams in heats together. You know that rivalry is fierce in the same way that the rivalry is fierce between our fraternity teams.
Yeah, and I did just get word. It sounds like the driver is all right. They're taking time getting her out of the buggy, but the fact they're doing it, not necessarily a sign of a larger thing, just taking their time, but have gotten word. It sounds like she's doing all right.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, Spirit is rolling about 20 deep down here. They've got it's a large organization that really cares for each other, and they're showing it here. So.
And shout out to the Greek teams today, putting up a 3rd, 4th, and 5th place preliminary time.
And I'm excited to see. I mean, the nice thing about today, and nice weather, and we're supposed to have more, maybe a little colder, but nice weather tomorrow. It looks like the driver is being taken out of the buggy, being unloaded, and getting the applause. She's up. She's walking around.
Right.
So looks good down here.
As
So-
long as the drivers are safe, that's
Yeah.
always the most important thing. So many rules have changed over the years just to make sure that drivers are safe. It is the main priority. It's always a very hard sell when you go up to someone that's hopefully under 5'2" and say, would you like to go in a carbon fiber buggy and go over 35 miles an hour at 6 in the morning on weekends? That's a hard sell at times, but all of the drivers are truly fearless. Every single driver on every single team really deserves their kudos for the hard work that they do to make sure that these buggies are rolling.
Yeah, their contributions to the teams are, super critical for how the buggies can roll. So basically, the priority is always keeping the drivers safe and comfortable no matter what. And I think that's a really good, important focus for all of the teams.
Your two commentators here are both too tall to fit in a buggy, but would you say that that's the dream role if you could?
I fit in Gluttony.
Fit in there. Oh, okay.
And yeah, I'll say the most fun I ever had in buggy was trying to cape Gluttony, doing that push
Wow.
test. That was a lot of fun. So I can't only imagine what it would feel like to drive around the course. I'm sure it would be a really special experience.
We've historically had some brother buggies, as they're affectionately called, from our fraternity teams, that you build a buggy truly the size to fit one of the brothers of the fraternity. We saw that even today with Dylan putting up a historic time, being an excellent driver, maybe part of the reason why they have such good synchronization as a team. But yeah, I think I would be willing to chop off a bit of the leg here to go and drive. That would be an incredible experience.
Yeah, y'all can do that. That's not for me. I'm going to sit up here. I'm not a daredevil.
And the good news down here, Kingpin is being walked back up the hill, and the driver
It'll be
is
like a
also
couple
walking back up the hill. So they will be back to the top of the hill pretty soon.
Awesome. And all right, so it looks like here we got our reroll. SDCB Apex C. Again, the first heat today, CIAD Apex C, did not actually occur. There was someone on the course, so they had to pause. So they've split that up, and so that Apex C and CIAD will be in different rerolls in order to help keep SDCB and Spirit A separated, just because those two teams are gonna be similarly fast as
Absolutely.
one another. Were they up against each other?
I don't believe
No, these
so.
are different heats. I think it's just because of spacing. It's much easier to put a D team and a B team and a C team and an A team together. So they're just splitting it up a little more than a C versus a D and an A versus a B, where it might be a little closer.
Again, keeping it as safe as possible, especially for a reroll.
Yeah, because you do technically only get one reroll. I mean, who knows what'll happen, but you get a second chance, but you don't usually get a third chance.
Right.
And
So making sure no wobbling, no hitting the bales is going to happen this time is going to be key. No controlled stops. Really just trying to keep things as clean as possible.
Yeah, and getting a drone replay right there of that spin out.
And again, down here in the chute, you can kind of see, I guess Spirit must be rolling on pink tires, because you can see the tire treads into the hay bales, which is a little
They are known
scary,
for
but-
their flash and their color. They won the Best Buggy Design last year, Kids' Choice Award, and T-shirt design with a clean sweep for design. So they are known for looking good and feeling good. So we'll see what happens for their design competition this year.
And it's a great paint job on their buggies this year. In fact, all the new, Spirit repaints every year. They're not new buggies, but all of the new buggies. I love Banta's paint job. I love Beetle's paint job. Kerosene's, you got to see it in the sunlight. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, the students really outdid themselves on the paint jobs this year, not a doubt about it.
And shout out to Nand on RoboBuggy for a great new shell that looks kind of scary. to be
Really
honest.
flashy. And yeah, so 10th place right now for the men's race, sitting at 2:26.97 from Spirit B. So all of our reroll times looking to beat that time, making it back to day 2.
Yeah, see who can get in. And it's nice to see Spirit A is getting a reroll after that spin out they had there. I don't know if you know why it was that they were granted that, even though.
Yeah, so I think it's likely that they might have spun out so wide that they were awarded one. Ultimately, I believe Jasmine Zhang, head of sweeps, was the one who came down on that and allowed them the re-roll. So we'll see. I mean, I'm sure they're looking to think they need to get their A team in position here in hopes to have 2 teams going into the qualifiers tomorrow, but we'll see if we can make that happen. My faith in my own team, I think that they can do it. They just really need to focus on the driving.
Yeah.
Typically for an incident in the chute like that, like a crash, typically that actually isn't granted a reroll.
Right.
So it's likely that there was a mechanical issue or some
Right.
other factor that came into play
That's
that
kind of
resulted
what
in
I
that
was
reroll.
curious about. But I love to see it. Last year they put up a 221, which would have them definitely qualifying. Obviously, you'd imagine you'd want faster time out of them. But before we get to all of that, we have SDC B and Apex C. Apex C going to be going in lane 1, it looks like, in Solaris. On hill 1, they got Charlie Nutbrown. Hill 2, Daniel Chia. Hill 3, Taejun Kang. Hill 4, Brandon Bravo. Hill 5, Victor Norton. And the driver, Mia Evans. And SDCB getting their second chance here in Lust will be in lane 2. In hill 1 is Poon Bodhisarvarnachat. Hill 2, Tinchi Lo. Hill 3, Andrew Jiang. Hill 4, Alex Leung. Hill 5, Brandon Frund. And the driver, Lily Yang. And SDCB, right, they stopped because there was something.
There was a
going-
controlled
Yeah.
stop. They were
Yeah.
very close to Spirit in their own heat, so they had a controlled stop to not bump butts, if you will, for Spirits. So the controlled stop, they were granted a reroll, so this is great. We'll see where they come in place-wise. Their B team is not to be underestimated for SDC. So
Defending third place
I was
trophy.
going to say, yeah, they were top 3 last year.
And Lust, the buggy, was the fastest rolling buggy this spring. So had the fastest total free roll time the final weekend of rolls, not truck weekend, but the weekend before that. So expect to see them coming out fast, although they were behind Spirit D, but that may have been more a Spirit D thing than an SDCB thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Lust always performs well in the free roll. It's going to be a really interesting race here.
Great Apex has their capes on, ready to go.
So here we go. The first reroll of the day on the men's side. SDCB looking to make it on to day 2. Apex C out there doing their thing. A pretty good looking hill 1 from SDCB. No challenge here.
They are undeterred. They're ready to come back and give it a go for a second try.
Tinchi Lo, the former head mechanic of SDC, looking great on hill 2 here. Great shove from him.
Pretty high relative to how some other teams have been doing it, but again, Lust is a fast buggy. It'll do a lot of the work for you in the free roll. Just make sure it gets there and staying smooth. Well clear of Apex C. We'll be seeing if they're getting a time that could challenge among the top with that stop sign. The fastest we've been seeing so far is around 54. They're going to be coming in at a 57. So definitely looks like something that'll put them in a qualifying place as they come to the chute.
I think that's about a second faster than their first roll, but the transition flag here taken cleanly by Lily Yang. Coming up to the chute flag here, taking the chute flag, a wide turn, a very late turn, but coming in nice and clean through the middle. Solaris coming in now, taking the chute flag, also taking a very wide, an even wider turn, but also very smooth coming through the middle.
And you can see SDCB well ahead, a pretty nice
Look at this hill
deep
3.
pickup
Holy
on the
moly.
hill 3. And just so much depth, them and CIA, like this much form out of a B team pushing like that on the back hills is really something to see. Apex C just starting to make that transition as the hill 4 pusher, Alex Leung, getting ready to transition to hill 5. Looking like they can be safely into day 2 as long as they keep everything together at the back end of this hill 5. The question is just how high up are they going to place?
Apex looking strong behind them as well.
And here we go. This is going to be a really fast time for their B team as he's approaching that finish line. We cross over the 217, looking to keep it under 220, and just so a 219.5. They'll have them in about 6th place, right behind the log jam of fraternities. Apex C coming through, won't quite be fast enough to get a day 2 time. You'd want something faster than a 226, but a nice time for them for their C team at about 2:40 coming across.
They're still excited nonetheless. I love to see Apex. Many of their members have dyed their hair red to match their shirts. Some of their buggies here really showing that team spirit.
And look, not every team is about making the finals, especially if it's like a mechanics team or something. Here, I saw the capes that usually indicates it's a mechanics team. Not always, but it usually does. Although I did notice the Hill 1 pusher had a big 3 on the cape. You would think it would be a number 1 if for Hill 1, but...
So coming down 4 drops, but a really nice run there by SDCB. Looks like they're giving them a 2:19.81. So that's 6th place. And again, tomorrow the top 6 get trophies is the way this works. 10 move on, 6 get some hardware. One more reroll to go. Spirit A looking to get into day 2.
Right.
Fringe A holding on to the 10th place spot right now at 225.67. 6-7. Anyways, I was wondering if I'd get one of those today.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Will.
sorry.
Thanks for that.
All right, I can retire now.
We can see all the little children, I'm sure, doing the
I feel like
doing
that
the
was
hand
cool
motions.
like 4 months ago. Anyways, but that'll be interesting to see if Fringe,
Right.
if SIGEP A, excuse me, not SIGEP A. Wow, I've been talking
Spirit
nonstop
A.
for a while. If
Goodness.
Spirit A or CIA D is able to have a faster time than Fringe A, then Fringe is not going to have anyone on day 2.
That would be sad to see. You want to see as many actual teams as possible make it into the next day. Everyone has worked so hard. They deserve their flowers. Spirit A was in the back of the pack for leaderboard last year with their men's team taking home the 6th place trophy. So I'm sure they had their eyes on the same, if not better, if not top 3, but we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, so this reroll is filled with a little bit of drama with the Fringe and Spirit rivalry. One of their A teams is going to make it back to day 2, but it won't be both of them. So it's going to be really interesting to watch here. The number is 225.67 is the score
But
to beat.
do keep in mind that the times that are on the site are the times, but at Chairman's later today, we'll know if there are any DQs, any 6-second time penalties.
Right.
So just keep in mind that
There is
the possibility that things can shift between now and then. So always keep your eyes on cmubuggy.org, where there will be the top 10 teams and the official times
Right.
later today, as well as the heat schedule for tomorrow.
Yep, that's absolutely right. The 6-second penalty change really changes the game. It does. It really changes the way the heats are going to shake out now.
And all of the chairmans, absolutely. We've talked about the most exciting parts of pushers, drivers, mechanics, every single other person, but the chairmans absolutely deserve their praises as well for sitting in the room afterwards, looking through those DQs, sweepstakes as well. Everyone that truly makes the buggy a well-oiled machine here going into day 2.
And day 2, 2 more buggies left to go. This final reroll of the day. It is looking like we're going to have CIA D. No, Spirit C will get a reroll. It's looking like.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be coming after this. But now it's Spirit A and CIA-D in lane 1. It will be CIA-D in Roadrunner getting their first chance to really roll today on Hill 1. Sam Duque. Hill 2, Aaron Zhu. Hill 3, Isaac Al. Hill 4, Zane Akra. Hill 5, Ajay Clark Desai. And the driver, Taryn Olchian. And in lane 2, we will have Spirit A in Seraph. I love the way y'all wrote this out. I don't know if you meant to do this. But on Hill 1, we have Kwame Hasare. Hill 2, Maxwell Jones. Hill 3, Colby Oland. Hill 4, Zinachidi Achike. Hill 5, William Montague. And the driver, Cadence Chin.
I'm sure Spirit is shaking off their nerves right now. They know how important this is to get them into the second day tomorrow.
And Fringe is watching in anticipation as well.
Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting heat to watch. Again, we hope the buggies are not going to be too close between such teams. Spirit has historically been known for their back hills, but they had a really strong Hill 2 performance from Maxwell Jones. An incredible push off from him. Let's see if he can replicate it again.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Also, just foreshadowing the next reroll, I'm seeing Spirit C. They were in the 12th heat, so they only had 2 2 heats in between to get their buggy back up there, get everything ready, get their driver good to go.
They also
those mechanics are running. I'm going to start yelling at them to hustle faster here.
They also walked the buggy and the driver back up instead of taking the truck, so it took even longer to get up there, and maybe some energy.
Well, I guess the means of transportation in between are not fast, but let's hope this buggy is. That's all they need right now.
Here we are getting ready to get set.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
Spirit 8 looking for redemption.
Come on, Spirit. I am truly up and out of my chair, not biased at all, but what a great Hill 1 performance again. They're showing
and you can see the separation between an A team and a D team.
I seem to recall these two front hill pushers pushing on an exhibition as well. So this is their 3rd push of the day. That's quite a lot of work for them.
Yeah, but a lot of speed, a lot of momentum, a nice deep Hill 2 shove, and Spirit got to be happy with how things are starting out. But the important part, the free roll into the chute, can they keep it clean? Can they make it through? Do we finally get to see these back hill pushers?
The beast from last time was absolutely that chute turn. If Cadence can make it clean and sharp and hopefully not too wide, I think they could have a true chance here.
Let's see, 54 seconds at that stop sign, right in line with some of the fastest.
And it looks like it's just about this, it's a touch slower than their first roll, but plenty of time to make it to day 2. As Cadence Ching comes down here, taking the chute flag. It's a big pink chute flag, making the turn in, looking good so far, looking good, coming through clean, holds it,
she
makes
made it through.
Meanwhile,
Wow.
here, Roadrunner coming through here, taking a more inside line, coming through, also nice and clean.
It is time for Spirit to use that back hill momentum from them. This is what they have practiced all year for.
Pretty good pickup by Hill 3, maybe a little bit late, but you hear a big cheer erupting here at the top of Hill 2. They're happy to be through. They want to get through to day 2. Nice transition right there from 3 to 4. You can see the energy building by the Spirit team watching. CIA-D, some nice transition there. But the question is, will Spirit 8 get on to day 2? 2:25.67, the time they need to beat to get a chance for tomorrow.
They're looking
the
very
ability
good.
to take home some hardware as we're crossing just over 2 minutes here. Their Hill 5 pusher, William Montague.
Spirit's looking to be up in the top 5 at this time. Depending on how this Hill 5 can finish, he can be right up there with the best team.
Just
The
crossed
3 back
over
hills
the
were their
210.
A team from last year, so this is a
Just
seasoned
over 215, keeping the hand on the push bar, 218.2. That's going to put them right at about 6th place, just ahead of SDCB. Spirit happy to make it through, and CIA-D gonna almost be close to qualifying. Honestly, for a D team, they're getting at 235.51, a very respectable time. Spirit D at a 233, so 2 very fast D teams there. And it looks like you're letting out an exhale.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
of joy.
I have been out of my seat since this started, absolutely. What an incredible performance and redemption arc for Spirit to get them into the 2nd day, and truly a great performance of the D teams. As we earlier said, CIA is a well-oiled machine, and they are showing it in every inch of their team.
And again, every result here, it's all pending the review with the chairman and the head judge to make sure that all the 6-second penalties and the DQs are enforced correctly.
And some interesting stuff, kind of what we were talking about. Fringe A knocked off the top 10 now.
Right.
So if this holds, no day 2 for Fringe A. Apex B right now sitting in 10th place. Again, some of the perhaps tomfoolery, the fact they were 4 seconds faster than their A team. Will there be a DQ for that? Will that let Fringe back in? I don't know. We'll find out. But also, Spirit C, I'm not sure how fast their C team is, but if it's any indication based on their D team, a 225-21 could be in the cards, and maybe Spirit sneaks their C team in. Last year they had a 228-12, so a warmer day, a little bit nicer,
right.
A second opportunity. Again, it's a really fast turnaround, but that could be knocking Apex out as well.
Yes.
So some drama all the way up to the final heat.
And I'm sure Spirit is thanking their lucky stars to have gotten that re-roll in the first place, not only for their A team, but for their C team as well. So they are certainly going to bring it with this last re-roll here.
One thing I'd like to point out is the difference between Apex B and Fringe A was 0.4 of a second. this is a game of tenths. Every single thing matters in Buggy. Every little slip, every little push, everything matters. It's
And
really
every
gotta
little
be perfect.
drop test, as we can see here right now. Sigh of relief coming from Spirit as Seraph passes their drop test.
And yeah, it looks like, as far as I can tell, that will be the final reroll. Following rerolls, we actually do have one final exhibition. So after this, please do stay clear of the course. We will have the Fred mechanics, but like bread, F-R-E-A-D. So I assume fringe head mechanics of years past.
I believe
perhaps?
that's correct, yeah.
And then Spirit Alumni Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, coming up after that. So please stay tuned for that and stay off the course as well.
Incredible to see that 6th and 7th place are taken up by rerolls here. Really goes to show how important getting a reroll can be. My head commentator is hitting the 6-7 right beside me here, but it truly goes to show how important rerolls can be. They can really make such a difference to your team.
Yeah, and one of those things too where, you know, totally changes the day for Fringe A, potentially Apex B here. Looking at that leaderboard though, great to see DG A making it onto day 2, especially after on their women's side.
Right.
Very high hopes, but nice to see they'll be pushing a Buggy on day 2. CIA B in there, SDC B, but kind of cool to see pending, you know, what happens with Spirit C here. A lot of A and B teams, so a good amount of diversity of teams where, right, CIA's one team, SDC's a team, Pika, SIGEP, Signu, Spirit, NDG, that's 7 of the 10 teams are independent, or not independent, but are different organizations as opposed to, you know, 4 CIAs and 4 SDCs and a couple others getting through. Should make for some exciting racing tomorrow, and probably just help some of these teams only really having one Buggy to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. In recent years, SDC's B and so have CIA's B teams have been, you know, in the trophies. I think CIA might have had a C team get in the top 6 at one point as well. So,
I believe that's true.
And I think looking at the results from the preliminaries today, I think this looks a lot deeper and a lot more diverse on who's in the top area, and I think that's really exciting for everybody.
All right, we can see Spirit C is lining up here. They have their mechanics out and ready.
Yeah, and oh well, let's introduce them again, just because I like saying the names. They're in Kingpin, and yeah, getting ready.
Oh, it looks like their mechanic forgot he was supposed to be pushing. He went to go grab the front of it right there. How he's dedicated to his craft. Paul's out.
Paul's out. He will be one wearing multiple hats in that very moment. One, Hatos on Hill 2, Stephen Kershaw, Hill 3, Hill 4, Zhengyu, Juong, and Hill 5, Helios Gable, the driver, Daisy Wall.
Again, the time to beat here is 2:25:21. That's Apex B. So it's going to be one of these two teams, as it stands right now at least.
Yeah, Spirit B was a 2:26.97, so you'd imagine they'd be a little slower, this C team, but who knows?
After that G team that Spirit had, you never know.
Exactly.
We can only hope that the C team will, in fact, be faster than the D team. The D team came to bring it.
So here we are. They're out there plenty early. Plenty of mechanics holding that Buggy up.
You love to watch him scurry at the end, really making sure there's no penalty there.
Here we go, the final official roll of the day. We will have one more exhibition after that. Spirit CC, can they sneak onto that top 10 leaderboard, make it on to day 2?
Bell is going to be passing it off to Juan, who's actually one of the push captains for Spirit. So he has been out here practicing all year. He is ready to take hold of it. Going to catch up the Buggy, but he gets there pretty quickly.
A little bit by it, but he's able to catch up. And we'll see right here. Lost.
He barely got to the push bar there on 2.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, though, right? You've already pushed once today. Right. As a push captain, you're working, trying to coach all the pushers across the team.
Wearing a lot of hats, absolutely.
Yeah, you know, tough to just do that after so much else going on there. Definitely not the shove he was hoping for. We'll see how that affects them.
The Buggy itself, with its beautiful coloring right now, was actually submitted for them for design. So we'll see if they get an award there again and triple down on their beautiful design awards.
And here comes Daisy Wong into the transition flag and coming through towards the shoot flag. A little wobble
shaky
there in the between the two flags. Now coming into the shoot, a much cleaner shoot line so far, but taking it a little wide. Oh, got the back wheel again.
Hate to see that.
All right,
Everybody,
please stay off
clear.
the roads. If you're on Spirit, you can go to the buggy. Everyone else, please stay far away from it.
Yeah, and hate to see that two shoot crashes for the same driver.
Yeah, and this one, I think you could see that she was, attentive to the fact that she was maybe too far inside the first time that caused the spin, so she took it a little further outside. And this, almost a carbon copy of the Spirit spin earlier, where it, she almost made it and just clipped the back wheel on the outer hay bales, and that's the end of it because the hay bales will grab you and keep you in there.
Right, and this would be Daisy's first year driving on first race day ever, so still much to learn, more time to continue to practice, but an unfortunate end for Spirit C.
I mean, especially to no truck weekend, so this is the first time you're really ever feeling, I don't know if you have the time, Brian, 30 whatever miles an hour. Also, we did get word from the radio. She is all right. So everything is good with her as they're going for that. I do believe there still will be an exhibition following this. So do stay clear of the course as we're getting ready for that. But again, a real good, unfortunate, but a good learning opportunity, setting her up for many more years of driving. And some more motivation next year to be able to come through clean there.
The thing is to never be deterred. Spin outs happen, crashes happen at any period of time. It really just goes to show practice makes perfect. Pittsburgh weather really has a lot of sway over how you drive, but we're grateful for every returning driver that comes back and continues to do this, doesn't let themselves get shaken.
Yeah, and I think the lack of truck weekend definitely, you can see a little bit of that impact today with, maybe some shaky transitions or shaky shoot turns, and I think...
Or shaky exiting the trucks.
Shaky exiting the trucks, absolutely. So I think tomorrow with the teams that are making it back, I think we expect to see, a smoother performance now that they've gotten a day under their belt, and that it might result in some faster times.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at that leaderboard, right? It's an interesting one. You wonder if Apex will potentially... be DQ'd with their B team being significantly faster than their A team by about 4 seconds. They're in 10th place right now. If they were to, go ahead.
Historically, with a ranked DQ, if there is a ranked DQ, there may not be because there may be a mechanical issue or some other reason the A team did not roll fast in the B team. But you typically DQ the slower of the two teams, not the faster of the two teams, for what it's worth.
Oh, okay, great. This is good. I'm always learning things.
I do believe, though, that the faster team would have 6 seconds added to it. I'm seeing my statistics professor on the Jumbotron right now. Multiple. I think that is just the statistics department back there. Great to see. Professor Yurko, actually, in that red shirt over there, he hosted the Carnegie-Mellon Sports Analytics Conference, and Buggy was highlighted for the first time as a data analytics sport. I might have insider knowledge on this as I was the one to speak on Buggy and their sports analytics at the conference. But truly just goes to show how our own little unique sport really impacts every breadth and depth of campus.
Yeah, and again, looking at the leaderboard, note that it is not final. There are still changes to be made that might come from, tape review from the judges. We got to make sure that all the rules are enforced correctly. There may be 6-second DQs that we haven't mentioned yet, or 6-second time penalties, and that really could have a huge impact on this leaderboard. As you can tell, these teams are pretty bunched up, so a 6-second difference is humongous.
Right. It's really tight in there. I mean, you look, again, you were mentioning Apex B in 10th place. If they hold on to that, that's only 0.4 seconds ahead of Fringe A, who's sitting in 11th. So again, just tiny, tiny separation. In 9th place, DGA looking to move on to tomorrow. CIAB in 8th place. 7th place, SDCB. 6th place, Spirit A. 5th place, CMU A. 4th place, SIGEP A. 3rd place, Pika A. 2nd place, SDCA. 1st place, CIA A. And in some of those things really to look at, Pika through CMU, about a 2-second separation between them. So the kind of who's going to be the top fraternity, there's a lot of room there for improvement, especially not a great Hill 3 from CMU, if I recall. So they got a little bit of room to make up there. SDC, CIA going to be battling. And then on, the bottom part of that, for that 6th place, it's only a couple seconds within that kind of logjam. It's going to be exciting. Tomorrow, also, we will have the all-gender races. They just have one round, so we're going to check that, as well as the men's finals and the women's finals. If maybe we can take a look at their leaderboard, because there's a lot of room for excitement with that one, as well as we're in a hold getting ready for this final exhibition.
And we do have, it does look like the driver is out, the buggy is walking back up, and the follow truck is about to start coming up the back hills. So if you're on the back hills, please make sure to stay off the back hills, because not only do we have another heat coming, but the follow truck is on the move now, so don't get run over by a truck.
Similarly, for the front hills, we're going to have an exhibition still yet to come, so Buggy Day is not over yet.
So please do stay clear of the course. We got the women's leaderboard loaded up there, and you can see it's going to be a pretty fun day tomorrow as well. Less than essentially a half second separating 10 through 8, CIAC, Cygnu A, Pica A, Spirit B at 249, DGA 249.11, although DGA likely to be disqualified because they were out there late.
Right.
And then there too, Fringe A 248.26. So being able to get that 6th place trophy is going to be really tight. Spirit A, SDC B, only a couple seconds separating them for 3rd place. And then CIA A, SDC A is going to be a real treat to watch. Who's going to come out up top there? They've been back and forth these past couple years. It's going to be a lot.
Right, and you can see that CIA got their A team in the top 10 and their C team, but no B team, unfortunately for them. They were not able to make it into tomorrow. We're getting a great zoom-in shot on beautiful birds here. He must be doing something incredibly exciting.
One thing I wanted to note real quick for DG, I mean, the fact that they were still able to put a top 6 time up on the day, despite starting late, that's nothing to be ashamed of. They had a great performance today. Banta was rolling incredibly fast, and obviously
Not to mention the first time it's a sorority-built buggy has ever completed the course on a race day.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons
it's historic.
Why, yeah.
It's nothing short of historic.
And that's one of the reasons why the 6-second disqualification is going to be so important for them, that even with those 6 seconds added on, they might still be able to sneak their way into the timing tomorrow, if not removed entirely.
We'll have to see what they say during tape review. Yep.
And these are not official speeds, but I will go ahead and tell you that the fastest women's speed for the day, I believe, belongs to Seraph in Heat 2, a 35.57. On the men's side, it's the fastest of the day, so this is the target for everyone tomorrow. Jaeger with a 36.89, 36.89 miles per hour here in the chute.
And it looks like those two are right up against each other in the men's as well. So that'll be interesting.
That'll be very
to see
exciting
both
to watch.
buggies.
So as we get set here for the final exhibition of the day, and then again tomorrow we'll be back out here kicking off around 8 a.m. I think. I don't know. It's early. Go to cmubuggy.org.
We'll be here early.
Yeah, y'all can figure it out. The internet is plenty of information accessible to you. But we got the Fred mechanics, the fringe head mechanics of Days of Yore, Spirit Alumni Part 2. And I know we even have another Spirit Alumni heat tomorrow.
I believe that they are going to be alumni in kilts, I believe. So all of our alumni wearing some nice heavy wool on a beautiful spring day. Nothing better, right?
Yeah, and a couple minutes out. I guess, fortunately for them, it's a little bit cooler tomorrow morning. Under 2 minutes here. And thank everyone who's been joining us on WRCT 88.3. Want to thank them, WRCT Pittsburgh, for producing all the audio. Obviously, anyone on the live stream. It's been a fun, pretty clean day of driving. You know, a couple hiccups. Spirit with the spins, hate to see that. The two instances on the women's side where they didn't get the buggies out in time. But other than that, it's been pretty smooth and clean, especially for what we feared it might have been, given no truck weekend.
Yeah, and it's really impressive that they've been able to pull that off. I think that's a testament to all the teams and how hard they've worked all year, despite not having that truck weekend practice. I think it's incredibly impressive what they've been able to pull off together collectively.
And some of it,
everybody
I
should be proud
wonder.
of that.
I wonder if teams were using, knowing that, well, knock on wood with Pittsburgh weather, knowing that we're expecting to have a second day for the first time in a while. Were teams using today as a sort of a test run to figure out, use today as a bit of a truck weekend to figure out what works, what doesn't when it comes to wheels and getting a buggy prep. So we might see some faster times tomorrow, even with the slightly cooler temperatures.
Yeah, I would definitely expect that.
Yep. And here we are inside of 1 minute. The Fred Mechanics, the Spirit alumni out there. We'll see how many hills in total these have.
Yeah,
looks like we got Zook for Spirit and
Yeah.
Bermuda for Fringe.
Spirit had a really historic alumni exhibition last year as they celebrated 40 years, which was excellent to see. You had so many alumni come back and push.
I want to give a shout out to Fringe this year because I don't know how they pulled it off, but they managed to have 8 drivers qualify.
7, 6, 5, 4,
We're going to see things starting up here. Mechanics versus alumni. And it looks like a mechanic is pushing for Spirit right at the start.
Just mechanics everywhere. And these are always great,
Fringe looking real strong on that first half of the Hill 1, or the Hill point 5, I guess.
Yeah. I think that
Here's
gets
Sam, the driver of Balsa, coming up strong on Hill 1 as well.
Oh, but Spirit's coming.
Yeah, a bit of a pass.
Oh, and they're ready. They're passing it off to Aditi, their chair as well.
Uh-oh, this is going to be a tight Hill 2.
They're going to be coming down at the same time through Hill 2. This is interesting here.
All right, let's make sure we keep those buggies safe.
2.5. This is sweepstakes chair. Rebecca Detmar, looks like.
It looks like Aditi maybe took a little bit of mustard off of that shove to make sure the buggies can be
Absolutely. It
safe.
is not worth scratching the paint job on Zook or on Fringe just to get them closer to each other for an exhibition.
Fringe definitely taking a lot of transition violations there with 5 pushers on the front hills.
It's funny. We talked about not knowing what we were going to see today, in terms of heat selection being done on vibes. And the heats have been mostly separated.
Yeah.
The exhibitions, on the other hand,
I was going to say, these
have been
are
very tight.
I know they're not meant to be competitive, but accidentally we've had some of the most competitive exhibitions I've ever seen.
Meanwhile, we got Bermuda coming up here first to the transition flag, and Spirit Zook right behind. Cleanly through that one. Here coming to the shoot flag. There is a shoot flagger for each. Fringe taking a bit of a deeper line. Spirit taking a more shallow line. Fringe through nice and cleanly. Spirit making the turn a little bit of a scrub, but that looks nice and clean for Zook as well. So everyone through cleanly, which is a nice way to end the day.
Love to see that. No re-rolls on exhibitions. Spirit losing a little bit of momentum there, coming up into that Hill 3.
Fringe's Hill 3 is flying here.
Yeah, I mean,
really
they got
strong
some
performance.
They got some pushers of their head mechanics. Just, people can do it all.
You can find that talent truly anywhere for these teams.
So on the back end here, again, keep the back of that course clear. Oh, and
Spirit's
Spirit
catching up
all of a
here.
sudden catching up. Let's see. We might have a little bit of a race, foot race here on this final hill.
Wow.
Looking at that 4-5 transition or 5.5. I'm losing track of some of these numbers.
I'm always getting this wrong. Is that Dia on Hill 5?
That's Dia
Nuptial
right
for
here.
Fringe?
Yep.
And was that James?
That was James on Hill 4. Yep.
So the BAA officers / Fringe mechanics are making Fringe lose.
Yeah.
So we'll get them later.
And it looks like Spirit took the lead, actually, for their Hill 5s. Let's see if they maintain that going into the end.
Fringe is making up a little bit of ground right there. I don't think quite enough distance from the finish line for them to close in, but a very entertaining, competitive, yet never dangerous race. As we're coming in. Yeah, under 3 minutes for Spirit. No, not quite, just over 3:01.
Well, they might not make it to the top 10, but they can be top 10 in our hearts for the exhibition.
I mean, it's great. It's hard for people to get the time off and come back here and blah, blah, blah. You want to make the most of your carnival weekend, so get an exhibition in. And that has been day one, the first sunny day one in a long time since we can remember.
Ooh.
A really good, exciting day of racing. I guess as we're closing out, any final thoughts y'all have just in terms of what we saw here today, what you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Day 2 is setting up to be a real battle. I think both the women and the men's side have a very different lineup and different thing to follow. I think with the on the women's side, you really have SDC and CIA at the top with both their A and B teams. They're looking extremely competitive. And then on the men's side, you have those fraternities really in the top 5, top 6 area, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they can put up a fight with CIA and SDC. It's going to be really fun to watch tomorrow.
We're going to see if Fringe and Apex can actually hang on to their times to make it into tomorrow, but we'll see if the fraternities can really shake up those times again with the reigning champions of SDC and CIA. And of course, Spirit, if they can get their buggy turning out of control. We'll see.
Yeah, I also want to note quick for tomorrow, the heat selection is going to be a little bit tighter than even it was today because you only have 10 teams for each heat. And as we saw on the leaderboard, they're very close. Like, the difference between the first team and the 10th team is not very large. So it's going to be really interesting to see how those heat selections go tomorrow.
It's always a battle for the leaderboard with those top 6 teams finally getting a trophy, but it'll all come down to the end game for award ceremonies tomorrow, which if you all are here and want to tune in, you could potentially go 4:30 to 6 in the Wiegand Gym to see the Booth and Buggy award ceremony.
Also going to point out that tomorrow we've got the all-gender heats because there's only one team for each. They only run on the finals day, but we have 2 days this year, so they get to run on Saturday.
Yeah.
So that'll lead us off. Well, it's exhibitions, and then that'll lead us off with the real races. So we got, and no one knows what all-gender is going to look like.
Yeah,
That's talk about vibes for these teams. At least we have some sort of vague time for it. All-gender is anything could happen. So very
I love
exciting.
the all-gender race.
Yeah.
It is so
Anyone's
fun
game.
to watch because you never know who's going to have what type of pusher on a hill. Like, it really just switches back and forth. You see multiple passes in a single race. It is so much fun to watch. I love that race so much.
It's going to be, like you say, that's going to be exciting. So, things start tomorrow. We kick off with exhibitions at 8:20. But the all-gender starts at 8:50. So wake up in time to catch that. Those are going to be electric. Then we got the women's finals, the men's finals after that. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful morning of racing. I'm looking forward to it. I think everyone else here is looking forward to it. Want to just give a few shout-outs and thank yous. Thank you to WRCT, making us sound good, mixing all of this good stuff. Everybody working on the cameras. W3VC Radio Club helping get us updates, letting us know people are safe. Campus EMS, all the volunteers, whatever they call student activities now. I guess it's rebranded for the 20th time since I graduated, which is exciting. Everybody else who's been up here in the booth, the BAA, join us tomorrow morning. Again, we get going at 8:20 a.m. Whether you're here live or listening on WRCT or checking out the live stream on CMUBuggy.org. You're going to want to tune in. It's going to be very exciting. So thank you from all of us. We will catch you tomorrow for the finals here at Raceday 2026 on WRCT and CMUBuggy.org. Enjoy your carnival afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow.